champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest
me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch up. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time. Waiting here. Go, live from rock and we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We barely found this one, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul that
Follow my pace.
we the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time. Waiting here. Go, live from rock and we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch 'em with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the flames, I'm under aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready
sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Dongwon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time. Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscience are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future. Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
and welcome to day 2 of the KME Survival Week as we get 3 best of 5s today and a continuation of the epic series yesterday between Gen.G Esports and Nongshim RedForce to find out who will be the Group S leader. My name is Holler, with me is Sagi. Sagi, what were your thoughts on that final series yesterday?
Well, that final series was kind of difficult because we had some tech pauses, but the continuation of that series will be played 20 September at a offline rematch. So that will be settled real soon. But talking about something real soon, it will be the new version arriving on 24th of September, which will feature a lot of new modes like HOK Trilling and also the most anticipated hero, which is Umbrosa.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see Umbrosa, especially on the global stage. But of course, there's also going to be the Ultimate Awakening Super Thrilling MOBA Combat coming September 27th. It's going to be an amazing time. There's some crazy highlights already and video gameplay of that mode that's going to be coming upon us. But back to that series, Gen.G versus, of course, Nongshim RedForce. It was a, dare I say, like an anime battle, right? Teams are going back and forth. Monday, Gen.G wins. Tuesday, Nongshim wins. Wednesday, Gen.G striking back and forth. They get to that 5th game Friday, and of course, like any good anime series, all of the attacks will miss, and then we go into the next week, right? We don't have the weekend ahead of us. We're going to skip to it, and unfortunately, I mean, it's just fortunately for us, it's just one day. But of course, they're all playing for this prize pool, 50,000 USD in total. The champion will get 10,000, second place 8,500, third place 7,000, fourth place 6,500, and 5th through 7th will be getting 6,000 USD.
That's a lot of money, and especially when I get the minimum 6,000 USD, I think we can spend a lot on those things, right? But this is Group S and Group A, so look towards the bottom side. The match result for Nongshim versus Gen.G on week 2, day 1 is still pending, as the 5th game has not resumed yet, so that won't be counting towards the ranking here, but it will count towards the game win and lose here. So that series, it will contribute quite some, especially to Group S, because Crazy Raccoons, they are in a hectic situation sitting at right below the standings.
Yeah, right on the bottom on that sense. I mean, they got 0-3'd by Nongshim, who kind of really stuck it to them. And yet, they haven't played the other games. So they're still, far and away. They can get themselves back into this one. But of course, we're going to start off with the banger, the continuation. This is a clean slate, though. It's going to be the first match. Of course, Nongshim RedForce going up against Gen.G. Second match is going to be R80 Esports versus CMF Esports. And of course, the third one, Nongshim are going to be back on the plate going up against Crazy Raccoons, who will be looking for that revenge game.
They definitely need to play that revenge game, but the starting of today was the end of yesterday. What we couldn't really witness was the end of that epic finale, but today, the Giants of KME Spring and current Giants of the KME Fall Ranking Week are going head-to-head once again to see who really reserves that top dog title. But at the end of the day, it's still the survival week, even though they end up winning each other once. The only one that's taking pain here is the Crazy Raccoons. Well, let's check out the first team of today that were presenting this epic showdown. Let's get to it.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red. They're going to be made up of Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye, and they were your KME Spring champions. They definitely want to repeat as champions here, but they have a huge opponent in front of them. Gen.G has leveled up and really taken it to them.
For me, I think Nongshim RedForce, definitely, like you mentioned, they were the champions of KME Spring. Quite unbeatable, quite unscratchable. To think that coming to KME Fall, Gen.G evolved to such a strong state, it is just baffling for us. But Gen.G will be their opponent, and we will be going to their team roster video in just a short moment, and let's get to it.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. fist of the mob, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling, you better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Gen.G Esports, the game changers, they have certainly changed the entire KME's ranking with how much they improved since the spring, since KW 2025, and representing the roster will be Wawa in the Clash lane, Rocket in the jungle, Inwa in the mid lane, Monto and crew comprising that duo farm and roam. So far, I gotta say, Blam. Sorry, not Blam, but Mr. Holler here. I kind of miss Blam, but you know, you kind of remind me of him. You're kind of old, you don't like him, but of course, Holler. This team, they have had a phenomenal improvement compared to their spring form.
Yeah, definitely. They had an amazing time in the ranking week. They had an 80% win rate, the highest, and there's a reason why they were the top dogs going to Group S. They actually took the fight to Nongshim RedForce. They beat them 2-1, which speaks volumes about this team who's like getting on the run. But let's talk a little bit about this head-to-head. It's going to be in the farm lane. It's going to be Siri going up against Monto. If we're looking at kills, Siri's coming out on top, 65-42. But I think more Gen.G is that their play style has been revolving more around Rock.
Yeah, Rock seems to be the rock and anchor coming in for Gen.G's roster here, but the head-to-head, check the damage dealt though. It's 72,000 over to Monto, so Monto's taking less gold but dealing more damage in these exchanges. It may be also due to the fact that Gen.G's game art tend to be slightly longer, which allow Monto to really scale towards that late game here, but the stats are quite even coming in for both of these two farm laners in towards the farm lane role, so we have to see who gets the better end of the treatment, especially when you give Siri that early. Things are not going to be looking too good for Gen.G.
Definitely not going to be good, right? And if we're going into that one, the biggest stat for me was the average team participation. You saw that Siri was around 60%. Monto was about 51, meaning that Gen.G revolves around the rest of the squad. You're seeing Rock, Wawa, Clue, Inu, everybody just making plays across the map while giving space for Monto to farm. Right? And I think that has kind of paid off because Monto has been able to kind of get them over the cusp in the sense of just closing out games. But this will be match one, game one. We're going to go into the ban picks.
Ooh, ban picks already, and you can see Nongshim RedForce already targeting Wawa towards that Clash lane here. So the Magin that Wawa really loves and cherishes has already been locked away from their pick in game number 1 here. For Gen.G, do they open up the early or do they open up my Shiranui for Illusion and Siri?
A lot of options, and that's the greatest part about this. Global ban pick, yes, it is a best of 5, so there's going to be deeper into the hero pools to see how these teams kind of react and are able to counter draft against one another. Seeing as that they've been playing against one another and they're like biggest rivals in the KME, I would say at this point, they're going to do a lot of research. They're going to find out what those players like to play, and they're going to be very close-knit in that regard because, again, they played each other so many times at this stage.
Yes, so many times, but previously in the KME spring, it was always Nongshim coming out on top. But right now, coming into fall, so far in terms of the win-lose ratio, Gen.G seems to have much of a bigger win rate compared to Nongshim RedForce in this matchup here. But the following bans will be the Liang that can lock down assassins. It will be the Pei and Mai Shiranui. All these tempo picks locked away from the side of Nongshim RedForce. So Nongshim does lock in their early that Siri really loves in towards this draft. That leaves Gen.G with picks like the Yuhuan, with picks like the Dharma available up for grabs.
A lot of good options, and that's the biggest thing. Also, by picking the early, you're not really showing your hand. You're looking to counter pick, but also securing a solid farm laner for Siri. So that's going to be great. But going into this series, I think the previous renditions of Gen.G, you had Ray, Monto kind of comes in there, and I think it added a little bit of stability to the team. They've been able to play much better, and also the rise of Clue. The way that this guy has been playing has actually been next level. He's died the least number of times in all of the ranking games. He's almost always been there for the stuns and to kind of really set things up for the team. He has the highest KDA at 12.7 going into this one. Clue has been an absolute monster.
Thank you for the fantastic stats, Hollow, because aside from us looking at Clue's play, the way that he's dying less means that he's always on vision. On vision means what as a roamer? You're providing this vision value that your side lane, that your mid lane jungle, all of them needs, so they can process information like, oh, there's the jungler, so I can play aggressive. Oh, there's the jungle, so I have to back up here. So Clue being always on and available on the map shows that he is doing a heaven's work for that roamer role.
Yeah, he's really, that vision is so key, right? And I think that they really haven't had too many answers for that. Nongshim, on the other hand, I mean, when Faye has a great game and is able to kind of get like the Lianpo tremor smashes, they've been able to win off of his team play. But at the same regard, Gen.G, it's been, you know, Clue, like taking up the chalice, so to speak. They've done such a great job of ensuring that Clue sets up the team, lets them take over. But back to the draft here, Musashi's going to be that jungle pick for Gen.G. Is that too early, or are you okay with that in the first phase?
I love it because Musashi and Dharma, these two picks has already shown one thing. If Siri plays over aggressive in these team fights, you best believe these two assassins will be hunting down Siri on their early pick here. So being able to pick up the Musashi this early on, it's pretty decent here, especially going to the second phase of the draft. You're starting to see more of these jungle picks locked away from Haku's pool.
Yeah, you're taking things away. Plus, I mean, that Yuan is going to be one of the hotly contested one. I mean, which position is it going to be? I mean, does Clue want to play it? Does, you know, Inua at the end of the day? There's a lot of different ways that you can go with that. And it adds quite a bit of flexibility going into the second phase of the draft. And plus, that sustain that you have, it's kind of annoying to deal with. It will be very interesting to see exactly where they want to go, especially since there's a bit of a gap in the Nongshim lineup.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a gap here, but I love the Doliet and also the Liu Bang ban here. It is something that allows Clue to enable the draft to a next level, right? You have the Dolia, you can give double Musashi ultimate, double Yuan ultimate, which is not what you really want here. So good bans overall coming in from Nongshim, especially since what they learned yesterday, Clue does play a nasty Liu Bang along with Rock on these engages here. So Channel does get locked in. It's also one of these counter picks against the early in the early game in the laning phase and also in that late game power spike.
Yeah, those wolves are kind of annoying for Siri to have to deal with on that early. But going into this one, I mean, if you're going to pick the jungler, though, you see that the Musashi's there. What are you kind of eyeing towards? Like, what are you looking for as a jungle pick for Haku?
Ooh, the Monkey and the Jing has been banned away from Haku here. So potentially, maybe something of a front line here, like the Agudo, because the Agudo, if you time that Gorge mobilization, which is your ultimate, you can just nice, at the nick of time, dodge away from the Due to the Death here, if you time it perfectly here. So that is a decent counter coming in from the Nongshim lineup.
Yeah, great pick, the final two. I mean, you called it with the Agudo there, and then the Nua. This is the illusion special in the sense that he does so much damage, right? He had the second most average damage per game with 79,000. That is quite a bit. He doesn't get the highest of kills because Haku is there on cleanup duty, but really, illusion just sets it up. But now Gen.G with the final pick, they're going to go with the Heino.
They're going to go to the Heino here, so it does exceptionally well against the Agudo because you spawn the critters, you spawn the neutral monsters, and then Heino can just stack that Javelin, stack these damages, and then it will just break through the front line, right? And especially when you're playing this siege-heavy composition on the Agudo, once you get Fates Rewinded, the turret's just going to come back full health here, and you'll be scratching your head like, oh man, all those time wasted just for this Heino to ult.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot. I mean, in terms of that sustain, which is going to be annoying to deal with. And I mean, it kind of counters the Agudo in a way, which is kind of a slow sieging style. And if you've got the Heino to kind of, you know, the Fate Rewind, you don't really want to use it at that great spot. I mean, it's one of those things where you kind of time it properly. But going into this game, now we know that the picks have been made. Who are you giving the edge to here, Sagi?
I think it's a very 50-50 draft, but early game will be pivotal for both teams. Because for Nongshim, if the early game is not as smooth for the early and Byron, they tend to fall off insanely hard at the late game here. But for Gen.G, if the early game fails, you will see the channel on Monto have a very hard scaling time because he needs those items here. So it's a battle in the early game for the control for the side lanes.
But for me, I'm looking at this lineup, and the Musashi Rock, plus the Heino to kind of mitigate most of that. But it's going to be quite a lot in that regard. But of course, this is all going to be the official gaming phone, Realme 15 Pro official gaming phone, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
And I'm certainly feeling the difference in towards the mid lane here because Siri and Faye so dominant in that mid push here. This is what you want as an early, right? Put them towards the mid lane. Let this Siri cook and let this Siri control these silent objectives. But Clue and Inua trying to match this tempo here, but Clue extremely low.
Oh, the flash away. He's going to get to safety, but now Kyung9 is getting low himself. He gets chipped out, and it looks like he's going to give up first blood to Clue, who just gets that snipe out. That bait was perfect.
That bait was immediately perfect, and that is the reason why you don't fight in the enemy jungle. Because of the Guardian Sprite, it gives you 10% damage reduction for your team in that jungle here. That's why you did not see Clue immediately get blown apart, thanks to that 10% damage reduction.
I mean, Kyung9 thought he was fine, but level 2, even with the Byron trying to go in for that very aggressive move, and Nongshim paid with their lives, not a great start for them, but Gen.G just defending their jungle, which they had to have done.
Exactly the case here, and you can see from this early game, it really benefits Gen.G because they slow down the game tempo against the likes of a Ali, against the likes of a Byron here. But look at Faye, trying to find the angle on towards the Monto here, but beautiful stun coming in from Ku to disengage his marksman towards safety.
Yeah, and using that soaring signal to just get back to safety, the leap away by Monto, just staying alive more than anything else. Nongshim right now, they're trying to force it. You're down, you're down a kill, so to speak, and now you want to kind of get a little bit of aggressive, you want to make a move, and Gen.G are just sniffing that one out.
Because they're playing on a timer, right? RLE scales exceptionally hard towards the mid phase, and Monto, this channel outscales the RLE here. And for Kyung9 and Seri, they are pressured to make plays and win the lane here. But losing out that first blood really put a stop towards that plan right now because they need to find that angle. They need to break this game wide open in that early to mid phase.
They definitely need to make something happen, right? They need that damage. They need that space more than anything else. And look at how Faye has been pushed back. Clue doing a great job of just poking and prodding, making things uncomfortable. Haku now looking to make his way downtown, but it's about 5 more seconds before his own Crimson is back. He's probably going to just back off and take his own buff soon.
Yep, and still so far a decent early game, but
they dive.
Monto.
They find Monto. They're not afraid. The Gorge mobilization was on point. Haku getting the kill, and now that's going to open up the enemy jungle. Inua's there to defend.
Inua's there to defend, but what can he do? It's just an Inua with no CC on towards the channel, on towards the Hano here. So this early game, like we mentioned, it's a beautiful stuff here coming in from Haku, capitalizing on Monto's over aggressiveness in that laning phase.
Yeah, a little out of position, got caught out. I mean, I don't think he expected Haku to just stick around, and it just happened to be taken out on this one. But now, 35 more seconds before that timer. It's Nongshim, yes, they're equal in terms of the levels, or in terms of the kills. They've gotten themselves back in this one, but this 4-minute tyrant is going to be a big one.
It will be a big one here, and I want to see how teams approach it with cautious, because in terms of the overall goal, it's still at a 50-50, but priority gives it towards the series because with that kill and assist, he's starting to win about like 300 gold, which is like a wave and a half worth of gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be huge at this point, right? I mean, 300 gold, 300, 500 gold, you're talking like great number at this point. But now Gen.G have to back off. Here comes the teleport. Kyung9, they're looking to fortify around the tyrant, trying to make that move here as it spawns.
And you see all-time members already appearing onto this mid to bot side here, so this pressure is on. Whoever gets this will solidify that early to mid game here, as we see Gen.G pushing Nongshim away.
Yeah, pushing it away, but look at the Tyrant. He's going to be leashed back. The Wild Growth is on point. The Furball is on point. Finding Clue in a bad spot. The Unending Sorrow, he's going to look to out-sustain this one. The Favorite Wine is going to be used. Inuo's back in. He's throwing out those scepters like they're going out of style, but Siri getting solo. He gets picked up, as well as Haku, and they find a third kill with Faye. And now Gen.G have opened it up, and it looks like they're going to take the Tyrant.
Big win here coming in from Gen.G, taking 3 kills, assassinating Siri, because Siri found the flank, went in for some poke, but once you use all your spell as an Ali, you have no tools to escape from Wawa's Dharma here. Losing 3 kills and a Tyrant against Gen.G's late game draft, that is terror coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, terrible play, right, in a sense. I mean, Gen.G just completely capitalized. They were pulling away the Tyrants, but they gave up at the right time. The nice duel to death, finding Kyung9 in a bad spot. 2 for 1, they're going to take that kill.
Gen.G definitely did some homework after that series yesterday because they are looking so hot in this series here. But check out the replay here. Siri uses the ultimate to go in and kites slightly, damages all. But look at Wawa, he keeps marking Siri. He found Siri towards the wall here. And as of this point, this RLE's location is all on cooldown. There's no DPS, hence everyone on Nongshim RedForce is just left to dry.
Really not enough damage here to be making some sort of play, right? I mean, the Fate Rewind mitigates so much. You don't really have the burst to kind of deal with the Hano at this stage. So it's a kind of a scary proposition to be taking any sort of fight. You're going to get baited more than anything else.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case here. And Monto, this late game marksman, right now, Gen.G is up 3,000 gold at just 6 minutes here. So it's not a good news coming in from Nongshim. RedForce, especially like we talk about, Byron, Arlie, these picks tend to scale not as great compared to the Halo or Channel combination.
Yeah, but they did a little bit of damage onto Inuo, who's going to respect it. He's not going to use the Fate Rewind. Top T1 has already been taken out. But look at how Nongshim are kind of scrambling. It doesn't seem like they know what the right call is. They're looking to group, and then they disengage because they can't find the right targets.
It's difficult, right? Because as of this point, you're losing out of that early tempo, and Gen.G is so ahead in terms of that growth curve. Usually at this stage, you're thinking like, oh, we won't be in control because of the fact that Siri, Kyung-Nai on this pick. But look at mid lane though, when the engage goes through,
they're trying to engage, but they're not going to dive under the tower. And more than anything else, it was very ambitious. The amount of sustain that they have is just way too much. Now Gen.G going in. Rock wants to go to the duel of the death. Finds Haku, who's a little bit low, who has to retreat. But the Crimson Golem is now going to be taken away by Gen.G, completely capitalizing on a failed attempt.
Failed attempt, Crimson Golem goes over to Gen.G. Disaster coming in from Nongshim in this early to mid phase here. So for Nongshim to come back, they need to find a big play, either from Faye, either from Kyung-Nai. It is desperately needed as of this point.
With the space and everything taken away by them, Gen.G just doing such a great job, taking the bottom T2 essentially for free. Kyung-Nai doing some damage, but he's not going to be able to burst them. Gen.G with that sustain still ongoing.
Yeah, the sustain is the main factor that Gen.G can always keep up on these rotations because Blue is always there, but Monto gets caught out.
Kyung-Nai, he goes, finds Monto, who has to try to flash away, tries to get over the wall. He's going to be picked off. Siri finds him. The Annihilation is a little bit late, but they have the box and they lock up mid and they find Wawa as well. That's 2 members down from Gen.G.
That's the key play I'm talking about. If Kyung-Nai finds the members like Monto, that is a big success here coming in from Nongshim RedForce. These are the plays. You need the Byron, you need the Fate to really find that angle here, and it is shown to be so rewarding.
Yeah, definitely rewarding here. And I mean, Haku, when you have that Agudo, you're able to kind of continue on with that push as well. I mean, they're going to have to disengage at this point, but that was a moment where you get the kills, turn it into towers, and that hard net worth swinging your way is going to be huge in coming back in this one.
Well, look at Rock here. Might be caught out by Illusion on that teleport here, but it's still a Rock here. He's one of the most fed members coming in from Gen.G, so it will be difficult to catch on this assassin like as he goes in for engage.
Oh, dual death finding him. The Storm Strike used defensively, but there's not too much, and he just gets run down, but Rock will pay with his life. The Annihilation is on point, fighting 2 other members, and now Monto on the run. It's a disaster for them, and Haku gets the snipe. He's not able to find it. The Sori signal, he dashes away, tries to leap to safety, and Monto will survive, but a sliver of life.
What a beautiful Annihilation into the creation combo coming in from Illusion, immediately annihilating anyone and who from any potential in those team fights. And once again, look at the kill score. It was 1-5, and it turned on tables right as Nongshim regained full control of the game due to the fact that they are so mechanically gifted in those team fights.
Being able to fight back and to just kind of dig deep with this comeback, and now they're looking to take this Shadow or the Tyrant, the last one before the Shadow one. But you know, again, this is looking to be for free here.
Yeah, free stuff going over to Nongshim RedForce. Game goes back to a 50-50 angle here, so the least you can expect going into that 10th-minute mark, it will be much more smoother for Nongshim RedForce as they recovered from such a tough mid-game. And you can see Siri already picking up that Daybreaker as his first item before that 10th-minute mark.
Yeah, it's all going to be about Siri on this one. They need that damage. They need that burst. Yes, he needs to stay alive. If Rock and Wawa are able to just kind of arrow him in team fights, he's going to have a bad time like that first team fight we saw in this game. But as long as Siri's alive, able to do that, he's going to stick around. He's going to go in. But the duel to death, fighting Haku, he's like a laser in that sense. But now they're going to turn this around. Rock didn't have the burst. The rest of Gen.G are going to go with the truth, knocking off the 3. They find the perfect engage, and now Kyung-Nai trying to salvage this, but he's going to go down as well, and Gen.G, blink of an eye, and Wawa strikes hard.
Wawa so cool and sick with it, finds the 3-man knockup with the Truth Mantra, immediately annihilating Nongshim Red. It was looking so good for the greatest threat until Wawa zipping in, picking up that 3-man knockup. So darn well played by Wawa.
And actually, it looked like Gen.G were going to be on the retreat, and that's why Nongshim were like, okay, they got a little bloodthirsty. They were grouping up. They were looking to engage, and Wawa was like, haha, psych, and flashed in and gets that truth, completely turned the game on its head.
I hope we get a replay because that was such a majestic engage coming in from Wawa. Things were looking so damn bad for Gen.G up until that one miracle play done by him here. Ooh, this is why you don't give away the Dharma, because it's so punishing.
Yeah, and we were talking about how Clue is leveled up going into KME Fall, but Wawa as well. He's been on the rise. He's just gotten better and better for the past year that we've seen him on the global stage. This guy is becoming an absolute menace. Being able to set things up, that might have been a game-winning team fight there.
I have to agree with you because it just turned heads all over for Gen.G. It was looking Nongshim coming back from all those kills and team fights, but that Truth Mantra doesn't just give you 3 kills, it gave you control over the Shadow Tyrant and all the tier 2s outside of the base. And right now, 3,000 gold lead with Shadow Tyrant. If you're Gen.G, you have the control right now.
Yeah, you have to have the control. You have a 3K net worth lead. Now you're looking to siege the top T3. They're going to Fate Rewind right through to the back. Gets that vision, though, but they take down the top T3. That's going to be huge for them. And Gen.G, again, just backing off, waiting for the next minion wave, pillaging the enemy jungle on their way out.
Yep, you rinse and repeat, get the jungle, get the resource, get the tower, and right now, after the Primal Bond is down from the Shadow Tyrant, turn your heads, go to the Shadow Vanguard, rinse and repeat again, get all the tier 3s. That's how you formulate a very good lead coming in from Gen.G Esports. Gotta say, Wawa, what a savior.
What an absolute savior. And going into this one, just setting it up. Gen.G right now looking to take this Overlord. Yes, Nongshim knows that it's happening, but they're looking for the right approach. They find Inuo, but that's really not the right target. He's going to be able to out-sustain you. Nongshim now on the run. They're looking for Wawa, if anything, or to just fix the bottom lane.
Yeah, bottom wave pressure being set up by Wawa gives them a straight beeline towards that Shadow Vanguard here. So it goes uncontested. Nongshim RedForce, they have to find a way to stop this insane push that's being formulated from the side of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, but there's no way at this point. Plus, they've taken the Overlord, the Shadow Overlord at that, so there's going to be even more push going the way of Gen.G. Nongshim right now grasping for air, finding whatever sort of space they can find, but getting back in is going to take another miracle team fight.
I think the good news is coming in from Nongshim. Their double carry at the side of Illusion and Siri is farming decently well here. So that is a good news. So as long as those two survive, it's still a potential comeback here. But look at Inuo here. Plays so aggressive on that Hano.
Yeah, but look at that Annihilation. Just the damage. That they do need to respect that, especially when you have that Fate Rewind. Is like, yeah, you can just kind of shrug that off. But if you get low, especially when you're hanging around Monto, kind of a scary proposition.
Kind of scary proposition, but look at mid lane though. Fate Rewind is popped, forces all the members to back off, gets another tier 3 towards the mid lane here. Tier 3s won't respond here. Siri looking for the play. Do they get it though?
They're not able to get any sort of catch. They have to deal with the Shadow Vanguards that are crashing into the mid lane. Perfect disengage by Gen.G. No need to be rushing it. You can be patient and you can continue to play the long game because you have such a good lead.
You get such a good lead, your scaling is much better compared to Nongshim RedForce. The driving seat is just prepared and swept up clean for the side of Gen.G Esports right now because, my oh my, they are playing such a clean 10th minute mark thanks to Wawa's Miracle Engage.
Absolutely, Miracle Engage. I mean, that was the tipping point. We can't speak more of it until Nongshim find a way to come back in. This is going to be the Shadow Tyrant. Gen.G are looking to start this with Haku on the side, but this could be a tough one, especially since they're going for the side, and they find Kyung9. He got caught out trying to deal with the Vanguards, and that opens it up. It's 5 versus 4 at this point, and now they want to go in. They're trying to go for Illusion. They find the Duel of Death instead, and they get the pick off on a Siri, and that might be all she wrote in game 1 as they get Faye as well. A triple kill going the way of Rocket. They're continuing to run it down. They get Illusion, and Haku, the last man standing. Gen.G forcing it down. He gets to the fountain, but they're going to take the crystal, and Gen.G will take game 1.
Beautiful team fight that's coming in for the side of Gen.G Esports. They found Kyung9 alone, and once again, it was Wawa finding an initiation on those key members, making it a 4-5 scenario in favor of Gen.G Esports. That's how they got that game-winning fight into that game-winning push in this game number 1.
Gen.G looking so scary at this point. And I mean, I think previously, if you saw these guys, you would have seen Clue like celebrating, putting his arms up or whatever, but he knows this is a marathon, right? They're in this one, like a heavyweight battle going the distance. They know that this is just one game. Nongshim will probably bounce back and they need to be ready. So again, very business-like. I like it how Gen.G are approaching this, but they completely cleaned out Nongshim in that game one.
Ooh, this really falls towards draft, right? Because you can't just keep picking early when you're putting Siri into a position when there's the Dharma, when there's the Musashi. It really puts Siri in such a bad position, knowing that there's always a Dharma looking at him if he does go for those plays here. So very good drafting coming in from Gen.G. You can see, even though the game were to be dragged until a 6-6, 50-50 in terms of the score, but once that Dharma finds that one pick on towards the early, the entire game falls back to Gen.G's favor.
Yeah, the only thing in favor of Nongshim right now is the fact that global ban pick, you will not be seeing the Dharma again in this series going up against you. So you got to restrict what Wawa's bringing. And to your point, I think it was a great idea in the sense of like trying to go with Arlie, especially in game one. Like, we'll see where you want to go. But Gen.G had all the answers in terms of laning, in terms of the jungle. All of the matchups, they had a slight edge, and Nongshim were playing very reactively.
Yeah, Nongshim was playing very reactively. It's because that they don't really have the tools to really force team fights against Gen.G. If you were to look as a whole, Gen.G's team composition, the longer they scale, the stronger they are, and they're always on the active point. They always have the active engage. So what Faye finds a perfect cannon blast, so what Haku finds a knockup. In the end, if you get hit by the duel to the death coming in from the Musashi, you get hit by the truth mantra coming in from Wawa, things just go south for your team almost immediately.
Yeah, definitely went south. I mean, Gen.G did such a great job with Inu and Clue, always poking and prodding in the front, and they had to sustain. So it's like, okay, we're able to provide all this vision to Gen.G, but looking at this gold graph, yeah, there was a chances for Nongshim to kind of come back at that 10-minute mark. Things were looking good, but then Wawa, that giant dip is Wawa with that play right there. Just really set the tone. But the MVP of this one is going to go to Rock with all of his kills. That KDA apparently does matter as he's 7-1-2.
My boy Wawa is robbed here. Come on, man. He made that heroic pointer, but okay. Rock was definitely a rock-solid performance here coming in from his Musashi. Definitely one of the key players in locking down Siri and also Illusion coming into these fights here. So it's really down to Rock and Wawa finding those engages, allowing Gen.G to be in such a comfortable position here. As we can see, in towards the early game here, Kyo9 went in for the engage here, but Clue flashing out almost immediately, resulting in that first blood. But check this out. This is the one that Siri really made a big mistake here. He tried to go for the flank here, does not find on the key targets here, already expending all the spells, making him vulnerable to the Dharma.
Yeah, just a little out of position there. I mean, Siri in the heart of the enemy team, you never really want to be there. And I mean, just kind of paid for his sin, so to speak. And Nongshim kind of, uncharacteristic mistakes, they were really trying to force things as much as possible. And Nongshim had their moments, right? This is a good team fight. They were getting back into it. They made Wawa pay and Manto, which was huge, but they really didn't have any answers for Rock.
Yeah, look at this. So Rock is here, gets taken down, 3 kills go over to the side of Gen.G. They win so much here, but this is the one that we talk about, the miracle engage coming in from Wawa. You see, things are starting to go really bad coming in from Gen.G, even though they are chunking out the HP, but Wawa comes in, scoops up that 3-man knockup, and I gotta say, this was MVP worthy here.
Yeah, that one play was just absolutely amazing. Rock, again, when he was trying to disengage at that point, everybody was so bloodthirsty from Nongshim. They were continuing to chase. They were grouped up in that alleyway for Wawa to hit that perfect truth, really set it up, and pretty much running it down when you have that numbers advantage, very easy. Gen.G clearly deserved this game 1 win.
Very beautiful stuff here coming from Gen.G Esports, especially when we talk about the price of the draft. The price of the first game draft coming in from the side of Nongshim was not really cheap because it is expensive. You have Arlie, you have also the Byron, but that's game 1. Let's head on for a short break before we come into game number 2.
The blinding light, it was standing there. surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Game 1 Gen.G Esports basically cleaning house right there with Wawa's play really taking it to Nongshim. Sagi, your thoughts on that first game?
Explosive. Wawa was dropped. I think he deserved MVP, but jokes aside, it was definitely a well-done draft coming in for Nongshim RedForce. They really baited the early pick here coming in from Siri and had all the answers to it in the form of the Musashi, in the form of the Dharma that was constantly providing this pressure against the mobile marksman.
Yeah, they had a lot. I mean, a lot of sustain, the Haino, the Yuan, and this is why they're kind of, I mean, the Haino not really as meta, but the Yuan definitely, and just kind of keeping that sustain going, right? And Nongshim were trying to do as much damage as possible, but they could never really draw a beat on anyone because of the amount of sustain that they had to deal with. So they really struggled in that regard. Gen.G with the clear out draft in game 1.
Well, that is the beauty of global ban pick, right? Because once you already expanded that Yu Huan in game number 1 for Gen.G, you are forced to either ban it away or to let it go towards the Nongshim RedForce side. So that is always going to be an issue coming into this format. Global ban pick limits you from repeating the same draft.
Yeah, and definitely going to be, you know, kind of something that needs to be kind of aware of, right? But Nongshim right now, they're like, hey, we didn't do such a great job with the Arlie, but we're going to ban it first because we do not want to give this up to Monto on that side from Gen.G. But Gen.G go on the same side in the sense of they're going to be happy with this pay ban. They don't want to let Haku get going.
Nah, Haku with the pay is just nasty here, but we are seeing Arlie and also Mayin being banned away from Monto and Wawa's hand here. And I gotta say, so far Wawa's on a pretty good form here, making tons of plays, super confident, even though it's just game number 1 here. But Gen.G banning out the Luna, banning out the pay here, so that opens up the Maestro Nui for the taking of Illusion in towards that mid lane.
It almost seems like, I mean, Nongshim here picking up the Mai. This is going to be the Illusion special. They want to kind of set the pace, right? That was the biggest thing that they lacked in that first game, where they were constantly on the defensive. But this is one where it can kind of provide a lot of pressure on the side lanes, which Illusion really needs to do a better job of going into game 2 here.
Yeah, that's why you have the Maestro Nui, because it provides so much pressure in terms of that early game tempo, with that early game setup and multiple knockups coming in from Maestro Nui. That's what makes it so special here. But I like the Musashi pickup here. It really limits the Long from all these approaches, especially with the Illuminating Slash, that's spell 1. It blocks projectiles like the Flaming Palm coming in from the Long.
Yeah, a lot of different options. They want to just kind of run it down, get a little bit, enact a little bit of revenge onto Rock here by picking up this Musashi, going at this one. So now Gen.G need to figure out a way to deal with this assassin who's going to be running at you. It's one thing to burst him down, but now you got the Guan Yu from Nongshim, and which, can completely change the landscape of a team fight by relocating people around.
I'm just worried for the Guan Yu because we've seen this exact matchup yesterday, and it didn't really fell into favor of the likes of Kyungna in that laning phase, because Wawa on that fatigue really put in a lot of work to limit Guan Yu's approach in these team fights, especially when you only have a Long that can really bounce this Guan Yu away with that spell tree. You have to wonder, coming in from Nongshim RedForce, does this Guan Yu pay off dividends in such an early draft?
I mean, they know, I think the biggest thing is it's more of like a counter pick in the draft, right? They know it's the fatigue. He's not going to do the greatest job in terms of like a one-on-one laning, but it's more about that team fight later on, right? It provides a lot of control, which is going to be great. Plus, you have the Mai with their own Ruin Engine. There's a lot of potential for just pushing people around, right? But Gen.G, they're responding with the Yao themselves. The Return to Dust could be huge for him, and because he gets dove on or he gets out of position, he's going to have that to be able to get back to safety.
I love the ultimate coming in from Yao and the entire spell setup here, because he can absorb damage and then he can bounce back to 2 seconds ago with the Return to Dust. So that's something that Gen.G can play around with the poke and prod strategy, because Rock with that Yao, yes, it's an assassin, but it's one of those assassins where it can poke you and then hop back to safety here. So there's a lot of pressure coming in from this Yao pick.
Definitely a lot of pressure. He needs to perform, but I mean, Rock is definitely the guy who's going to be able to do it. One of the best junglers in the KME. If you have any sort of, doubts about him, you have not been watching the games, because he's always been on point. He has the 4th most kills in the ranking week with 55. This is a guy that's been able to really just kind of accelerate and, call out when the team needs him in terms of getting all those kills.
Exactly, that is Rock's identity since his starting appearance in Gen.G Esports. But I love Gen.G Esports' recent growth, whereby it went from solely relying on Rock to a team whereby they all evolve and currently grow as a whole to really carry up the burden and share the burden amongst the teammates. So that is such a beautiful storyline here. It just explains, not a team in the world can always maintain that top spot. There is always a challenger tomorrow.
Yeah. All the teams are leveling up. They're getting better. And I mean, they've largely been stuck together, right? In the sense that these are guys that have been playing with each other for quite some time. So you're seeing just how synergized they are when they make those coordinations, when they make those calls. They're always together. And speaking of making a call, they're going to go with the Yixing in that mid lane to deal with the Mai. Great, not so great in terms of the one-on-one matchup, but it's more of to lock those boards down when you see the Guan Yu or the Mai potentially barreling in on you.
Yeah, that board will play a big role, right? Especially, we are seeing a Sunbin be locked in by Faye. That's a clue special being taken away from the draft here. So that is an interesting takeaway coming from Nongshim RedForce. And we're starting to see more of the Sunbin pick being up and available in the KME, especially Survival Week.
And this is what we love about Gen.G. Okay, they're not going to go with the Kongmin. I thought they were going to go with that one. They're going to do the Zhuangzi to ensure that Clue has his ways to deal with all that, that potential CC that's going to be on top of you. But the Sunbin pick, you were talking about it being the Clue special. It's amazing against Siri. You know where he's going to land in terms of that dragon, and having that time lapse there, just waiting to just catch him, it's a perfect way to catch your dragon.
Exactly, and it also really makes you wonder why Sunbin is such a good pick against the Long. It's because one thing, alright, when you pop that ultimate onto the Long, you have to react to the enemy, right? But if the Sunbin lands that silence onto you before you can cast the ultimate, you're just gonna get jumped by the Marshes and the Musashi, and you can't even use the Infinite Vastus bailout. So that is why the Sunbin is a counter towards the Long.
Yeah, and also it really is annoying against the Yao as well, right? He has that Return to Dust that you were talking about, of going back in time about 2 seconds. I mean, if he's able to catch that one or cast it, he's going to have a great time. But again, if he's silenced with that time lapse, in addition to, the Manto Loon getting caught out as well, they could have some troubling team fights ahead of them.
And one more thing, like the time flux coming in from the spell to the Sunbin, if that's maxed out, it refunds 50% of the damage taken as a full if you don't burst in time. So against a burst heavy composition like the Fatigue, like the Long, every time Fei press that spell too, they're just gonna be wondering like, oh, can I burst you in time before the Time Flux comes back with the healing? Because this Time Flux, it does not get affected by healing reduction.
Yeah, for this game though, it's going to be, in my opinion, Illusion to set the tone in the early game. Is he able to kind of provide that pressure? Fei, come mid to late game, if he's hitting those time lapses and they're silencing, they're just going to win. They're going to be able to just run it down in terms of those team fights. So it comes to Gen.G ensuring that they stay alive. Yes, one person might be picked off, but they have everyone else to kind of clean up the rest of them.
But hey, it's game 2. It's time for Gen.G to really push it towards the match point, or for Nongshim RedForce to find that key moment that they need to bring the series back to a 1-1.
I think that Nongshim, I mean, if you're looking at this draft, and you're going into the series and you were thinking, yeah, this is definitely going to go to a game 5. This is going to be a bounce-back lineup. I think it's strong enough to be able to deal with this Gen.G lineup, but of course, we're going to have to find out in this game 2 here.
Yep, and we're starting to see Monto getting pressured pretty hard here towards the bottom side here. Doesn't get the steal towards the Spike-tail Beast. It does go in favor of Nongshim RedForce. Onto its cross side, same thing is happening from the side of Gen.G Esports. He's putting a lot of pressure onto Kyung9 in the splash lane.
I think it's a good idea for Gen.G, right? Ensure that Wawa has that bit of an edge. I mean, he had a slight edge in terms of that lane-up matchup, but now that you've kind of enforced, you know, your will with Clue up there as well as Rock, now it's going to be even tougher for Kyung9 to kind of get back in. Wawa has that advantage and will make it very difficult for him.
Yeah, it will be very difficult here coming in for a start of Kyung9, but that's Kyung9, right? He doesn't need to win the laning phase. He needs to survive and find those angles later on in the team fight to push into Monto or even Rock into the warm hands of Nongshim RedForce with the ultimate of the Grace of Cavalry.
Yeah, it's just ensuring that the tower stays alive more than anything else. He's not going to be able to out-farm, but he needs to be careful he doesn't get jumped. Kyung9 needs to have a much better game. I felt like in game 1, he died way too many times because he was just trying to force the issue a bit too much.
Yeah, but let's say it's coming to game number 2. Everybody is with a fresh mind here. Ooh, Monso getting hit extremely hard towards that bottom side here. So Seri and Fei playing a much better laning phase here in this 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, putting the pressure on. And Monto, he's not even level 4. We just hit it. Now he can get on his dragon if he needs to, but that could have been tough for him. And now Siri, I mean, he was doing some decent work ensuring that the attacks were singling him out, putting the pressure on, but now they're both level 4. I think it's all a bit of a wash now.
A bit of a wash, and look at Illusion. He's waiting Wawa in the wings.
He's got Ru Engine, he's got Soaring Good Dragon on top, but Wawa, he's like a man. He's going to take that one. He's going to eat up his healing dew, and he'll be fine in the morning.
Yeah, that's the ultimate coming in for the Fatir, because on click, it just release any form of CC. That's not a suppression, bailing you out from any form of danger here. So good reaction coming in from Wawa, just walking away, taking a healing view, and they call it a day.
Yeah, look at Inuo looking for that ambush. The box, they've got him locked in, and they've got him knocked around, and he doesn't get killed without taking liberties. What a great rotation, but now they want revenge. They got a 3-man stun, and they don't care. They've got the Razor Cavalry as well. They're going to dive their tower. They're going to make sure that they get 3 in return.
5 people from the side of Nongshim RedForce just appearing towards the boss side here. Fei does drop, but you return. 3 kills back in favor for the side of Nongshim RedForce. That is a big rotation coming in from the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, they're like, how many people do we need to rotate? Yes, everyone is there. Look at Gen.G. The box was perfect, completely setting it up without taking liberties, and you think that everything is good for Gen.G, but here come the Cavalry. They nice 3-man stun, plus the Razor Cavalry right on top of that. Nowhere to go, and that's that wombo combo and why they drafted those heroes early.
But still, I think it's very greedy coming in from Monto to not cast the Infinite Vastness after seeing Illusion coming in with that rotation here. So a bit of a misplay here coming in from Gen.G's roster, especially the farm lane, that can potentially bail himself out, minimizing the loss here. But we can see, goal lead is almost dead even with Gen.G starting off this Tyrant.
Yeah, they're looking to start this down. They have quite a bit of damage there. They have a lot of burst, and Rock will just smite that one. They take that one away, and Nongshim, they got caught flat-footed.
Yeah, they got caught flat-footed, but they didn't want to contest in the first place because we saw Haku in towards the top side, clearing his jungle, just like what a jungle assassin needs to do. Prioritize your own farming tempo, and then look at these neutral objectives here. So it's still a 50-50 trade, but we see Illusion here finding the angle onto Monto.
Infinite Vastness used instantly. He learned his lessons. He was like Sagi was saying, I need to get on my dragon faster. I will. And so he listens to him, and he makes sure that he stays alive here.
He's probably in his brain, he's like, oh man, this Sagi guy is always nagging me. He's always yapping. I gotta play better so he stops his yapping, you know? So, sorry, Monto. It's what casters do. We yap at the best.
Monto's like, you're not my mom. Get off my back. I'm going to do what I want. But I think he was like, okay, actually, that's probably a good idea. I'm going to listen to Sagi on this one.
Yeah, but we see more of these rotations here, trying to limit Monto's farming tempo here. KM9 taking his jungler's role, just making sure that this dragon in towards the bottom lane does not have a smooth sailing scaling here, because once this dragon scales, you kind of have to wonder here. Maybe Siri gets one-shotted by those flaming palm, maybe Illusion also gets nuked down, so they need to limit Monto as best as possible when he does not have the infinite vastness.
Yeah, with Siri right now, he's got a 500 gold lead. He has that edge. So this is going to be a huge win for Nongshim, at least early. Really taking it. And now Wawa in a bad spot. It looks like Illusion gets the Ruin on top of him. He's got the slashes, and Wawa, no stranger to the fights. He wants to go. And here come the reinforcements, and it looks like Rock is not going to be able to find anybody.
Wawa is very confident coming into these games because he knows, like, okay, I have the mechanics, I have the backup coming in from Rock. I do not need to burn the flash here. I just need to make sure that I don't die and play towards my minimum limits.
Yeah, very smart flash laner. He's actually one of the best right now in KME. He's just been able to just shine at this point with his timing, his understanding of just like his heroes and where he needs to be. He knew that he was going to be safe and that reinforcements were on the way with Rock coming. So just Wawa playing very well in that top lane.
Yeah, playing very well here, but the laning phase is still being extended here coming from both these two teams here. They do get the steal over on the Crimson Golem, so that's a win coming in from Nongshim RedForce as they take another prize of the Wild Force before they exit the jungle of Rock.
Yeah, Nongshim changing things up from the game one where they kind of let Rock get going, left him alone, let him do his own thing. But now you're taking away some of the buffs. It's going to slow him down ever so slightly, which is going to be huge for Nongshim because, again, they want to go in. The Ruengine on point of this one. He's just trying to push back, but now Rock will get under the tower. The board has been set up. Doesn't catch any.
That's the return to dust that we're talking about, right? It removes the Stardust, it allows him to tank up so much damage, and that is why Rock survived that gank among 3 people here. So this is the Yao that's going full damage, that's being so darn tanky here, but look at the top side though, Wawa is getting pushed away by KM9 on this Guan Yu.
Yo, KM9, you need to take the top T1, like hold up a bit, you know what I mean? I know you're trying to cut the creeps or whatever, but now Nongshim putting the pressure on, they're going to take a bottom T1, and Gen.G have no answers.
Yeah, much more clean early game here coming from Nongshim RedForce. There's no super Wawa play coming in towards the mid game, so it is in Nongshim's favor in this early game to get that 1,000 gold lead here, but it's still the mid game, it's still no big team fight between these two teams here, so it's still a very 60-40, 50-50 sort of map situation we're looking at.
Yeah, it's definitely far from over at this point. I would say more like 55-45. It's like negligible at this stage. Gen.G win one team fight, take one big tyrant, you know, a big jungle objective, then they're going to be good, but now they're looking to go for this. The board is going to be set up. The box has been set up for the Duel of Death with the Ruengine, the Razor Cavalry. KM9 just pushing them back with those heroic charges, but are they able to get any side aside from an Inua and Monto? They've gotten a little bit more. They want to go for Glue, and they do end up getting him, but they trade away Siri.
They trade away Siri, they trade away KM9, so that's 2 side lanes going down over to the side of Nongshim RedForce, but on the side of Gen.G, they take 3 kills and return as another engage goes on to Wawa, making it a 4 for the side of Nongshim RedForce as they come out on top in this exchange.
Wawa and Rock were both just in the wrong side of town, and Wawa's like, buddy, I got you. We're going to stick with Rock, no? And then Rock just like let him go, and then he was like, you're on your own, buddy.
Yeah, you're on your own. I gotta go. I got this. It's nice knowing you, Wawa. Hey, who's Wawa? I'm out of here.
I hardly knew him.
I hardly knew him. That's a friend from college.
Yeah. Aku makes him pay, and he gets that revenge kill, which is going to be huge. I mean, he's keeping on pace. Rock staying alive is a must for Gen.G's hopes in this game.
Exactly. Coming into this series, in this game number 2 here, we see Nongshim RedForce getting at 2,000 gold here. Wawa might be here for another takedown, but he does get poked and choked away from this Azure Golem. So bye-bye Azure Golem. It goes to Haku's pocket.
Nongshim doing a good job. Understanding when you have the lead, you need to do more than just stay on your side of the jungle. You need to be aggressive. You need to be stealing away buffs. Nongshim have done that, and now they're looking to put the pressure on Gen.G.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on right now. We can see so much stress coming in for the side of Gen.G's roster here. They're scrambling for scraps here, especially on the members like Monto, on the members like Rock. They need resources to find those key winning team fights here, but so far, it's still looking super in favor of the boys in red.
Yeah, in favor of that, but Rock with a slight edge over Haku, at least in the lane matchup. He has been the guy. Again, he hasn't really been killed yet, but he's 1-0-0. He's been off the map. Nongshim need to do a good job of just kind of honing him, tracking him, understanding where he is, and essentially putting him on house arrest.
And
while they're taking liberties, finding Faye, but he's going to just dash away.
Yeah, Clue doesn't find the Flash Cannon Blast here, so it does miss onto Faye here. So that's a common spell away and removed from the side of the roamer from Gen.G Esports here. As we see Monto potentially being caught out here. Forces to use Infinite Vaxes so early.
Very early, but the board has now been set. Catches out at least Siri, but I don't think they want to continue. They're going to give up, understanding that the Dragon has been used. Monto has expended that one, but the Tyrant, the first Shadow Tyrant, is going to go the way of Nongshim.
Yep, goes uncontested here, but that's the reason here. You cannot make these mistakes that really cost you key spells like the board, like the Infinite Vaxes here, that really cause you to be in such a negative spot, such a defensive spot.
Yeah, a very defensive spot. You really can't fight at that point, and now it looks like the Azure Golem is under contention here. Rocket's going to look to zone them away. He does have his smite if he wants to go. He will take that and ensures that he secures it, but now it looks like Monto got caught out. He had been pushed around. Kyung9 had just bullied him in a corner and taken him out.
That's the consequences of your actions 1 minute ago, Monto. Being forced away that Infinite Vaxes opens up room for Kyung9 to find that flank and to punish you. That this long, this hour in, if you do not have the ultimate, you are just another walk-in marksman.
And this is going to be the biggest question going into the league, right? KME fall was, how would Monto do in this lineup? And we had seen in ranking week, he did great. Yesterday, he did great as well. But it seems like Nongshim have really been forcing it down onto him, putting the pressure on, making him uncomfortable. And Monto has been caught out a couple too many times in this game.
And Siri is the exam that he has to take, right? Because Monto, if he wants to elevate Gen.G to a different level, the first person he has to beat will be Siri here. But out of the two games and yesterday's game, Siri is always up against him in that goal department here. So that's something he needs to be improving or fixing coming into the survival week and going into that playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for them. I mean, he needs to, like, this would be a huge statement win if they were able to pull him out. Survival week, obviously very key. You want to be top two. You got to get yourself locked into that one. Give yourself a much easier road, dare I say. So it's going to be key going into this one. But Gen.G right now, again, they're not out of this game. Yes, they're down about 2.7K, but Gen.G just trying to find whatever small gaps they can fill and get back in this one.
Like you mentioned, right, if you get that top 2 spot in Group S, you're minimally secured for top 3, and only one series will push you to that top 2 spot that allows you to go for that last chance qualifiers against KMW second and WKS first. But you have to focus right now. Every bit of improvement will result in that inevitable final week playoffs.
That would be huge. I mean, Gen.G, if they were to able to pull this victory out, I think it would be speak volumes. Their confidence would just be so next level. But the Shadow Overlord being picked up by Nongshim, they are playing from behind. They need to find a way to get back into this one.
Let's do 2,000 goal lead in favor of Nongshim RedForce. Not the biggest of the goal leads here, but in terms of combat ability here, we need to see when Monto secures that Siege Breaker. That is so important in making these plays, because so far in the damage department, they are still lacking and behind.
They're lacking, they're definitely behind at this point, right? I mean, you just saw how that top T2 got taken out. Nongshim just from afar, right? Gen.G not able to engage. It was a very risky one, if anything. They haven't been able to find somebody get caught out of position yet.
Exactly, and this just puts them in such a horrible position right now. But as long as they stall the game into a 15 to 16 minute mark, where the game tempo is equal between these two teams without losing high grounds, there still leaves room for Gen.G to make a potential comeback in towards this game number 2 here. But so far, Illusion making a lot of these plays, pulling so much attention to this match you're doing.
Yeah, a lot of space. I mean, they're pushing, they're sticking around here. It's perfect because they're just going to wait for that mid lane to crash in with those minion waves. So they're constantly putting pressure on. Gen.G have to do a great job of just fortifying their own base and staying behind. And again, the mid T1 taken for free because of all this map control.
Yeah, map control is the name of the game here, and so far it is in favor of Nongshim RedForce. They are looking to put away all these tier 2 coming in from Gen.G's map, and once this is done, they can always revisit back to that Shadow Tyrant and rinse and repeat for an even bigger lead.
T3s are the only thing standing from Gen.G. Nongshim have done a great job of putting the fight to them, expanding that lead. Now it's about 4K at this point. They've done such a great job. Now they're going to take the Shadow Tyrant, and they've scouted out the Overlord as well. Gen.G right now really grasping for straws at this point.
Yeah, it will take a miracle of a play here, especially Wawa finding the key members like Siri and also locking Faye away from those key time fluxes to bring back the HP bars of Sun Nongshim RedForce. But so far, moments like those are yet to be seen, but it will be a pivotal key potential from Wawa to find that backline engage.
Yeah, they find Kyung9 though. I mean, Kyung9 and Illusion have been really setting up the fights. I mean, they've been able to just push people back. The Razor Cavalry, the Ruinjins have been on point. So Faye hasn't really been able to kind of shine with those time lapses. It's more of a like, you know, double insurance, if you will, when they need it. He hasn't been able to do it because of the fact that everyone else has just set them up so well.
Yeah, and Sunbin, this pick is proving so much dividends. Look at the amount of silence value that's provided here, and Inua,
they're gonna die.
For the topic block.
Inua taking a lot of damage, but Nongshim right now doing a decent amount. The box had been set up. They had locked Haku in, but again, nobody wants to cage that animal.
Yeah, nobody wants to cage Haku. He's a crazy animal in terms of that disgusting Musashi that he showcased to us. So far, every Musashi that's picked so far has proven to have a lot of value here, and the pressure goes on.
Oh, the time flux right on top of this one with the box. He might have dove in way too deep. Haku, though, trying to fight on the back line, but he's somehow alive with that time flux. He gets out, space created. They take the bottom T3.
He goes in for that deep dive. He comes back out alive without even burning any of these key spells except for that Blood Rage here. That is a painful thing that's being taken away from Gen.G as the map is starting to grow smaller and smaller for the Gen.G Esports lineup.
Yeah, but the Shadow Overlord is going to be probably the next target that Nongshim are looking to have. Gen.G have sniffed that out. They want to kind of move around, putting that, trying to take whatever farm they can. I mean, look at Rock. He's 12.7, the highest in the game, but the rest of the team has not really been able to kind of follow in his footsteps. Monto is definitely far behind Siri, who's about 3K behind.
That is very painful, especially if you're a marksman. Not having the siege breaker at 17 minutes, usually the timing where you are already full build regardless if you're ahead or behind in the game here. So things are starting to look pretty difficult here for the Gen.G lineup. They need to find an angle for the comeback.
He goes right into this one, right onto Wawa. Haku is just trying to force it down, but again, space created. Clue with a nice little box, but that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. They've already picked off Clue. Infinite fastness. He's going to fly to the skies. No, he's going to go in reverse. He's going to get on out of there, and Haku survives yet again.
Haku going in with that Blood Rage bait into the Sage Sanctuary, allowing Gen.G to waste all the spells on this tanky Musashi and then getting alive, taking kills onto Clue, taking kills onto Wawa, and right now taking that tier 3 tower here with the last one in the mid lane left to dust.
20 more seconds for Wawa and Clue to be back off. The last T3 standing has been taken out. The Sorry Greed Dragon by Kyung9 all on front, just trying to force it down on a Rock. But now the force locks into 2, but Rock doesn't really want to fight with this, especially with that Shadow Vanguard in front. But Rock is trying to navigate the duel of death, but they get the crystal, and Nongshim strike back and even the series.
Beautiful game coming in from Nongshim RedForce. Very clean macro game and limiting the farm tempo from the side of Gen.G's key carries here. And then all the proactive engages coming in from the Musashi always pay off so well. So what if you find the backline off the side of Nongshim? It is always going to be Siri. It's going to be always Haku on that Musashi finding the correct carry angles, proving the fact that the better carries will win in the series.
Yeah, it was the mechanical play, right? It was that matchup in that farm lane, Monto, Siri going at it. And it looks like just, you know, Siri was just too strong in the end. Monto kind of, there were some shaky moments. He got caught out. He wasn't able to catch back up, right? And they really needed another damage dealer on this Gen.G lineup. Rock was staying alive. I think he only died a single time in this entire game, but he needs some support, right? And that was kind of the struggle that we've seen from Gen.G in the past, where Rock tries to do everything on his own, but he needs help.
He definitely needs help, and help wasn't delivered so far. Wawa was getting super limited coming in from the side of Gen.G's draft. That last pick, Sunbin, really limit the burst potential coming in from the side of the Gen.G lineup. With that time flux, it gives you so much health back when you time it correctly, and props to Faye, he was having a very good game on that Sunbin.
It's a game of roamers, right? Does Clue have an amazing game or does Faye, right? And then that team just wins. I mean, obviously all the other guys kind of help support and kind of create that like sort of space. But what I've noticed is that when you know, Faye or Clue are on point in that game, they will win. And Faye was definitely that man. I mean, the 114, very pedestrian in terms of a KDA, but you're talking about the time lapses, the time fluxes, all these things of getting Haku back to safety and alive. It just speaks volumes about this roamers play.
Well, that's the thing. You don't really want it be in your ranked games, but when it's in competitive, it's a whole different story because of how these pros understand the hero's capabilities, and that is what makes this pick so special between Nongshim, RedForce, and Gen.G because they play so darn well.
Yeah, very well. And I think Clue is just like, that's my boy, that's mine, that's my hero. That's like, why are you trying to take it away, right? And I mean, going into this one, you just saw the power of it. I mean, it was like a last pick roam Soonbin, right? So I think that really paid off in spades on this one. But the damage-wise, Rock trying to do as much heavy lifting as he can, but 78,000, but where's the rest of the squad? Wawa is doing his best, but he's the Clash laner. He's definitely not going to do as much.
Yeah, that just shows when you don't have enough gold on towards the marksman like Monto, you can't generate enough damage, especially on a Lung. You desperately need gold to really funnel your items for your Flaming Palms. If you can find those Flaming Palms towards the backline, that is what makes Lung such a strong pick. But since you're falling behind against Kyung9, Kyung9's attempt in finding you, that's why he got MVP. 18% in the damage taken, 13%. Not the biggest of the numbers, but 4-1 and 3 KD, and you know that this guy is always actively hunting down that Lung in these team fights.
Yeah, we'll see it in the highlights here. I mean, you'll see every single time they win a big team fight is because, you know, his Razor Cavalry was constantly pushing people away. They really didn't have any answers. Like, Inua's boards were like catching people, but they were like the very end, if anything. And we'll see most of these in the highlights here.
Yeah, the highlights, we see Monto here just finding the kill on towards the Fake here. And this is the key moment here, that Illusion finding the 3-man Ryu Engine, sealing the deal for this 5-man cavalry play coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. And then once again, finding the engage towards the backline here is Wawa in 4 series. But yeah, you get the backline here, but Kyung9, he's getting backline as well. He's cutting Monto, he's cutting Inua, and they are cutting Kuya. So it's 1-for-3 exchange before Haku gets the ultimate again to jump again on towards the backline.
Yeah, just I would say draft diff on this one. I mean, just the way that they played it, Nongshim. I mean, the Guan Yu, the Musashi, that little 1-2 combination, so annoying to deal with. This is like, you think you get the jump on the Haku, and then here come all of his friends with Kyung9 and Illusion just pushing in people, and just, you have Siri on cleanup duty with all that damage. And like, in the end, Rock 5, impossible of them to do, and it looks like it was just way too much Nongshim in the end, and a well-deserved Game 2 victory there.
But it's a repeat of yesterday's series, right? As always, these two teams going to Game 5, battling out until the most end of the day. Like yesterday, it's 2-2, but today, maybe it's a 3-1, maybe it's a 2-2 once again. These teams, they won't back down. They will go back to the strategies, think about what's the next upcoming best draft for the team. But we'll take a little bit of short break before we jump into that game number 3.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your core. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I said I'm born in this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one.
Nongshim RedForce strike back, take game number 2 off of their, dare I say, clinical play. This is like the Nongshim that we know. Everybody was kind of playing well as a team. Just that map control, that suffocating style really took it to Gen.G here.
Well, it's just like what everybody says. Nongshim likes to start slow. They like to play the pacing, not just in game, but maybe in series as well. That's why they always excel in the BO5 settings, because as the hero pools start getting diminished, as the hero pools start getting lesser and lesser, you will start seeing Siri, you can start seeing Kyung9 start exposing the depths of the hero pool, showcasing why they are such threats to begin with.
So they're like a grower, not a shower. That's what you're saying.
Ah,
so come
yeah.
best of 5, best of 7 in those long games, they're gonna have a much better chance. I do agree with you. I do think that the best of 3s have not been the forte of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's not the forte so far, but this is global ban pick. 10 bans defaulted for both of these two teams here. Nongshim has to take the Marshes and potentially the early ban here coming into this series, and Gen.G potentially has to lock away the things like the Yuhuan, like the Fatih away from the side of the boys in red here. So things are starting to show a bit of a situation coming in from Nongshim and Gen.G, because these prior picks will play a big role in these games.
Oh, definitely. It's all about that draft, the setup, right? And the control. Having that edge going into the game, absolutely key. I think the other aspect that I'm looking at, and you kind of rightly pointed out, was that Monto was getting focused quite a bit. I mean, he didn't have the greatest of games. Obviously, Rock needed somebody to kind of help support him. And seeing as that you didn't have that, the biggest thing for Gen.G is to ensure that, hey, it's like, Monto, you had a bad day, bad game, shake it off. Let's go, right? We have plenty of time ahead of ourselves. We cannot let his, his confidence crumble at this stage.
Yeah, confidence cannot be crumbled, especially in a BO5 setup, because every game matters. It was so what you hit like a 2-0 marker, but once you start your mental game being shifted away, that's when you think like, oh, I shouldn't be affected by my mental because there's still potentially 3 games down the line if I don't end it right now. So that's the question that's being set for Monto. Does he have the sufficient mental capacity to carry on what Ray left in this roster?
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of pressure. I mean, whenever you replace someone, you always have to be looked at as the guy of being better than your predecessor, right? And I think that going into this one, there was definitely question marks at the KWC with Ray. He didn't have the greatest of times. He got focused quite a bit, and they were kind of like, okay, we need to make a change. And this is why you see Monto here. And we do see flashes of that brilliance, especially in the ranking week. But now we're in a longer series. These are not best of 5s. These are not easy. And to be tried and true, you might scrim all the time, but getting in this high pressure cooker situation is definitely not easy.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. It's just the high pressure cooker like you mentioned. Every little play, every little mistake, it will pile on towards your shoulder, and you will be thinking back like, oh, did I really did that mistake? Man, that kind of sucks here. But as competitive as pro players, they definitely have the mental capacity to push through and to push against their opponents in this series here. As we've seen so far, Nongshim RedForce drafting a rather solid first 3 picks here with the Fatih, with the Yixing, with the Zhang. You know that they want to jump the backline with these big engages with the board, with the likes of these Zhang Unbridled Outbursts. For Gen.G, you have the Liang, Ogren, and Lady Sun here. When you see Liang and Ogren, you think about one thing. Liang will follow the Ogren and start pacing the map, getting all these resources going into the pockets of this battle tank Ogren.
Yeah, that Liang, though, I mean, if he's able to get that burst, he's going to need a Robin to his Batman, so to speak. Obviously, Princess Frost is still available, something that they could potentially go. But Nongshim doing a good job of understanding this is like, hey, you want to control me? You want to suppress me? You want me to lock me down? I have the board. I have Umbrella Outburst. I have that counter. Right, so it could be tough for Clue to really kind of get that going. They need some high damaging burst. Ogren and Lady Soon definitely have that in spades, but they need another to kind of help supplement what they're bringing here.
Yeah, they need to supplement at least some form of peel for the side of Gen.G Esports for this Lady Soon to play in a more comfortable position here. And what better way of doing it is to draft a battle tank up front. Ogren is super duper strong in that early to mid phase, and also Liang allows that single target CC lock here. So if you're Gen.G, you're putting a lot of the eggs in one basket, which is Monto and also Wawa on the Charlotte and also Lady Soon. That does exceptionally well towards the late game.
Definitely. And what better hero to have in the late game than an Ogre himself, right? Especially when Rock is able to kind of get that farm going. But Nongshim, they've expended some of the counters. They've used the Musashi. They've already used the Agudo in game 1. So the counters right now, it looks like they're just going to like try to out-sustain it more than anything else by picking up the Menki and the Gen.G to round out that draft.
Very solid laning phase coming in for South Nongshim RedForce with the Gen.G and also the Fatih. You will see a solid 1v1 on towards the side lane coming in from Nongshim RedForce that Gen.G needs to fix here. But they're hovering the Dong Huang here. They still need a mid lane coming in from Gen.G. So is this what they're going for with their training here? Or are they just trolling us with a fun pick coming in from Clue?
There's no way that they pick this. Yeah. They don't have a mid laner, but the Donghuan and the Liang, you would have lockdown for days, but then like the Dream Realm on top, or like the Unbridled Outburst, like the counters are there. So there was no way that they were going to do that, especially when they needed a damage dealer, which they're picked up right now with Nua. Inua will be piloting this hero. I think he's going to have a good time.
He's definitely going to be having a good time. He's had MVP performances on this Nua, so we're going to be expecting a lot coming in from Inua in this late game scenario with those annihilations, and the early game we'll be seeing the creation blocks start limiting spaces off the side of Nongshim RedForce. But for Nongshim, they need to pace themselves in the early game with the Gen.G, because the Gen.G, once he goes towards that late game against the Nua, it's not going to be the easiest of the task with the lower reach of the Gen.G against the Nua in that range department.
It's going to be tough. I mean, ideally and in theory, that's probably the best way to play this one. You want to leave probably Rock on the Ogren alone. But going into this draft, who are you giving the edge to in game 3 here?
Ooh, game 3 draft here. I think both sides drafted a very solid team composition. It's more of a 50-50 matchup here. Laning goes over to the side of Nongshim RedForce. Mid game goes over to the side of Gen.G, and late game is also somewhere in between Gen.G as well.
Okay, interesting. I think that Gen.G's lineup late game, for me, I'd be more comfortable on just having the Augur and Lady Soon. I just feel like that combination is just, well, it's like the old tried and true. You'll never really go wrong in the late game. But, you know, Nongshim, it really comes back to Kyung9. How much is he going to support? Are they able to kind of get to that back line, the Inuas, the Montos, and the Clues, and just get the burst and to have that numbers advantage when those big team fights are happening?
Yeah, that will be the true trial and error coming in from Gen.G's roster, because you need them to survive the laning phase first before having that mid to late game scenario that we keep talking about here. But this is game 3. Whoever wins this will have a mental advantage, especially if you're Nongshim RedForce. If you go to lose game 1 just to bounce back 2 games, imagine the mental fortitude that you have that really pushes you to that eventual game 4, right? So for these 2 teams, winning this game, we'll put them at match point and we'll put them at a much better mood.
Yeah, definitely. Giving them, putting the pressure on the enemy team, huge. Completely underrated. Obviously, in a longer series, you definitely want to be in that driver's seat, right? When you're up 2-1 and you're thinking you're way more comfortable. But going into this, it could go anyway, right? I do think that the series is going to go to game 5, regardless of who wins this one, because these 2 teams are so evenly matched.
They are evenly matched, because we saw yesterday, game 1 goes to Gen.G, game 2 goes to Nongshim, rinse and repeat until a 2-2, but the eventual unfortunate of a technical difficulty limits them from finishing that best of 5 series here. But that best of 5 will be played the last game at 20th September off stream, so that's a score that will settle here. Imagine one of them takes either series, or one of them takes both series. That's gonna put a dent in either of their confidence.
That would be huge. But at the same time, you're kind of thinking, well, they're still not out of this. They still have a chance in come playoffs where they just save in strats, right? I mean, they're trying things. Gen.G have done a great job. I think that, like, going into the KME fall, there were definitely questions. How would Gen.G stack up against Nongshim? Would they be able to compete?
Will they be able to compete? Will they be able to push and continue their dominance? That's all the questions that we want to find out, right? Because Gen.G, in towards that early phase of the game, they were doing pretty damn well in their ranking week, right? Because they were like, what, the kings of the first week without dropping a single series. So if you are Nongshim, you're trying to come back for that challenge against them.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, for both of these squads, like, to see exactly who is going to kind of come out on top. Obviously, a big confidence boost, but not only that, but just the momentum going into this. It would be super key for both of these teams to really just kind of dig deep, because Nongshim, I think, have gone, dare I say, untested at times, and there was a bit of overconfidence going into the KWC, and they kind of got shell-shocked when they were there. They're not the biggest dog. They're not the best in that regard, and once they started losing games, they were struggling, right, to kind of get back into it. They thought that they were the Titans, but they had the fight taken to them.
Yeah, they have the fight taken to them, but that's what make a region so good when you have two teams like Nongshim RedForce, like Gen.G Esports, because it makes that rivalry that to push both of these two teams to keep growing and learning here. But a Dream Roam does land onto the Eagle here as he walks away to safety here. But back onto the topic, it's just like the rivalry between OG and Twisted Mind from your favorite region known as KMW. So I hope that we have something like that in the KME, being Gen.G and Nongshim.
Get that word out of your mouth. We don't say that on this cast here, but Haku gets here stated. Rock just runs it down, chasing him, and he gets the big old Menki.
Big catch here coming in from side Gen.G Esports, taking down the junglers just moments before the objective is not what you want to see side of Nongshim RedForce here. So that's a big win coming in from Gen.G as they look dead in the eye towards this Tyrant that they potentially want to contest for.
Yeah, but the death timers are so quick that Haku's going to be back up. He's going to be able to kind of see what's going on as Rock kind of pulls the Tyrants away. I don't think he's actually going to commit for this. This is a bad 50-50 if they want to go. Rock looking to just go right into Haku. The Dream Roam, he gets the steal and he gets on out of there. Haku with the steal.
You see Haku with those glasses, he's chill with it. He's not looking at the explosion. He's just like, okay, drive by, let me grab my Mech Tyrant and let me bail out to safety here. Haku is just cool with it, you know?
Yeah, just completely. That was a perfectly played there. I mean, if they lost that, because giving up first blood and then losing the Tyrant, that would have been a disaster start for Nongshim. They salvage what they can, taking that one out, but they did take some heroics from Haku there.
Yeah, heroics from Haku does limit all these losses here coming in from Nongshim RedForce, because you see, Gen.G already having 1,000 gold. We imagine them double downing with that Tyrant. That could have been bad news coming in from the Nongshim RedForce roster.
Oh, that would have been terrible, right? And now Gen.G here, maybe they start the Overlord, if anything, but Rock will continue to farm. He's been off the map. He's so efficient. His movement, his ability to just find farm across the map. Wawa, did you see that misclick? He actually used the flash for no reason.
Well, misclick or mind control, because you see, he's forcing Q9 all the way back to the mid lane here, and he secured the class name tower here. So that's a big win coming in from the side of Gen.G, but bot side though, Haku seems to be in a pinch.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a pinch. He's got the bubble though. He will stay safe, but Gen.G, all 5 members here, and this might be a bit of a steal. Haku does not have smite, so it's just a bit of a farce more than anything else. Gen.G will take that up. They will smite it, ensure that they get that blue buff.
Yes, sir. And right now, it seems to be both teams sharing the map state. We see all these side lane turrets go in favor of both teams. So it's really down to who gets that mid-game teamfight that we keep talking about. Mid-game teamfight is how teams really secure their lead, really push on in terms of teamfight, because HOK, yes, you can play macro for the full game until the end of all towers, but you still need to fight that last teamfight in front of the crystal here. So team fighting is the essence of the series.
It's got to be key, and that's the biggest thing. Nongshim right now, we were kind of talking in the pregame about how they might have an edge in the early game. They are behind, and it's not a huge amount, but Gen.G have just been taking the pressure and just putting it on, and now Nongshim have to defend this bottom T1.
And this bottom T1 sees a lot of rotation coming in from both of these two teams here. 5v5 in towards the river here as Rock face checks into a kill 9 with the ultimate beam pop.
He's going to be backing off. He will be fine, if anything, but, you know, Kyung9 made that nice little rotation. Something to take note of, the top lane is not really pushing because they provided so much pressure in the bottom lane. And Nongshim, look, again, they don't want to give this up. They're looking to just invade the enemy jungle, too.
Yeah, every small camp that they take is a bit of gold denied away from Gen.G and more gold towards their pocket here. The next attacking point will be this Azure Golem that's just going to be spawning in just a few moments right now. We see Haku position himself super aggressively, wanting to take control of this space.
Yeah, he has the smite this time, but look at Rock in the mid lane. Realizing that, yeah, he might give up the blue buff. They're going to look to put pressure elsewhere, but now Gen.G looking for the wraparound. They do get the steal with that blue buff smite, and now Haku making his way into the mid lane. Finds Rock, nice Dream Roam onto one, though. The board is going to be set up. The Umbrella Outburst locking him back in, and they do get the kill. They find Wawa, and those slashes are on point by Kyung9 as they take down Rock as well.
Oh, big win here coming from Nongshim RedForce as they take two of the main tanks here coming in from the side of Gen.G. And right now, they're looking like super duper solid in the teamfight department. This is the thing we talk about, right? It is always coming down to these teamfights, and Faye, to add insult into injuries, steals away the Crimson Golem under broad daylight.
I mean, he had that smite. You know, this is what you want to do. You have that opportunity. You have a secondary smite on that team, and taking that away from Rock, again, just slowing them down even more. Nongshim right now finding the little wins. These are the big moments that kind of snowball and just turn into a much bigger issue for Gen.G here.
Well, this is the Nongshim RedForce game plan that we talked about back in Pick and Bans. You want them to win out these mid-game team fights because they skill off in that late game. So with Siri and Kyung9 finding the angles, that is what you exactly want coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and it really just kind of sets it up. I mean, you have that nice Dream Roll from Haku. You have the board that's set up, and the Umbrella Outburst when they're locked in that cage. It's like the perfect wombo combo. And Nongshim were able to execute that first time. Are they able to do it again, potentially going into this fight here?
So far, if you're Gen.G, I gotta say, just get more time for Monto and Wawa to scale towards that late game so that Rock can allow the backline to have ease of access with those damage dealt here, because they need damage to melt down tanks like Haku, melt down tanks like Faye on these really beefy boys.
Yeah, very beefy boys here. And Nongshim right now, speaking of beefy boys, they've been able to steal away all of the buff from Gen.G. I believe it was the past 3 that they've taken away. So Gen.G right now, very difficult for them to find any sort of farm, especially without those buffs. And now they're putting pressure on this mid T1.
That's all the T1s going in favor of Nongshim RedForce. So Nongshim, they prep themselves very well in the map state, and they are pathing towards this Shadow Tyrant here. What is the call, Gen.G? Is it to fight, or is it to give this Tyrant and secure more time to farm for the late game carries like Monto, Inua, or even Wawa? But the fight seems to be breaking through.
Oh, Umbrella Outburst on to 3 on the backline with that board. The Stampede, Monto's already been eliminated, and they want to go for Clue. Inua just barely limping away. He dodges the slash, and Kyung9 gets picked off, and Wawa makes him pay with his, the stab forward. But now here's the Conductor of Stoles. Rock is trying to stay alive. He does not have enough. Kyung9 is down, but they took 3 members of Gen.G.
Super duper big team fight here initiated by Faye on this Unbridled Outburst. This Zhang Fei, so much value, finding 3 key members, eliminating Monto, Clue, and also Rock here. Now, more of these turrets will fall in favor of Nongshim RedForce. Team fight win, tower win, and potentially the revisit of the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, they're looking to just kind of backing off. They put the pressure on. They've taken the mid T2. And Gen.G, yeah, you're poking and prodding, but you're not going to get much. I mean, DJ Sagi, break this one down.
Look at them, Bright Alphas catching onto tree, immediately destroying Monto from the team fight here. And after burning the flash, Inua is left to dry in towards the backline here, forced to back away here, even though they traded Kyung9 back. But Rock, there's no damage in towards the backline here. He's just a living tank that's being assaulted by all these members coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
One thing that's a little underrated by Nongshim right now is just how much damage they have. Yes, you have the utility from Illusion, but he also does so much damage. He's able to ensure that he gets a lot of value out of this Yixing Vic, but the rest of Nongshim, I mean, you have that Umbrella Outburst. Once you're Frawley form, you're doing some work, right? So a lot of potential burst onto Rock, who has, let's be honest, the hero has been nerfed. He's not as strong as he once was, and he still needs time to really get those items to really come online.
That is so well said and so well summarized here, and that is why you need the late game carries like Monto, Inua, on the Nua, on the Lady Sun, to really find those item breakpoints. Monto needs that Daybreaker, Inua needs that Void Staff with all these like items to really buff up that magical damage prowess. But for now, it's still in favor of Nongshim RedForce, their tempo, right? Because they're winning team fights, they're winning Tyrants, and they are winning in the structural damage as well. So if you are Gen.G, the only thing you can do is wait for these item breakpoints, is to farm as much as possible.
But there's no space. Look at this. Haku all the way up in front. Rock just like they're going back and forth. It's a bit of a dance more than anything else. And, you know, Nongshim are just pillaging everything in the enemy jungle. They're taking everything from them. Gen.G fighting for scraps within amongst each other.
Yeah, they're fighting among scraps. They need to make sure that they defend at least 1 tier 3 here. But look at the tokens coming in from Series D and G. It's just chunking down all these high grounds.
Yeah, taking that one down very easily. The top T3 instantly deleted here. They're going to be backing off, dealing with the minion waves. But Nongshim, again, very patient, understanding that they don't need to force things. They can kind of go slow. They do have a bit of a lead in that 3K net worth lead. And now with this Overlord, it could be very difficult for Gen.G to come back.
It seems to be a dire situation coming in from Gen.G Esports because the space allowed for this roster is starting to grow smaller and smaller here. They are not giving any form of tempo towards the hands of Gen.G unless if we can see Wawa or Rock find those key catches here. And so far, this Liang from Clue has yet to find those key engages against Nongshim.
But even if Clue were to just make those jumps, and you're right? From level 4, we haven't really been seeing those ganks, right? But it was kind of like that damage, and this is why that Princess Frost is such a good combination, because you have that deletion, you have that potential. But Nongshim have just been taking the fight to them. They've been aggressive and taking over the map where Gen.G have to play scared. They can't go for those ambushes.
They cannot go for those ambushes. That's why Nongshim RedForce from that macro gameplay is outclassing Gen.G in this game number 2 and game number 3 so far, as we see this empowered Shadow Vanguard go in towards the bot side.
Inua with a flash away, but he's stuck inside the box. They find Rock, who's a little bit on the low side, but the bottom T3 already taken out. Kyung9 with those slashes. And now it's just going to be a matter of time. They're looking to just march it down. The crystal is wide open. The Annihilation has been expended as well. Rock trying to deal with Shadow Vanguard. Nongshim realized that they can't get the game end on this one.
But Nongshim is playing such a beautiful game of macro rotations here. They are like, okay, our role is to force away the tier 3 high grounds here. Once we secure it, it's time to back off, wait for the Shadow Tyrant, and then we form that final team fight to win the game here. They don't need excessive kills. They just need to make sure the towers go down and it will not respawn.
Wait, what? Kills don't matter? What? You're never one of my ranked teammates. They always think that it's all about the kills. No, not about the objectives.
You gotta remember, Holler, when we were in Riyadh, who was the one carrying those games? It wasn't Kid, it wasn't Bland. It was yourself.
No, it was definitely you. Let's be honest here. But Rock with that blood rage, it's just not enough. He's gonna get killed. And that's what we're talking about. The Augurin is just not the raid boss that we once knew. Yes, they took down Kyung9, but this is another opening for Nongshim here.
I think this opening from Nongshim is so perfect right now. They get to the Shadow Tyrant and they might find the final pusher. They don't need Kill9 to end the game, but Gen.G needs Rock as the front line here. Wawa isn't able to absorb so much damage.
Base still has the Umbrella Outburst if they want to go for this. So this is with this push here. They have Siri, they have that damage. And it comes back to how this board is going to be set up. But Rock up in about 10 seconds. This is a scary spot. Like, I don't know if you want to continue on, and Nongshim were like, actually, let's retreat here.
Yeah, Nongshim playing it safe. They are waiting for the waves to crash. They need 3 minion waves to crash all together towards the base with a 5v5 approach. That's where they can find the key winning push here. But will they wait for the Shadow Vanguard, or will they find the 5v5 here? It will be risky, but what is the call here, Nongshim RedForce? How are you guys going to play this upcoming tempo?
I'm glad I don't have to make that call, because I don't know. I don't know what the best play is on this one. If anything, they're looking to take away the buffs, and, you know, Rock really needs that one, especially in these team fights. Haku's still up in front. He's going to be tethered onto Rock. And now Faye goes to the Umbrella Outburst onto it. Very ambitious, if anything, but there's no follow-up damage. Yes, Faye will be fine, but Rock is taking some serious work with that taking liberties. The Conductor of Souls is just not enough. The Blood Rage is not enough as well, and he does go down. That's 44 seconds for him to be down.
44 seconds is a long timer with 3 waves crashing in all 3 lanes here. So what right now, Gen.G? You have to pull the trigger. You have to do the Hail Mary play.
Yeah, they're looking to go in for this one, but now they're finding this Wawa, trying to find the back line, tries to go on to Siri, but he's going to be ganged up on Kyung9, takes him down, and now with the crystal wide open, they get the double onto Monto, but more importantly, they take the crystal and take game 3.
Back-to-back clean finishes coming in from Nongshim RedForce. They don't take excessive fights, they take key fights, and that contributed to such clean wins from the boys in red. The greatest red are back online as they are looking dominant in this series against Gen.G Esports.
Looking dominant. And I think, I mean, you just saw Coach YK kind of go in there. Everybody's like looking up to see if there's any sort of advice. But you can see that what he's done as a coach, right? He's just kind of like, this is a team that will, you know, chase a car, so to speak, in that regard, right? They want to go bloodthirsty. They want to just go, go, go. But I think Coach YK has been like, hey, calm down. Let's play our game. We have a lead. We know what we need to do. Control the map and let them play our game.
Yeah, control the map, let them play our game, play towards our own tempo. We keep talking about, okay, if you are Nongshim RedForce, you need to play the early game around the Gen.G tempo. That's why we keep seeing all these side lane turrets fall in favor of Siri on that Gen.G. So they played really well towards that tempo and they really minimized mistakes. And I gotta say, Faye on that Zhang Fei, so darn well with those unbridled outbursts, making sure that Nongshim RedForce were always on the proactive end.
I tell you, man, it's all about the roamers, right?
Yeah.
Right? Roam lives matter. And hey, I mean, he didn't die a single time, but his umbrella outbursts, you'll see them in the highlights, right? Just set it up time and time again. And Rock, very uncharacteristic of him to be up front. Yeah, like, I mean, not to be up front, but to be dying like that. He died 4 times, the most on the team. I mean, he just thought he would do augment things and just run it down. But you can see just how Nongshim's lineup were able to just burst him down.
Yeah, Nongshim RedForce, that's why, once they have those item power spikes, you only have a singular tank known as Rock on that Ogren. You start to wonder, do I even have enough tankiness to tank things like Series, Golden Token, that reuses stats from my defensive stats, and Kyung9 goes for those on-hit builds to really shred down this tanky boy, a singular tank here. And so far, even though Clue has a 100% teamfight rate, we have yet to see a very key or decisive catch coming in from the power control here. As you can see, the goal lead, yeah, it's pretty chill in the early game, goes in favor of Gen.G, but once those team fights, those turrets fall in favor of Nongshim, you can see it's just a landslide towards the up, going in favor of Nongshim for a 2-1 scoreline.
And it comes back to that draft. You're talking about Leon Clue not able to kind of get that pick off, but who are you really going to just jump onto? And looks like production agrees with me in the sense that Faye, clear MVP, roam lives do matter, 1-0-8. Yeah, the 10% damage. Who cares about damage when you're able to constantly get those umbrella outbursts? And he just had so much control. Rock had a tough time just getting away from him.
What a well-deserved MVP coming in from the side of Faye on the Zhang Fei. Can't pronounce Faye without Zhang Fei, right? Or the other way around. So he definitely deserves it because those idle outbursts that we're going to show you in just a short moment was so darn clean here. So look at this one, first one. He finds on towards the Rock. Rock goes into a bad position. He CCs Rock, enabling the team to jump on him. And this was the best one we've seen so far. Catching onto 3 pivotal members here. CC chaining Monto, not allowing even a brief moment for the marksman in Gen.G to escape or even click on the flash.
Yeah, that umbrella outburst plus that board with the Yi Xing. I mean, Clue actually flashed out of the board, but then he couldn't flash over the wall, so he got caught out. Clue just completely got destroyed on this one. And that 1-2 combination, this wombo combo, if you will, like locking in Rock, where are you going to go? You're stuck in a cage with 4 members of Nongshim, and they made him pay every single time.
Yeah, and this is a draft concept coming in to a counter against the likes of a Liang. You just need 2 front lines. 1 to engage, 1 to soak up the unbridled, to soak up the power control coming in from Liang, and there you go. Your team don't even need to worry about the Liang because it's just Liang standing in front, and then you will see the Zhang Fei using the unbridled outburst to engage or disengage against the Liang here. But that's game number 3 between Nongshim and Gen.G. We will be back for game 4 in just a short moment.
Sound of the rain.
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Nongshim RedForce up 2-1 after another convincing win. 2 wins in a row. How does Gen.G strike back, Sagi?
How does Gen.G strike back? That's for Gen.G to answer you, because I cannot answer you after this point, because it's looking kind of dire for their situation, because so far the drafts has been really critical in both of these two teams, and Nongshim has the execution priority. They've been doing exceptionally well in those rotations, in those team fights, and for Gen.G, maybe waking up from their slumber, maybe finding the correct tempo, the one big engage from Clue or Wawa will be the key point that they need, because so far, like you mentioned, Roamer's Lives Matter and Faye has been performing super well against Clue.
Yeah, he's actually been amazing, right? I think this series, the impact that he's had, and I'm sure that after yesterday, they were kind of like, hey, we need to kind of focus in, and it's one of those things where teams, like, and players especially, need to kind of understand where they're not doing as well, and it looks like Nongshim right now, especially Faye, has gotten the better of Clue in this series.
And this is the first time we've seen so far Gen.G going on towards the blue side, so maybe it's a shape up of how they would want to draft coming into the series, so that is at least a bit of a fix here that they are looking for the side of Nongshim RedForce. This is their comfort zone. They like to play on towards the red side. We see the Maestro Nui and also the Yuhuan being banned away in the first session of the draft.
A lot of respect right there. I mean, in the sense that, like, they don't want anyone to get going. We know that he plays the Mai as well, but Gen.G doing their own homework in that regard, not giving up the Ogren to Haku, who likes to play that hero, but he just hasn't been as great, and now Gen.G understanding that things are dire. Things did not look good in that game 3. They're going to go fast tempo. They're going to go with the pay.
They're going to go with the pay, but it still opens up the Ogren direction here coming in from Haku, because the Ogren does traditionally pretty well against the pay. It's not to say that it's a direct counter, but Luna is still up and available, and is he just going to pick it? Because wow, he just picks it into a counter against the pay here. And my apologies, Ogren has been banned away here, so Haku coming in confident with their Luna.
Yeah, and you have that control from Mayan, which kind of, you need to solidify the top lane in your own jungle. Mayan can do that in spades as well with that control. You gotta let Haku get going, and it looks like the Diadia and the Ganon Mo for Gen.G. It's a lot of damage. This Inua is gonna be super annoying to deal with, especially since the Nongshim side kind of on the squishier end.
I like the Gen.G draft because you have the Diadia to lock down the infinitely flying, dashing Luna, and then you have the burst that can pair up with Clue in towards that mid-roam synergy here. So for Nongshim, they cannot put all their eggs in one basket on towards the Luna. They need to find a different carry, like the Rogue here.
Yeah, the Loom. We'll keep it the old tried and true. This is the series special. He loves this hero. Definitely one of his mains. He'll be very comfortable, and he does have a bit of an edge. Like, if we're talking about lane matchups, a lot of good heroes have already been taken by Gen.G. So what is available against Series Loom here?
Well, what is available? It will be the Gen.G Concert U up and available for grabs for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Arlie is also one of the key candidates here, but it has been banned away from Monto's hand here. So between the Concert U and also the Gen.G, there's still options coming in for the side of Gen.G's marksman.
A lot of opportunities, and the biggest thing for them is that also you know, next level in the sense that Gen.G like to last pick the Sun Bin, right? And seeing as that they picked the Diadea here, they know that the Loong is kind of available because they use that Sun Bin as a counter to the Loong, you know, come T-fights with that silence, right? So Nongshim, again, just trying to get the one up in terms of the draft, giving them a bit of an edge because the Diadea, yes, it has the control, but it doesn't have that suffocating time lapse that, you know, the Sun Bin has.
Yeah, the silence removes the ultimate from the Loong because he cannot click it. The bitter farewell coming in from Diadea, you still can press the ultimate and bail yourself out as the Loong here. But those are two of the options here presented by Gen.G. They do go for that Diadea as a counter pick towards the Loong here. Coming to the second phase here, we see more of these roamers being locked away from Faye here. But Faye here is available as Faye locks in his famous secure.
He's got it. That's one of his signature heroes. He'll be very comfortable on that. And Gen.G tried to do a good job of understanding like how to, you know, the roam was going to be a problem. They wanted to ban out the Lian Po, also a Fade special, as well as the Liang. Not as much, but it did make a little bit of sense if they were able to kind of get that control on to Pei, for instance. But the Secure is always going to be the tried and true for Faye. He hasn't had the greatest of time in the ranking week with it, but I do think that he'll bounce back in this game.
I do think he'll bounce back in this game here, so we have to see how they actually play here because Nongshim RedForce, they're doubling down in that damage department here. Everyone on Nongshim is packed with damage here. Xiao Xiao, you have Long, Luna, McGee, even Secure, there's a heck ton of damage on that roamer pick.
At the same time, there's like, they're all squishy. So they're all glass cannons.
Yes,
I mean, even on the both sides of Gen.G, like if you're looking at this one, Sunsa is probably the biggest tank on the battlefield. But he's not very tanky himself. So this is going to be an interesting game. And seeing exactly like if they're grouping up, that boat could potentially be game winning. At the same time, Nongshim, how are they going to play around with the secure Mulberry Power, ensuring that he gets a multi-man stuns? This is going to be a great game and going into game 4.
Great game going to game 4. Both teams have locked their confidence draft. We see Monto on his Marco Polo that he has found success with yesterday in that game number 5. Unfortunately, game number 5 was not played to the fullest extent in yesterday, but bringing out that confident pick for Monto is what he needs to regain that confidence. If they win this game, it will be smooth sailing for them for the game number 5 here. But this is game number 4 between Gen.G and Nongshim RedForce. Nongshim is up in that scoreboard. They are in match point against Gen.G.
Do you think that this match... Okay, which of these squads has the edge going into Game 4 here with these drafts?
I gotta say, it's looking pretty darn even here, but the concern that you voiced out for Nongshim, they do not have a frontline hero here. So if they go on the reactive end, that will be pretty difficult for this roster here. You will see an issue where nobody can tank the set sail coming in from Wawa. That ball will be deadly.
Yeah, that boat is going to be a problem, right? And I think at the same time, you have Kyung9 with the Mayin, the Get series, the whatevers, the pulls, all these things. So it's going to be really exciting to watch. Very mobile heroes. Again, everything's going to be on a knife's edge.
Everything's going to be a knife edge here. We have to see who pulls the first trigger here. And we go back to the same question here. Which of these roamers will find that correct angle in allowing their team to play a better game in Heroes Gorgeous? So it comes down still to the two roamers.
It's going to definitely be on them. Faye and Clue. Those, I mean, they're already just kind of giving up on the farm lane, letting them solo it more than anything else. But let's talk about this Marco Polo versus the Siri Loom. Who are you giving the edge to?
I think if it's a full-blown out 1v1, it is going to Monto because of the more consistent DPS. But if it's a long lane pokes with prods, it goes over to Siri because Lone plays on spell rotations. Monto, if he can stack the passive with the Resplendent Revolver, you will see the true damage stack come in extremely hard here. But Kyung9 here gets some punches onto Wawa here and doesn't go to safety.
Yeah, they find all three, but he flashes, he gets under the tower, but he's going to give up first blood. Gen.G waiting in the wings, so patient, like a tiger, if you will.
And that is the clue effect here, that Diadea, that bit of farewell. It really locks you into place. If we look at the set sail.
Oh, the set sail, they find Haku, but they're not going to dive under the tower. Just too much damage at that point. But Haku's staying alive, and now Kyung9 is going to just do the walk of shame back to the tower.
Yeah, walk the shame back towards the tower here, gets punished by the clue. That bittersweet barrel, like we mentioned, right? It's a point-and-click CC. Once you get caught by it, and you get comboed by Wawa and also Brock, I don't think he can tank so much damage as a Mayin in that early game.
Yeah, you're not going to have a great time, that's for sure. And Kyung9, I mean, he did whatever he could. I mean, when 3 people just jump you, I mean, it sucks to be the Clash laner at times, but you're going to be isolated. You're going to be left on an island, so to speak. But Nongshim need to bounce back. They need to figure something out. Faye has been kind of roaming around, but he hasn't been able to find a true target. Inua and Manto have been largely farming okay in their own respective lanes.
Yep, they just have to farm, make it to that mid game where Rock and Monto can control the game tempo from the hands of Haku and Siri, right? So mid game will be key, especially we keep talking about who's gonna be blocking the boat coming in from Nongshim's job because they do not have a frontline unit.
If I'm on Nongshim's side, I would just throw my teammates under that boat, right? It could be like, just not me, right? As long as I'm okay, it's all good, right? But I think for this one, it's nobody wants to be targeted. I think if anything, you just have to kind of the belief that if someone gets hit by that boat, they're dead, right?
Yeah, hit by the boat, you're dead, you're gone. And maybe Siri gets it, and then he bails out with the Infinite Vastness, and he doesn't get CC for days. But Haku here misses the ultimate here. Haku doesn't have ultimate. Might be in danger here, but Faye is there with the healing to keep his jungler alive and healthy.
Yeah, that was kind of scary, but the sprites were following Faye, ensuring that, hey, all of the heals are going right onto Haku, who's level 7 right now. Keep it on pace with Rock. He needs to do a good job of just ensuring that they keep pace. They do not want to be behind because, you know, again, when this Pei gets going in the early game, it's a really struggle in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a pretty big struggle in towards the mid lane. You lose priority, cannot walk up, your jungle gets invaded here. So what is the call coming in from Nongshim RedForce? Because this game number 4, so far the early game falls in favor of Gen.G, but always we see 1,000 goalie go in favor of Gen.G. The next time we see it again, it's a team fight wipe coming in from Nongshim here. So we need to see Faye might be called.
The Mulberry power not enough to keep him alive, and Rock just pounces on top of that. The boat is going to connect onto the Tyrant, and Nongshim, all they can do is watch as they have no chance on this first Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, no chance on the first Tyrant of the game here as Rock find a slow pounce on towards the Siri here. Punches are going through. Siri is half health already here. Might have to give away this bottom tier 1.
It's just so scary, right? Especially if you're Nongshim at the point, because it's one thing to be a glass cannon, but then you see that Rock on this Pei has more damage, is able to outburst you and make things very difficult. Haku, though, taking away the blue buff on this one, and now they find him. He's trying to get dashes away, and now here come the reinforcements. Faye gets the Mulberry power, and they make Rock pay, and Faye somehow still alive.
Faye played that extremely well with that Mulberry power into the flash to redirect it on towards Rock, so there's enough damage, and this upcoming Mulberry power catches Wala off guard here. Faye with key play.
Absolutely key. The Fever Barrage. Monto under the tower. He does not care. He's going to be destroyed. And Kyung9 with the flash in play. And Nongshim, blink an eye. They get 2 kills, and they're back in this one.
Disastrous stuff here coming in from Gen.G. We were praising them. Okay, 1,000 gold, dominating the map. Switch of a gear immediately falls in favor of Nongshim RedForce. Clash lane all the way towards the bot lane here. Nongshim once again back in control.
Back in control and just putting the pressure on. I mean, Wawa was a little bit low, so you're kind of thinking, why is he sticking around? And he just thought he would be safe, he'd be okay. Maybe, I don't know if he had the boat up, but again, just way too much burst from Nongshim. This is a situation where everybody is so squishy. If you get caught out, if you're down numbers, you're just going to get bursted.
Yeah, just going to get bursted, especially, I like the Xiao Xiao pick coming in from Illusion. It is a very good counter against the likes of Rock's Pei, because Pei wants to pounce in, but immediately, if you get hit by the meteors, you're just going to be losing so much HP, and that is your answer here. Who is going to be tanking?
Oh, they turned it around. Wawa gets killed here, but now Rock is trying to get the damage in. He finds Kyung9, but Kyung9 gets picked. Rock does the damage. He gets a double.
He gets a double kill here. 4v5 goes in favor of Gen.G here. Haku, in theory, find the counter on towards this lonely Azure Golem here. So that's a bit of a resource being traded back for the side of Nongshim. But look at Nongshim finding the catch. Haku goes in.
Oh, Haku not scared, fighting 1 versus 3. What are you doing, Haku? Why are you trying to make it happen? And he goes down. And Gen.G are like, free food in the jungle? We'll take it.
Well, it's an ego play coming in for Haku. He's like, oh, they're all so low here. Maybe I can make a play here. But Crew is on a Diadea, limits the dashes here coming in from the likes of a Haku Luna here. So that's why Diadea counters all these high frame heroes.
has that just like a lockdown, which is super annoying. And like now Gen.G on the prowl, looking for their next approach on this one. Rock with those the fireballs, just not enough to hit, but those blades starting to hit from Inua.
Yeah, Inua will be a key factor to coming from Gen.G Esports because of the extended reach. You get to burst targets like Haku that's locked down by Clue, or you get to outrange Siri on that lone care. So we have to see, can Siri find the assassination towards the backline, or can Inua find the snipe first?
It's really going to come back to just Siri just getting some more farm, though, right? I mean, he will have that damage. Inua's done a great job with those blades and has made it uncomfortable. And now in the mid lane, a little bit of action as well as the top, but they find Inua. They get the jump. Siri gets the flash, and he gets out of there with the infinite fastness.
And that is the counter relation between Inua and Siri here. So as long as Inua outranges Siri, he gets the couple blades in, but as long as Inua does have Splendor before that stasis to dodge away the Flaming Palms, you best believe Siri's gonna flash in with the right to win and then Flaming Palms your face here. And we look at a potential engage onto Wawa.
Yeah, Faye with that mulberry power just onto Rock, but more than anything else, they want that blue buff and they will take that. Gen.G were down a member, they really couldn't fight that.
Yeah, they couldn't really find that, and they get that mid tower here. In terms of structural, in terms of towers, it falls in favor of Nongshim. Getting that mid tier 1 opens up the map for more damage, for more of these objective plays coming in from Nongshim RedForce.
And if they're able to take more of those objectives, it's going to stymie the growth of Gen.G, who had done a great job with Rock. I mean, he's what, 6.5, but that's really not where you want to be. You want it to be like 1.5k, 1k up from Haku, who had died, right? And the fact that now they lost the Tyrant on this one, that's more gold going the way of Nongshim.
Yeah, more gold going to the wrong here, but Haku here might be the next target coming in for Gen.G as we see a full man rotation here on towards this lone Luna here. But they find out and they back off to safety here. This Luna gets to live another day.
Gets to live another day, and he's going to continue to farm, which is not where you want to see if you're a Gen.G fan, because he's the guy that if he gets picked off, if he gets killed, you're going to have a great time. But now Rock starting to fall behind. If you told me that Haku Luna would be able to just outpace Rock on his pay, I would have called you crazy.
Well, Rock so far, he's not having the greatest of the game. He's targeted by the likes of Kyung9, Illusion, as well as Siri. There's no tank per se for him to jump on, but Illusion might be coming out.
They find the bitter farewell right onto Illusion. He gets off back, but Clue's going to be the first to fall, and they find Rock as well. And Nongshim with a counter initiation. They have the pullback. The Fever Barrage, Monto running for his life. The roaming gun, but he's going the wrong way. Kyung9 is going to chase him down. He dodges a Resplendent Revolver, but here comes Faye. He wants that mulberry power. He's looking to load it up, but Faye will tank up a lot of shots. They're going to go under tower, and they will find Monto in the end. 3 members down from Gen.G.
Illusion, the master of the skies. They're baiting all these plays coming in from Gen.G. All the spells was on the Xiao Qiao, and afterwards he bailed out. He returns so much damage onto the members like Wawa and Rock here, and after that, the story just unfolds. Nongshim, no fear, just walking in with their damage, knowing for a fact that they will out-damage Gen.G if the spells were to miss.
So you would call him a master baiter?
I'm trying to avoid that and don't put words in my mouth here. So let's avoid that topic and get right back into the game where Nongshim currently has that Shadow Tyrant and 3,000 gold.
But would you call it? I'm kidding. No, but here's the replay going in this one. I mean, it was a nice play. Like, Illusion completely baited him out, turned it around. Clue, they thought they had it, but Rock going in with this one. Both of them so squishy. Nongshim had that damage and that burst, and they both took, once those were both down, it was pretty much all out route in that regard. Gen.G were on the run, could not get back because, again, they're very squishy.
Yeah, they're very squishy, and none of them can really block the boat, but Kyung9 using the whatever, which is the spell 1, spell 2 of McGee, to really block the boats. It's a very clever move that, sorry we did not notice, but he's doing an exceptionally good job in protecting his teammates from the set sail coming in from Wawa.
Yeah, he's doing a great job in that sense, right? I mean, somebody has to tank it, but also Nongshim, look at how they're positioning. They're not like huddling together. They understand what, you know, the AoE stun that boat can be there. I mean, Kyung9 is a Sun Tzu main himself, so as long as they're kind of at arm's reach and they can help each other and they can go in for this one, especially since Kyung9 is looking to dive in, but now the boat, what's going to connect? No one. It goes, actually, it's going to hit its own tower.
Yep, we see Siri forcing out the Splendor here coming in from Inua, so that's spell for spell. Siri, no flash, no infinite vastness here. That is the Splendor pickup that we keep talking about that really counters the mage versus long. But right now, look at Siri. Might be caught out here.
Oh, the Destiny counter right on Faye, though, and they find Siri. Oh, he's just way too much damage. Rock was able to burst him down, continuing with that chase, just way too mobile. And now the set sail. They find Faye, but it looks like he just wants to fight this Wawa, looking to go in. Fighting 1 versus 3, gets a stun, and he actually is going to be picked off, but space created. It's a 2 for 2.
A 2 for 2 in exchange here, not the worst of the trade coming in from Gen.G. They need these kills to come back into the series here, but so far, we're looking at Inua potentially being caught out.
Oh, Kyung9 tried to get this serious with the Reforged Blades. In return, Kyung9 is actually limping away from that one. He felt that one. And now Haku looking to start the overlord. No, he's going to bail on that.
Still 2,000 gold going in favor of Nongshim RedForce. That's why Inua needs to stay alive and do the most damage that he can. They need to rely on Rock and Inua because Monto, he's not finding those angles for those big fever barrages. But if he does find it, he might be in a good tree. But Kyung9 gets blown apart.
Yeah, that was that burst. The Gen.G, this is what, you know, Rock, Clue with a control, and then you have Inua with those blades, and Kyung9 really couldn't get out. I mean, he tried to, like, I think Flash was on cooldown, if anything. He didn't really have much of a chance, and the rest of Nongshim, not really there. I think that's going to be fine to give up that 1 kill.
That 1 kill might lead towards this Shadow Vanguard going in favor of Gen.G here, but we need to see what is the call here coming in from Nongshim RedForce because you currently have 4 members. No one can tank this board if there's no Kyung9.
But who's going to face check brushes, right? The Gen.G have been very wary about going in. They have the numbers advantage. Kyung9 is looking to be back already. Haku scouted it out, looking to go for the steal, but no, Rock gets the smite. And now Faye with that Mulberry power onto 3, but Gen.G got what they wanted, which was the Shadow Overlord.
Yep, good pickup here coming in for Gen.G, getting that Shadow Vanguard to really delay the game in towards their favor here. But Nongshim does get the beeline right towards the Shadow Tyrant here. It's a 50-50 trade among these two teams here, so we have to see what is the next call here for both of these two teams. The next team fight will decide the game.
Yeah, Haku there taking that one with that smite, ensuring that they do get that one. Again, big neutral for big neutral. Yes, the Shadow Vanguard is pushing in the top lane as well as the bottom, but Haku gets the Siri stab. He finds him. The pounce away. They're looking to go. Siri gets the pickup, finds Monto. Down for 40 seconds. They find Inua as well, and they're fine the kill. The 2-man advantage. What can Nongshim do?
Big pickup here coming in from Siri. That is the play that we're looking for, and that paid off super duper well. Mid farm down for Gen.G for 40 seconds here. Nongshim is in the driver's seat to look for more towers.
They're looking for towers, but they need to do some housekeeping. I mean, the Vanguards in the top and the bottom lane were actually putting them in a bad spot. Nongshim have just basically kind of solidified at least the lanes, the lane equilibrium. And now with the Shadow Vanguard in the mid lane, Nongshim really didn't get much aside from maybe the blue buff on that one.
That is a fortunate attempt here coming in from Gen.G. At the very least, that Shadow Vanguard really removed the wave pressure that they are severely under fire on. So that's still room to breathe coming in from Gen.G. So they need to find that team fight that we keep talking about. If they can find a clean wipe, potentially they can make it back to the game.
Yeah, they need a clean wipe, but that is a tall task. That is a difficult one, right? Gen.G now playing defensively. I mean, they have the potential spells as well as the control to potentially do that, but look at how Nongshim are spread across the map. Kyung9, he's going to be scouted out, but he has the speed to tank out what Wawa's bringing.
Yep, the Wawa is really just scouting out this, but look at Kyung9, might be caught out.
Might be caught out. Again, just look at how Siri's in the top lane. The minion waves are slowly crashing in. Faye looking for that Mulberry power to potentially just jump in. But Gen.G on the defensive. They have to just hold the line.
Have to hold the line, but look at Siri here, getting poked out by those swords coming in from the Guardian mode. That is the counteractive thing that we're talking about on this Guardian mode against the Lone here. You get outraged, you have all the items, you get the Splendor, just have to dodge out that first Flaming Palm and you're good to go.
But dodging it out, not the easiest thing to do, right? I mean, especially when things are just getting fast and chaotic in those team fights that potentially happen. Obviously, if he starts it off, it's going to be much easier when you see things coming your way. But Nongshim have done a great job of understanding who needs to engage first. Kyung9, Haku, they're looking to just get the setup. Faye looking for that counter initiation as well. So this could be a potential jump as they're waiting in the brush.
They're waiting the brush, they find Haku, and Haku is forced to back off towards safety here. They take up the Crimson Golem though. At least right now, game is coming into a late game mark here. Any form of death will resolve into a bit of a picky situation for any of these teams.
I mean, it's going to be better for Nongshim considering they still have the mid T1, so it's going to be slow rolling uphill, so to speak, into the Nongshim base. But that said, I think Nongshim are going to be happy with this lead that they have grown. I mean, it's about 3.5k. They've put the pressure on, but taking this Shadow Overlord could be huge for Nongshim.
It could be huge, and it could give them so much control all over this map, right? You need the waves to be pushing in to allow Siri to control those waves, get those towers here. But look at the front end here. Both of these two teams ready to attack.
But Haku's not there if they actually want to go. Gen.G don't know that though, and it looks like the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane providing a lot, and Gen.G have to return to defense, right? They have to go back to their base to deal with the minion waves.
And look at the macro game here coming in from the side of the Nongshim RedForce. They put up the wave right towards the top side here, and that one Flaming Palm takes 40% HP away from that turret already.
A lot of damage, and that series starting to hit that critical mass of items and damage, and just that burst that he has. So again, Siri's able to kind of do Siri things on this loom.
Do Siri's things on that loom here. Exactly the name of the game here. Look at all three waves just crashing in towards the tower here. Kyung9 wants to look for the engage here as Siri. He will be the potential siege target here, but he has to look out. But 3-man knockup.
Oh, 3-man knockup, but now the infinite fastness, he might want to go aggressive. No, he's going to U-turn on out of this one. Haku did not get the memo. He's going to be Fever Barrage. He needs to be careful. He's being focused. The blade's just barely missing. He is able to survive, but now they're going to retreat. Haku playing with all of our lives.
Still, such a stalemate here. Good defense here coming in from Gen.G. The Gan-Mo cannot fall. Once the Gan-Mo falls, that could be an issue here coming in from Gen.G here, but so far all these objectives are being controlled under Nongshim's RedForce grasp.
Actually, Gen.G on that hold was actually very smart. They took the top one as quickly as possible because the rotation, the Shadow Vanguard was in the bottom one, so that once all of the other lanes had been taken out, they had no minions. So all they could deal was that one single lane. They do have a decent amount of wave clear. We're talking about Gen.G having a lot of damage. They've been able to kind of withstand that assault because of that.
Withstanding the assault, withstanding the push. Rock here, not in danger, does pounce away towards safety here. Two waves go towards the mid lane. We see Siri landing that Flaming Palm, almost taking down that last bit of health on that turret.
It's going to be tough to get into that T3 base. Nongshim here just looking to back off. Tempest Dragon up in about 25 seconds. This is, of course, going to be key going into this one. Nongshim need all the help. They're going to need all the buffs and needs potentially a Tempest Vanguard to end Gen.G here.
It's either Inuwa bursting Siri or Siri bursting Inuwa here. One of this will happen shortly in this game here. And another Flaming Palm does take away that tier 3 turret coming inside Gen.G Esports. That's one turret down. And Tempest has been spawned on towards the top side here. What is it called?
Yeah, well, Haku right now, he's just waiting in the wings. He's waiting. He's in a bad spot if he were to get caught out. But now they're looking to go. Kyung9 gets a little bit serious, finding him out. The pounce forward by Rock. But now Haku on the back end, the set sail on it too. The illusion with the passive, but the Fever Barrage is going to be on point, killing the illusion. But Rock and Wawa and make that clue have already been killed. The infinite fastness. He wants to go aggressive, finding Inuwa who has the flash. He's going to be picked off by that Flaming Palm. And Nongshim coming back from this one, and it looks like they will end the game in a matter of time for these minions to just march down the mid lane.
Better team fight win games, and Nongshim RedForce come out on top by dominating that team fight. Faye finding that crucial flank along with Siri lurking behind the back lines here. And right now you have on your screen Nongshim reclaiming the dominance that they missed out in the ranking week.
You're definitely dominated. That was a huge confidence boost, something that they had to a must win, right? Especially going in from yesterday, where it was going into a game 5, everything was on the line. We don't know how the results are going to be on for that one, but going into this series, they're like, hey, this is your potentially, you got to take the fight to them, right? And Gen.G right now, they fought well, they fought valiantly, they had their moments, but just Nongshim too strong in the end.
Nongshim too strong in the end, and always Siri finding those correct angles and deleting the backline here. It's Inuwa Gan-Mo versus Siri's Long, right? If Inuwa gets to snipe onto Siri a full glass cannon Long, Siri just gets deleted here. Same story for the side of Inuwa. If he gets hit by one Flaming Palm, he's deleted from the map almost entirely. So good game here coming in from both teams here, stalling the game to a 20th minute mark, but in terms of team fight, it goes in favor of Nongshim RedForce with the superior mechanics.
superior mechanics. Very well said in that regard, right? I think Gen.G, they had their moments. You're thinking Rock on this pay, he's going to just close the game out. But Nongshim were able to just, again, they were stalwart. They were able to kind of fortify their own defenses in that early game and just take the fight to them. But look at the fact that Illusion, Kyung9, yeah, they died 3 times apiece, but the rest of the team just died a single time. Again, with a glass cannon, people not dying, it's huge for this team and their KDA to just be very positive in that regard.
And I'm very interested who does the most damage coming in from Nongshim RedForce, because all of them has capabilities in doing damages. So I just want to see, how does the damage chart look like coming in for the boys in red? Because everyone is a glass cannon.
Yeah. And looking at this lineup, this is why Nongshim, I mean, you talk about Kyung9 or Haku making some miracle plays, or even Illusion at times, but and Siri, like literally this team is just like everybody steps up, right? They play well together as a team. But to answer your question, most damage, of course, it will be Illusion. Second most in ranking week, and he continues that tradition here.
And look at base Secure. 65,000 damage dealt by the Secure here. The Mulberry Power and the Fireflies does a lot of AoE, even surpassing Siri, Haku, and Kyung9 in those charts.
Yeah. This is a flex at this point, right? I think that you talk to your Kyung9, Haku, and Siri and be like, hey, guys, get on my level here, right? You know, you want to contribute or what? So, I mean, Nongshim here really playing well. Faye really stepping up when you needed to. And this is the gold graph that you're seeing. It was the greatest red in the end from the 10-minute mark essentially on, and they were able to close this one out.
There were indeed moments that Gen.G looked to be potentially coming back from the series, but Nongshim RedForce, with the superior macro and team fighting, they pulled the lead to a 7.7k, and the rest was just history. That last team fight was just so crucial, but the MVP title does go over to Siri, that's holding his finger gun right towards our face.
Yeah, put the guns down, Siri, okay? With just the photo, right? Okay, but he's 5-1-3, 90% of the damage. Everyone had so much damage on top of that one, but his ability to take down those towers and then also get those pickoffs onto like Inua, making him very uncomfortable with those flaming palms, and this is why he's a very scary Loon player.
Very scary long player, knows his positioning, knows when to go for those all-in here, and this is the replay that we are having on our screen here. Wawa face checks into Oblivion, gets burst down almost immediately, but these are all those good plays coming in from Gen.G that potentially may bring back the game because of Inua. But right now, you see, jumping onto Illusion, all the damage lays on top of the members here. And as of this point, no front line means you are scattering here. And these are the examples of a good team fight that Gen.G wants to have. Singling out targets like the Illusion, like Siri, that gives them dividends to win out these games.
Yeah, target prioritization and being able to find the right guy at the right time, especially since you don't have a tanky guy. You just need to be sure that, like, hey, if we're going to call out one guy, that guy needs to be deleted, right? You see Rock, they need to go, right? And Siri right now gets the pick off, finds Mato, worst position in that one, all the way up in front, made him pay, and then it was pretty much all she wrote at that point.
And look at this last team fight, right? You see Siri's position. He's not going for the front line, he's going for the back line. That's the role of a Alone. You don't always need to hit the front line. Your damage is sufficient in blowing the back line up like almost immediately, right? And then you see Inua flashing away, gets hit by those flame palms, and immediately the game goes over to the favor of Nongshim RedForce. 3-1 in terms of scoreline compared to 2-2 yesterday. Much better performance coming in from Nongshim.
Yeah, a really bounce back series. Nongshim really needed this one. I mean, we're going to see them again in the third series of the day. They're going to be going up against Crazy Raccoons later today. So it's not the end if you happen to be a Nongshim fan. Stick around, don't check that one out. But we have another series that's going to be coming up. It's going to be R8 Esports going up against CMF Esports. That one's going to be an interesting one. We go into Group A to see exactly who the Kings in Group A is going to be.
Because R8 from yesterday, they did extremely well against Scars, but that's for later. We'll go in for a little bit of a break before we come back for the series.
elders say, the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party. And add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
What a series there, Holler. We just witnessed 4 games coming in from Nongshim RedForce against Gen.G Esports in the second round robin in the Group S here. My name is Sagi, along with Holler here. We're bringing you the best action of KME Survival Week here. But talk to me, Holler, what's going on?
I mean, first things first, a new version arrives on September 24th. Unleash your spirit. Get on top of that one. There's going to be a great update going into this one. But to answer your question of that last series, it just seemed like Nongshim RedForce were very determined. They wanted to ensure that they were able to kind of continue on and just, to be the top dog here and to really stick it to Gen.G.
Yeah, they really were quite enraged from yesterday's mishaps. So bringing in all these flavor into today's games, we definitely see series stepping up and showing us a much better performances. And also right below that screen, Ultimate Awakening is the new mode coming into Honor of Kings as a for fun mode. You have different ultimates here being enhanced and powered up for 15 to 20 heroes in Honor of Kings. That fun mode here. Do check it out on September 27th if you are a bit tired of your ranked games if you keep losing too much.
I've never been in that situation. No, okay, I'm always in the losing situation for ranked. It's a terrible spot, so I will be playing that Awaken mode. I will ensure that I will just take a bit of a breather in that regard. But going into this series, we're going to be dropping down in the sense of Group A. R8 Esports had a great time yesterday, right? They were able to kind of take down Scars 3-0. But going up against CMF, we're going to have to find out. But of course, the first team up will be Scars. Let's see their video now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. Gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
R8 Esports out of Tunisia will be to infinity and beyond. They will be made up by Doma, Gushing, Zinan, Roichi, and Mijoj. They were third place in the KME Spring. High expectations going in. Unfortunately, not the case here. They were not able to kind of get their wings under them, so to speak, and soar. Unfortunately, they're in Group A here.
But they had a fantastic game yesterday, right? When they went 3-0 in terms of the line against none other than the Scars, right? And they made immediate roster improvements with Gushing replacing BX, but on the opposite end will be another Group A team, CMF.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. Gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And the Undertakers are the CMF Esports in the classroom with Saiken Oya Wei. They are import from the NKL region, Ashir, Anthem, and Timid, formulating that mid, roam, and farm synergy here. This will be the opponents coming in to find their first series win against R8 Esports.
This is going to be an interesting matchup, right? Where in the sense that, like, CMF, they lost to a Star 1-3 off stream yesterday. And going into this one, you're thinking, where do these T guys really belong? I mean, yes, probably Group A. They need to figure out, how to get their feet under them. They haven't been able to kind of pull off any sort of wins as of now, other than some individual games here and there. They haven't been able to take a series. And this is going to be a true test going up against R8 Esports, a big titan in the KME.
And they are in a sticky situation, right? Because you're not in Group S. Group S, no matter how you end up, you still make it towards that playoff spots here. And this is the head-to-head between Xenon and Anthem here. You can see they are pretty tight in terms of statistics. Kills-wise, they are almost similar, 17 to Xenon, 20 towards Anthem, but the damage department falls heavily towards Xenon in towards the mid lane here. But back to the topic here, if you're a CMF and you have already lost a series against a A-star, you lose one more, does that put you out of contention for that one slot in Group A towards that lower bracket playoffs?
It's not going to help, that's for sure. Especially with this round robin that's going around. I think that you have to look at every single series as a must win. And going to the true test of a best of 5, not the easiest. R8 Esports have been there, especially last year. They had that experience. It's helped them out. Not to say that they're going to win this guaranteed or anything, but CMF right now have a bit of a climb ahead of them.
CMF will have a climb, I think, coming to this season with the roster coming in for some of the players from Venomous and adding the addition of Wei in towards the jungle. They have a high learning curve to challenge some of these KME teams. But this is game 1 between R8 Esports and CMF Esports, with the draft starting on the blue side for R8 and CMF on the red side.
So when you see a band like R8 going with the pay first, that just speaks, it says that they don't really want to set the tone. And I really like pay. It's one of those things where it's like, if you don't ban the pay, then CMF are kind of forced to do it themselves. And so you're basically showing that you don't really want to play the pay early. And I don't like that frame of mind, especially for R8, because this is a hero that you have so much pace and you take over game 1. It's really demoralizing for the opposing team.
I have to agree with you, especially all these picks are targeted towards Wei's pool. Wei is known to be the assassin-centric jungler that likes to play Pei, Jing, and also the Luna here. But coming into the first game, they deny all these assassin picks 3 in a row against Wei in that jungle.
So now Arlie Mayin in response to the Jing and then Dharma. Okay, so if you're wow, okay, a lot of control, which is pretty much going to be set up for Gushing to kind of get going on this Jing. Once you have that control, you just have the damage and you're on cleanup duty. That can make for a good time. CMF need to figure out a way to, yeah, you got the Arlie, but you don't have the control against the Jing.
So far in that first 3 picks, we learned one lesson. When you see the Arlie, you lock in double assassin on the Dharma and to pair up with the Xiao Qiao, things are not looking so good for Anthem with that Arlie. It will be a really hard teamfight scenario for that player.
Yeah, like how do you go in? There's so much control, like the AoE stuns where you have to be more than arm's distance. And the Diadea, okay, that's one way to kind of deal with the Jing. That Bitter Farewell will be huge, is able to kind of get the lockdown, then you have the Mayin on top, but now you need a little bit of damage to kind of shore up some other weaknesses.
Yeah, some of these damages short some weaknesses. You have to really pair up with potentially a big front line on the hands of Wei to really allow this Arlie and Diadea to move on without any sort of issues, right? Because if you open up a lot of space for them, they might just, go rampant here. So for R8, it's to assassinate the Arlie. For CMF, it's to protect the Arlie at all costs.
Not going to be easy. You need some more tanks. You need like a jungler. But look, the CMF one, the lineup, if you're going to go with this Arlie, Diadea, Mayin, for me, you need like more of a damage dealing type of jungler, right? I think it's going to help out. The roam, you kind of already locked in. Clash as well. Mid, more utility. But the damage department is something that you really need to look into for CMF.
I have to agree with you, and if you look over to R8, they agree to your point as well. They're constantly target banning all the assassin junglers coming in from Wei's pool. They want to put Wei on a back foot where he does not able to have the carry potential, put him on the tank, make sure that he sits in this place and allow the carry position to solely lie on Anthem only.
So who are you? Okay, the Musashi ban, again, just protecting the Jing as much as possible. But who are you picking up for Wei with all of these junglers already? Like, literally all 4 of those bans that have been targeting Wei.
They potentially just pick up the Ogren, act as a front line, rely on your teammates like the KME, the strong side lanes, really pick up the pace in the game to win out these team fights. But for CMF, the long-term issue that they always have will be that 2v2 towards the mid lane that they always fail to win. And that's the Ogren locking in here. Wei needs to be that front line for Arlie to really win out this game.
Makes sense, makes sense. Shores up a lot of the holes that is on the CMF side. So it makes a lot of sense. And just, I mean, Gushing will be using this Jing to be jumping the back line as much as possible. Wei needs to do the same thing onto the Xiao Chao or even the Dharma in some extent. But this Jing is going to be mobile as ever, very difficult to lock down.
Luban number 7 hovered for a side of R8 here. Okay, so logically speaking, it does pretty well against the Ogren, but locking the Gen.G and Zhang Fei makes much more sense in playing against the early in this lane here. So they're just playing with us like usual. They're like, oh, cap money, ha, there you go, psych, we're not picking.
Yeah, that would have been a very interesting turn of events to kind of finish it out. But Yuhan here, adding more into that mid lane, plus you've got a little bit of sustain. Okay, they're pump faking that one too. All right, let's speak after they've faked because they're just constantly playing with them. Okay, they're gonna go with the Nua. The damage, it shores up a lot of those weaknesses.
Yeah, Nua does cover up some of these late game potentials that CMF really needs, so that's a good pickup here coming in for Ashir in towards the mid lane here, but same issue still persists. Can they survive the laning phase and not explode once the game starts? Because this is an issue coming in for CMF. They have the tendency of losing at the laning phase, and then Wei's jungle just starts getting attacked constantly by the enemy team here. First things first, play the laning phase well, and then we will see a better CMF.
Yeah, start off strong, right? Get on a good foot, and then take the fight to them. What we've seen from CMF is they've been very reactive. They've been kind of like 50-50 or losing in the laning phase, and they really don't know how to come back, right? If you're able to kind of be aggressive, invade the enemy jungle, maybe take the fight to R8, I think they're going to have a much better chance. So I expect to see a more aggressive team by CMF in this one.
I have to agree with you. I want to see something out of the ordinary here. Show us the form that they actually got games out of Scars or a Star. It will be great, especially it is under the condition that if they lose more of these games, they will be eliminated from the tournament, as Group A only allows the first place to advance to that playoff spot.
And this is the moment, right? How are they going to go? I mean, R8 right now, they had a great time. They beat Scars 3-0 yesterday. They want to continue that momentum going into CMF here. They would be in prime position to be in a great spot if they were to take them out here.
They will be in prime position here, and it will be such a confidence boost coming in from the Bangladeshi roster, which is CMF Esports. So let's hope for the best for them as we go into game number 1 between R8 Esports and CMF Esports.
Starting it strong. Xenon is going to be by himself, and it looks like Tomid will be, hanging around in the mid. But more than anything else, he needs to provide space for Wei to get that farm. I think that if he gets going, he gets largely off the map, taking, free farming with whatever he can. And then at that 4-minute mark, once Wei kind of reveals himself, at least for that Tyrant, it will be huge for CMF.
It will indeed be huge here. So it will come down to execution, laning phase, and so this early game is looking much more safer, much more prize coming in from Esports draft. I'm loving the rotations here coming in from the team itself.
Starting it strong, right? Tomid has not been in the farm lane at all. I don't know if him and Anthem got into a fight, but it looks like they're going to use the first mirror domain, trying to get onto Tomid, who actually goes to the bitter farewell. He gets knocked up. He's going to give up first blood. Gushing will take that.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Gushing and also Doma here. CC chaining Tomid, making flash, and the rest was history. Picking up a very easy first blood from the jungler of R8 Esports.
Not a great start for CMF, not where you want to be, but of course R8 Esports capitalizing. That nice little rotation, ensuring that they get it. Wei still needs to put his head down, funnel all that farm into him, let the man be that raid boss.
Yeah, let the man be that raid boss. He will be exceptionally tanky here, but single tank composition, we know that if he gets focused down by the likes of Yoichi with that golden token, he gets taken down pretty easily on that Ogren.
Yeah, he's going to have a tough time. So again, this is why Wei needs to just not really fight, not force things, right? Don't go into like a skirmish when you don't need to. It's all about farming at this point, ensuring your gold is constantly growing.
And Ashir putting a lot of focus here onto Yoichi here, but Yoichi with the move, dodging out so many of these skill shots being put down by Ashir here, and he walks back to safety with those moves.
Yeah, but look at them. There are 3 members here, and they're going to give up the spike tail. They haven't gotten anything. A nice honey sweet breeze just on their way out. But man, CMF right now, rotation, didn't get anything. Plus, you're playing defensively. You're not even able to defend your own jungle.
But still, it's a 50-50 in terms of the gold here. Still early here, but Gushing here might be looking for an engage on Psychonoia.
Yeah, Gushing just looking to take more of the farm more than anything else. Yeah, you'll see Wei, but he knows that this isn't really about the kills. As I say that, the Mirror Domain, the Conductor of Souls right on top of this one, and they find him, Psychonoid just looking to just run away. Wei will as well, and it looks like a little bit of a risk there, but they didn't get any pick.
They didn't get any pick here, but they do force out Psychic Oya's HP bar here. That gives the priority over to R8 Esports. It allows Gushing to fast rotate on towards this map here. Look at him, already going to the bottom side here to give space for Yoichi to push this turret.
Oh, the creation does a little bit of work, but not with the annihilation. They weren't able to combo that properly. And now R8 invading the enemy jungle, the teleport from Tomit in the bottom lane, and now CMF are sticking around. But again, R8, look at how they're just putting that pressure on. CMF can't even get to the river.
I like Asher's positioning. He's doing a lot of rotations to make sure that Anthem is having its game on towards his early here. We see Anthem already picking up that Doomsday here, so in terms of laning phase, it's still a decent one for the side of CMF here. So first tyrant has been spawned here. What is the call here coming in for both teams?
Well, teleport is coming. He wants to go in the mid lane. Doma will be here. Wei has been spotted out. He's going to give this one up. The path to passing if they want to go, but R8 just way too many members. Gushing gets the first tyrant.
This is the after effect, right? The consequences of actions. So R8 Esports, they win out top side, which allows the
bridal outburst. Oh, he gets the jump in. He finds two with the 100 freeze. The wild combo. Tomit tries to flash, but he gets picked off. And Xenon waiting in the wings gets a double.
The Wombo combo coming in from the side of Midjoj and Xenon just annihilates Anthem and Tomit. This is the problem here. Jungle is under siege right now with the likes of the combo here. Asher forced to flash away.
Force the flash, and he's going to give up this bottom T2. The minions are here as well. Emergence just to kind of scout it out, but he's not really going to go for this one. And now the bottom T2 at the not even the 5-minute mark, already taken down. Wei trying to fight 1 versus 3. The Conductor of Souls, he's going to be on point, but he's taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful. He's got that Seer State on to Gushing. He's got that connection, but he's going to be pushed back. R8 will survive as well as CMF.
But that is such an aggressive play coming from R8 Esports here. 3,000 gold already in favor of R8, and they take away the Azure Golem to add insult into injury here. So right now, if you are R8 Esports, you're in such a comfortable position here, even though the early game was not expected compared to what we have thought of.
Yeah, if you're playing John Fei, you need to take the smite just for value like that. Taking away the blue buff at this stage of the game where Wei is again suffering, but oh, nice little truth, but doesn't actually hit off the backboard. Doma gets picked off. He tried to make the heroic play just a little too far, and CMF made him pay, but they lose the mid T1.
It's still worth it, right, coming in from R8 Esports. They get out some of these key spells from CMF. They take away the mid tower here. So the next attacking point for R8 will be some of these buffs and jungle camps coming in from CMF Esports. Because right now, if you're R8, it's like, oh, trading Doma for a tower, worth it, let's do it.
Yeah, but Doma's like, yeah, actually, I don't want to be traded away. That was probably not a good play, just going in for that. Again, it was a little bit too much risk for that case. And again, if you missed out, that's what's going to happen. But here's the emergence. Tomit just completely gets sliced and diced. Gushing makes him play, gets the solo.
Ooh, no flash onto Tomit. Cannot find the hard link here. Gushing finding another assassination on towards the roller coming in CMF Esports. Just playing with their food here. Blinking away with the mirror reflection.
Base created all that for Roichi to take the top T1. CMF reeling right now, not having a great early game, down 4K at the 6-minute mark.
R8 is very dominant so far compared to what we've seen in the ranking week. The survival week performance from 3-0ing Scars with like an average game time of 8 minutes to today against CMF Esports, they are looking so much more dominant and confident compared to last week.
I think their decision-making has been cleaner. There were definitely some moments in the ranking week where you're kind of thinking, all right, everybody didn't seem to be on the same page. Gushing definitely was kind of, how was he going to just meld with this team? Was he able to kind of continue on, have that consistency? And it took a little bit for them to get going, but now are seemingly finding their stride.
I think so far the stride, like you mentioned, is showing up, right, compared to week number 1. More of these macro games are looking much more solid. Laning phase much more solid coming in from Ryoichi, Xenon, and also Doma. I'm liking this new R8 that we are getting to see in week number 2 so far.
The potential is there, right? They have the guys, the mechanical skill. It's just more of the team play, the synergy and that coordination when they go in. But again, space created, R8 picking up yet another big objective with that overload.
But Tomit
Yeah, Tomid is looking to find him, and it looks like he's going to dash away. Doma, though, will get on out of there. I mean, if anything, you've provided all that vision, which is great. A lot was expended, but they didn't get any kills.
But I think it's still fine, right? Removing the flash away from the Dharma means that this Dharma will not have that big truth moment for the next 2 minutes. So it relieves some pressure for the likes of Anthem and also Ashir in towards that upcoming 2 to 3 minute where R8 is looking to push these high ground turrets.
Yeah, and R8 right now, they're just waiting for the next Vanguards to be there, but this is going to be another big push. CMF seemingly not willing to give up this mid T2, not able to defend whatsoever, and they're kind of being sieged across all 3 lanes right now, and R8 opening this game up even more.
Yep, very well done for the side of R8 Esports. Just barely of 9 minutes, they remove all the tier 2s and currently knocking on that tier 3 tower, which is the high ground in towards the mid lane.
Way just going back and forth with that path of passing, not able to really do much damage. Roichi's a little on the lower end, but CMF, yes, they'll defend, but they lose their their own jungle. They're losing quite a bit at this stage, and the lead is continuing to grow in favor of R8.
It's just a death ball from the side of R8 Esports from that play coming in from Mijoj and Xenon. That wombo combo really set them up for success. 2 towers towards the bot lane, and then mid lane another tower, and then it's just rinse and repeat, removing all these tier 2, tier 1s for the side of CMF Esports. Once that 10 minutes hit, we will see a Shadow Vanguard attempt coming in from Shadow Vanguards like R8 Esports to really end the game.
I mean, it's 7K net worth lead at this point. Gushing just like watching his food. Wei just, prancing back. If anything, he needs to get going, but he's 2 levels behind Gushing. Gushing has just completely outclassed him. Yes, the rest of the team from R8 has really been able to help support, but this is a feels bad man.
It is a feels bad man because right now they have nothing to farm. They're just slowly getting pushed back to their base, losing out their towers. Yoichi looking to poke down that mid tower, already half health on that mid tower for the side of CMF here. It's just a slow death here coming in for the red team.
All of the lane matchups, like all of the guys, like 2 level advantage by R8, every single lane almost. Except for Mijoj, who's slacking apparently against Tomid. He's only got the 1 level advantage, but R8, but the Tyrant being picked up. No, I'm gonna point it out, right? You want an A+ or you want an A-? Because right now, Mijoj is playing an A- this game.
The real Asian dad. Oh, you're showing your age. But R8 Esports, they pick up the Shadow Vanguard, they pick up the Shadow Tyrant. They are looking to formulate this game-winning push with the double objective here. It will be a difficult defense that our CMF have to pull off if they want to have a chance in this game number 1.
Yeah, Wei there, just smiting it out, ensuring that he gets at least the blue buff, but man, he's about 2K behind Gushing, who's just been able to outclass him. I mean, all of the members of R8 have been able to kind of ensure that they have that advantage going in, but it's come back to this hold. How does CMF stay in this one?
How do they stay in this one? They first have to figure out if they can defend against the high ground push, because the team coming in for R8, they are relentless in this one.
They're looking to go. I mean, the only thing holding them back is the minion wave, because CMF have some wave clear that's pretty decent, and they've been able to kind of extend the game a bit. The mid T3 does go down. That was a bit of a hole by CMF in their defense.
Well, 2 high grounds just go down, Gushing playing with his food, and the bot side will be going down just shortly, but look at Mijoj here, potentially looking for an engage.
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst right on top of this one, and Wei and Anthem just like that, a blink of an eye, and they both get picked off. Psychonoia is going to be killed, and Tomid is back in the fountain, but they want the crystal, and R8 will take game 1.
Very clean game for R8 Esports here. It was a very quiet laning phase. Everybody was just doing their job. But that moment where the Zhang found the Unbridled Outburst into the knockup coming in for the Xiao Xiao, that is where everything went in the favor of R8 Esports. And they just right on the wins to find that game-winning lead.
Yeah, just from the beginning, though, from first blood on, that was a game that was completely in control of R8. Being able to close that one out, I mean, all good teams need to figure out a way to close and end games, and R8 did it in style, ensuring that they got that kill. It was a matter of time. A slow choking experience from CMF Esports. Didn't have a great time, but R8 was just too much in that one.
R8 was just too much in that one. They showed composure. They showed really well macro game, and the team fight that they found, especially on the roam, Mijoj really found decent Unbridled Outbursts to really put CMF Esports in a very tough situation.
Yeah, it didn't really have much. I mean, just R8 Esports, just across the board, everyone. But Majoj, who's only one level above, Tommen at that time, Majoj can play a much better game. Sorry, we have to poke. I don't know what to say, right? I mean, like, it was a bit of a steamroll in that regard.
Yeah, the Asian dad, your age is showing how I'm telling you, stop telling the viewers your age. You're not 18 anymore. On your dad's side of things.
Yeah, I'm 21, by the way.
Oh,
mentally. That's right.
Mentally. Yeah. He's pretty cool. But yeah, okay. If we were to go back into the game, CMF, they did better compared to before, not losing the lane in 2 minutes, but they did make mistakes in allowing Gushing on that Jing to capitalize on a few of these kills, allowing the lead to further grow, right? You can see on top of the screen, in terms of gold, it was just terror from the side of R8 against CMF.
No real answers. I want to be like, oh, it's a draft diff, it's all that, but no, actually in this one, it was kind of just execution, right? CMF really were not on the same level of R8. R8 was just too good in terms of just being able to take any small advantage and taking things away. You're seeing when CMF, even when they were equal or they had a slight edge in the early game, they were playing very defensively. They had the numbers and they were constantly pushed back in their own jungle, not looking to be aggressive. When you go for rotations, you gotta go for some sort of conversion to make your time worth it to make that rotation.
Like what you mentioned, right? There's no trade coming in from CMF. They were just waiting for the enemy to attack their jungle. Usually you need to be focusing. Okay, I need to give this up to trade something on towards the cross map here. If not, this would happen here. It's just a steamroll from RN Esports from start to finish, from 1,000 all the way to 10.7k at the end game.
Yeah, straight up, like, there was no dips, no dives, no nothing, right? CMF not able to dig into that gold whatsoever. They were just completely behind. But of course, the MVP is going to be Gushing here. 2-0-4, didn't die a single time. Constant pressure, constantly just like in the enemy jungle, taking everything, but also doing 28% of the team's damage. Did a great job. Clearly deserved this MVP.
He was styling on top of CMF Esports, just casually blinking around the mirror domain, just swapping the clothes to really do all these damages here. So well-deserved MVP, had a pretty good jungle tempo here, but this is the one we talk about, right? Mijos finding the Unbridled Outburst into the knockup coming from the Xiao Qiao, getting that double kill and allowing them to push 2 towers toward the bot side. For the side of Doma here, a bit over-aggressive, but they do find that mid turret. Coming in, this is why Gushing is so good. Keep on finding all these key engages here. The final one immediately leading to Wei's explosion, not even having time to click on that Blood Rage.
Yeah, that last Unbridled Outburst was the game ender, just pushing him back. Wei, no real chance whatsoever, just controlled and being pinballed between all the CC. Just had a tough time, couldn't really get anything going. And now CMF, down a game. They need to figure out a way to get back in this game. But of course, we have a little bit of a break. We'll get to that one. But how does CMF Esports bounce back? We're going to find out shortly, right after this break.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are.
strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night.
Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
Dominant performance here coming in from R8 Esports against CMF in that game number 1. What does it take for CMF to bounce back after such a tough game last year?
I think that they need to kind of really, I mean, it wasn't really like a draft issue. I think that it's like the early game of just stop playing scared. It feels like they're playing too timid. They're letting R8 dictate the pace of the game, and they're constantly just hiding in their jungle. Yes, it works in ranked games where you're kind of like, the enemy team's not going to be as aggressive or whatever, but in these situations, if you're rotating, you got to get something out of it. You got to get some sort of pickup. You got to make some sort of stance, but they're going in, they're like, oh, they see 3 members on the enemy team. They're like, we don't fight. So it seems like, again, they're playing too timid for me.
They are indeed playing too timid, like you mentioned. It's not as easy when you are not as on the same mechanical prowess on the enemy team. I think R8 so far has shown more macro and micro growth compared to CMF. So finding that equilibrium will be difficult here coming in from CMF, but it is what they have to do to find that first series win or first win in this Group A terror.
I mean, the biggest thing though is that if you're saying that like mechanical issues are there, then you need to turn this into a numbers advantage, right? You need to, if you make some sort of rotation that's a little unheard of, but you get like a 2-to-1 or 3-on-2, whatever sort of edge that you can get to kind of overcome that mechanical edge that R8 might have.
That seems to be the case, right? So they have to at least pull off something that proves that they have what it takes to take off games against R8 or take off games against Scars in their group, because so far it seems to be not going their way, even though their draft is decently done. It's just that when it comes to fighting, it comes to rotating, they're not on par with their opponents.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that, right? Even throughout the team fights have been on point. Like, it all comes back when you have that lead, you have that vision lead as well, so that you can kind of be waiting in the wings, you get that ambush off. And CMF got caught out a couple too many times, and then that snowball was just there, right? So it goes back to the early game, trying to take that fight, but also ensuring that, like, having that premonition of just understanding where they could potentially be, so that you don't just lose everyone because one person didn't check the brush.
The one person didn't check the brush, gets unbridled outburst, and then the rest is just history. The game just scales towards R8's tempo here. But we are going into the draft for game number 1. Game number 2, we are looking at Long, Guan Yu, and Liang being locked in for 8. For the side of CMF, they are drafting pretty decently. Channel does counter towards a Long. 4-1 tank is a decent tank to really absorb the ultimate coming in from the power control of the Liang here. So we have to see. It still boils down to execution, their laning phase, their early game, whether they can make it work is the real thing we have to look at.
I mean, look at the respect that R8 are doing. They know that Wei has been the guy. And Guan Yu, you have that team fight control. Liang for that lockdown. If, you know, Wei decides to go for the assassin-style jungler, they're kind of covering their bases. Obviously, their damage department is a little bit lacking, but this is a good first phase for R8. And seeing is like it's covering a lot of the potential gaps that they might have.
I'm loving the CMF draft here, though. They have tank, they have, like, sufficient disengage for the Liang ultimate here. If they can really pull off the laning phase, I have good expectations for CMF going into the mid game, but it still boils down to execution here. Micro is not something you can cover up in just a few days of time.
Yeah, it might not be easy in that sense, but Kongmin and Angela, wow, okay. Are they actually going to lock these two? Because that's a lot of damage. And the potential, like if you lock somebody down with suppression, okay, I was going to say that's okay. Even going another different direction with Prince of Lanling, also a very high damage dealer, and now they're just playing with my hearts at this point.
Did you not learn your lesson? Wait for them to lock, only we talk about it. Come on. I'm kidding. But yeah, they did play about feelings for a bit, and they lock it with Tachibana and the Angela here. Concept is simple. Liang power controls the front line. Immediately, you want the Angela to burst whoever is at the front here. So that is the game plan that's being formulated coming in from RA Esports, and for CMF, they're doubling down on their late game department, hovering on Charlotte for Psychonoia.
Interesting pick here. I mean, they're basically saying that the Mulan. Okay, Mulan Clash. So Flowborn jungle, Yuan mid, right? That seems to
be the case.
Okay. All right, I'm not 100% sold on the Flowborn tank jungle. Because I feel like Wei is the type where he wants to be doing that damage. And I think that the Liang had really changed the perspective of CMF from where they want to go with this draft. But you're not really playing to the strengths of Wei, where he needs to be that assassin style in the back line, just blowing people up.
But that is the story for Gen.G back in spring, right? Whereby they overly rely on Rock to carry games on the assassin, where it put them into a very bad position on their team's growth. So for CMF, I think it's the same story where they do not want to be overly reliant on Wei. And if things do go whereby a year and 2 years from now, you can start letting the players improve by not relying too much on others. They still need to take some burden from Wei.
Best case scenario, yes, of course. You need somebody to definitely support him. But I think that in this case, when you're seeing the draft thus far, I just feel like it's a little underwhelming to put him on. Now it's more pressure on Anthem Ashir, to do that damage and to get those kills, because Wei's not going to really have it. He can be that front liner, he can be that tank. He's always going to be in a great position, but you don't have that, the damage to really just kill some of these squishy guys on R8.
But the fortunate thing about playing a tank, which is Flowborn tank, you have the strong early game that really supplements yourself from the invasion from the enemy jungle here. So maybe that's something that CMF is looking to do to really recover some form of lead from an aggressive early game jungler.
Okay. And I mean, CMF right now, they need to be aggressive. And it looks like Tamid right now is just protecting his own jungle, ensuring that Gushing doesn't get any sort of steals aside from those boars that were contested right there. But, Wei is in his own jungle, ensuring that he kind of tries to keep pace with Gushing as much as possible.
And we're seeing a lane sort as well coming from RA Esports. They do not want Ryoichi to go against Anthem in that bottom lane, so they put Ryoichi into a better matchup in towards the Clash lane, which is the low against the Charlotte in a 1v1 scenario here. So it elevates some form of laning pressure at the very least.
Yeah, well, the range will definitely help going up against Charlotte, which has got just, the melee style. So you can kind of be a nuisance in that regard. But Tamid is going to stick around with Psychonoia as well to kind of keep him shielded as much as possible, looking for the teleport now to help. It looks like Anthem in the bottom lane.
But they do get a lot of these rotations down here coming from R8. One rotation coming from Xenon does get a lot of these jungle camps into the pocket of Ryoichi, so that guarantees a bit of gold going in favor of R8's marksman.
And look at how Wei is just waiting. I mean, they know that he's around, but he's only level 4, and Gushing doing some serious work. They're all in charge. The Soaring Great Dragon right on top, and Wei is actually just having to back off. Needs to be careful here.
Ooh, big rotation here coming from Domo, and once again, Gushing taking away that wild boar here, further denying camps from Wei just at the start of the game. Such aggressiveness coming from R8.
Yeah, stealing a boar here and there. I mean, Psychonoia walking into this one. Gushing, they find him, but they don't have the control. Psychonoia gets under the tower, and they'll ride the wind. The shot is not going to do enough. Psychonoia will just recall back.
Ooh, almost a catch there coming from R8, but that is Flash being down for the side of the Clash lane of CMF. And waves are under fire by the tower of CMF. So you're losing EXP, you're losing gold, and you're losing a flasher. That's a lot of things lost in just 20 seconds of time.
Yeah, but you didn't lose your life. That's the biggest thing, right? Not giving up first blood is actually huge. Staying alive. Mijoja, I don't think was level 4, and that's why they didn't have suppression, but they got it now, and now they're going to burn Tommy. They're looking to just take him in. It looks like they're all in charge. The Umbrella Outburst turning it around. They got Doma under the tower. He's going to be picked off, and first blood is going to go the way of Wei, and they're going to continue on. Mijoja actually has to flash back. He gets the safety. Wei continuing to fight, trying to go for Gushing. They're going to just try to get the stampede on him, and Gushing running for his life. He's going to be picked off as well, and CMF with 2 early kills. That's a great start.
That's what we're talking about. The early game jungler here coming in from Wei to supplement that laning phase that he is desperately losing out. But Xenon, you might be in a bad position.
Yeah, he went all in for that one. The Blazing Brilliance on a sheer. It's a personal thing. When you're going up against the mid, is like, hey, I died, but I took the other mid with me, so I'm going to be okay with that.
And so far with the Floorborn tank, 2-0-1 already for the side of CMF Wei. A much better early game compared to game number 1 here coming in CMF Esports. Much needed cover.
Much needed cover for sure. This is that early game. I mean, this is a situation where you want to be competitive. It's about that confidence and building up some momentum in this series to really take it to them. Now R8 need to respect it and understand that, hey, they got a dogfight ahead of them.
They indeed got a dogfight ahead of them, and it's not going to be easy coming for RA Esports because we're starting to see Wei being this super big tank that's limiting R8's attempts in these team fights. And 4 minutes on towards the clock, we're seeing CMF take control of this Tyrant on the Dawn.
Yeah, they're taking, they're pulling it away. Roichi's there, but the Tyrant, it looks like it's going to be picked up by Wei. He does have that smite. The Umbrella Outburst was used as well to provide a little bit of space. CMF starting to hit their, their stride.
The stride is good, and they are in much more control compared to game number 1. But will that control continue? We have to see how they thread the needle in these early games. Visuals looking for a control here on towards Psychonoia here.
Oh, with that Chaos Cinder, just they stacked it, but Psychonoia, he flexes. He realizes that he's fine. He's going to limp away, but now Doma, with that teleport, trying to make them pay. CMF now on the run. They're going to be fine. But look at where Wei is. He's looking for the flank. He goes in, all in on this one. He finds Mijoja, gets that pick off, and Wei makes them pay.
That was a bit of an unlucky situation coming in for the side of our Esports, or maybe a miscommunication because Xenon did not have the Break Brilliance, hence the burst was not enough to take down the Charlotte here. And then mid lane is where Wei comes in once again, picking up another setup onto Mijoja, not having the ultimate on towards Liang.
Yeah, Wei is making this Flowborn tank work because he's able to find the pickoff, stay alive more than anything else, and has that control. And CMF right now in the driver's seat because of his play.
Has destroyed
so far,
a tower.
the early game looking hella good for CMF Esports. Much needed control here, but looking at a control on towards the sheer.
Oh, they find a sheer, and they actually are going to get Xenon in return with that Umbrella Outburst. They're going to do a little bit of work, but now Gushing on the run. Anthem is looking to join, gets the pick off, and Anthem gets that kill. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of CMF.
As CMF is knocking on that tier 1 tower and towards the mid lane. Such a good play here coming in from CMF Esports. They are now in control. They are so ahead in this early game.
Definitely in control and starting to feel it, right? This is where you give CMF an inch, they will take a mile. This is exactly where you want to be, and it looks like the infinite fastness has to be used by Roichi just to stay alive. But now CMF on the hunt. They want to go for Doma, but the tower's there to keep him alive.
Wow, much better game here for CMF. That Floorborn tank paying dividends. CC chain for days here, but we want to see if they can continue this lead. It's still a 1,300 gold lead in favor of CMF here. How do they tread the team fights? How do they push this lead to a even game deciding factor here as Psychonoia might be caught up in this cycling?
I mean, it's dark right now. They're looking to potentially jump in, but Josh has that. Oh, he's not able to get the catch. He did not have flash, and that was a very ambitious one. And Psychonoia staying alive, a lot of wasted time by R8.
And you look at the gold here, right? 402 onto Wei. A lot of these gold is funneled towards this 4-1 tank, and for the side of R8, you currently don't have enough damage to realistically take down this big, beefy front line here, so they need more time. But more time goes in favor of Psychonoia and Anthem on these late game scaling heroes. So the game plan is falling in place for CMF Esports for that late game potential.
They're giving themselves a chance, which is the biggest thing. I mean, I thought the R8, like Xenon on this Angela, I thought would be more than enough with Gushing to burst them down, but Wei has just been this very tanky boy, and you know, with Anthem and Ashir there to kind of just help and support and doing all that damage from the backline as well, it's made it tough for R8 to kind of get anything going.
It's really tough for RA right now after this position, but the jungle, at the very least for RA Esports, is still allowing themselves to funnel the goal into Ryoichi, into Gushing, so that is a bit of good news here. But look at the rotations here. We are starting to see more control going to CMF Esports as they are taking control of this Crimson Golem here, but look at Doma, he's finding a flank.
No, he's looking for the fang. The Razor Cavalry just going to be used on the Psychonoia. Not too much value. He decides to go all in, Way that is, and they're bouncing him around. And Doma was all by himself. I mean, he's the general of the army, but there was no army following up with him.
Bounce house for days, Doma's locked in, Doma gets locked away, and he gets taken down. The horse is unable to do horse things, so that's a bit of a win for CMF as they continue to push this lead to an even bigger control for the Bangladesh squad here. Very well placed thus far.
Yeah, Doma's like, hey, my horse and I were there. Where was the rest of you, right? I mean, even my horse is there and you can't be there with me?
Like, do you remember how you tell me, Sagi, break a leg? This is exactly what it means by breaking a damn leg, because look at Wei. He's just going in.
He's going all in and gets the pick off, finds it on, and just like that, he's been down. Ryoichi has to take to the skies, and he will get back, but Gushing is going to be killed as well, and CMF making them pay with this Wei Flowborn tank.
Such a good play here coming in from Wei here. The moment George goes to somebody, you will see Wei here disengaging for that person here. And so far, it's proving that it works so well. Every Psychonoia going for the back line.
Oh, finds Ryoichi, no dragon, no chance. Psychonoia on the back line doesn't really care. He's going to eat some tower shots, but it's all about the kills. The Blazing Brilliance is just tickling them at this stage. The Crystal is wide open. They have the minions that are crashing in. Wei is looking to end this game, and it looks like he's going to be picked up. But there's no minions. But they have enough. And CMF will take game 2 off that last hit.
Below 10 minutes is CMF's game here. They did it decisively and they did it cleanly here. Much better game 2 performance coming from CMF. They make the game work so well in their favor.
And dare I say, in a must-win game, CMF were able to strike back, ensure that they got themselves in the series, make it competitive, turn it into a best-of-3. They've done that. CMF with some great plays on that one, and that's you know, props to them because they were able to close that one out too.
Gotta say, they really proved us wrong. They played so well in all these laning phase. And Wei was that anchor in finding disengage and engage on that floorborne tank. We were thinking like, okay, this floorborne tank, does it really work? Does he find those angles? But it's as what we discussed during the pick and bans. It is for that early game tempo. It is for to cover his team when his team is lacking in that laning department. And it is proving to us that it worked out super duper well for CMS Wei.
Yeah, they were able to just kind of exert dominance, right? Using that Wei Flowborn tank, completely catching everyone off guard, just isolating and just getting the pickoffs. And he was tanky enough where he could not be focused as well. R8 didn't seem like they really had any answers. I mean, the Liang was kind of underwhelming, wasn't able to get any sort of pickoffs with that level 4. It seemed like they were just mistiming it, or, you know, his flash was on cooldown. There was a lot of different things where they didn't get a true value out of the Liang pick. And so they paid with their lives. CMF took the fight to them and took this game.
They took a game very cleanly out of RA Esports, who just breezed through scars yesterday. So this is something very deciding coming from CMF Esports, because if they take the series, they push their hopes of making it out of Group A to a much more reasonable level. Because before this, we were expecting, oh, it's gonna be easy for RA Esports. It's just gonna be a walk in the park. But CMF not backing down, showing signs of life and vital for their hopes for their Group A spot.
Yeah, and they need everything at this point, you know, and dare I say life support on this from this series. They need to pull this one out. They need to figure out a way. CMF, though, find a way, and they're able to close it out. Again, if we're looking at some of the draft on this one, I mean, it seemed like it was more execution more than draft issues. What do you think, Sagi?
I think it's a bit of both. For the side of CMF, they have the MVP player, which is execution. Houston got CMF way on that floorborne tank. He had a fantastic game, fantastic start, and then we start to see when you don't get your Liang going with those early pickoffs, it doesn't provide as much value compared to the Zhang Fei, because once the floorboard tank goes in, there's always a disengage coming with the form of the Zhang Fei, with the form of the Charlotte here, so they couldn't really burst down their first target with the Angela and also the Liang. That leads to a draft difference here, which really led them to their demise.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the control, but he's by himself. Where's the damage? Xenon is now showing up, but he gets killed as well. And the stuns that they have, you're talking about Tomid's Umbrella Outburst. He had that. Then you had Wei jumping in with those all-ins and just knocking people around. It was tough. And Doma, yeah, you had that nice little razor counter, but it's on a one. Where's the rest of them? Gushing is like watching you die from afar. He's not able to help support. So the team, if they want to make some sort of initiation, they got to be on the same page.
And this is the thing as well, you're talking about being on the same page, but for our esports, it's always a 4v5, it's always a 3v5, and then things just fall apart for them, and then they just start losing control of the game, start losing even more of these team fights because of fighting at odd or irregular numbers, and that is how CMF capitalized on the mistakes and taking this game under 10 minutes. What a dominating performance.
Dominating performance. I mean, just being able to come back, that speaks volumes. And this is why CMF Esports were here, right? They need to continue on that momentum. It seemed like their confidence was shaken up a bit in the rank week. They weren't able to kind of play the team that we wanted, but this seems to be the team on the rise. We're going to see if they can continue on with this, but after the break here.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Rays to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever love, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all. It's prime time, gather around for everyone to see, on my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees, we kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies, hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat, punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever love, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go,
Well, Hauler, a good bounce back coming in from CMF Esports in game number 2 between R8 Esports. They managed to end R8 in a 9 minutes, 30 seconds fashion here. What a good gameplay so far displayed by both of these two teams to put an evenly matched series for us to watch.
It wasn't just a good rebound by CMF, it was the great one. That was a much needed win. That's a huge confidence boost, being able to take it to R8 like that and do it in convincing style. If they want to continue on with that, I think they need that momentum. Let Wei cook, man. This is the guy. He's the master chef in this kitchen. You need to let him get going. Everybody else was doing a great job of supporting him. All of the heroes seem to be on the same page in terms of just like how they wanted, take the team fights. They did a really good job. And again, it was kind of, ensuring that your star shines by putting him in the right spot.
And you're starting to see why in game number 1, R8 threw the whole kitchen sink at Wei. 4 straight jungle bans, not allowing Wei to have his way here. So Wei, to find your way, what is the way of draft the CMF? What's the plan for Wei?
Okay, you just said Wei like 5 times. I actually don't even know. I think they need to find a way to win. Let's just go with that, okay? Let's simplify it as much as possible because he is clearly the win condition on that team. I think that they're going to do a great job. Again, just ensuring that he gets going. R8 obviously know this. They need to do a better job of containing him as much as possible, not feeding him any sort of kills, and as well just taking out what the enemy team is giving you, but not letting Wei get going.
But so far, I think in the drafting department, CMF does seem to have much of a better draft coming into these series, or it is just winning these games solely based on mechanics and team fights. So coming into this game, CMF, they are allowing Pei to be going on towards the hands of Wei in that jungle here for R8. Potentially, we might see the Musashi and Dolia combination that does them so well for the hands of Guxing and Mijoj.
And look at how CMF right now, they're starting to feel it. This is that one time. You win that one game, you get that slight edge, and it looks like they're going to go hot and heavy with Wei on this Pei and just go it fast, right? But R8 looking to, I'm not going to talk about the heroes. They haven't locked it in yet.
Well, they have locked in the early and the Byron. That is on the side lane for the side of R8 Esports. To scale towards the early, towards the mid game, that's where they spike the most here. And Guan Yu being hovered for Psychonoia, along with the Xiao Xiao that does extremely well against the early in these sort of exchanges we've seen so far. Those are locked in, so that's a early counter secured for the side of CMF Esports.
Yeah, Guan Yu in the last game by Doma wasn't played to the top tier, the level that it should have been. There was definitely some moments where you're kind of, question mark, was that the best play? But, going into this one, Guan Yu, a lot of control, a lot of potential. Yes, it doesn't really add as much in terms of the laning and the fighting prowess early for this Pei Wei, but it's all about that mid game, right? When things are starting to happen, now you have AoE control, you have that pushback with that Razor Cavalry, and then you've added in the Zaqiao, and you have a lot of, wombo combos of potential stuns.
Potential stun wombo combos, we'll see Mijoj if he can find those angles, or will CMF that Guan Yu on towards hand of Psychonoia, find those success stories that we've seen so far. But coming to the second stage of the draft here, R8 is targeting more bans over to Anthem in towards that farm lane here, removing the counters for the early from the hands of Ryoichi.
Yeah, it's a good way. Just got to protect it as much as possible. At the same time, CMF are looking to ban out Guxing's potential counter picks here by the Musashi, which could just be an absolute menace as we've seen throughout the day today. But the Lian Po, the last pick by R8 Esports, this is something to take note of. Mijoj plays it, the Zhang Fei as well as the Lian Po, both very well. The control that they provide and getting on top, because CMF want a team fight, Lian Po kind of negates a lot of that.
It does negate a lot of teamfight potential here. It goes on the aggressive side, it can mark down the Guan Yu, so it is a much more flexible pick here that Mijoj actually has in favor with. We've seen how well he plays the Zhang Fei in game 1, so maybe in game number 3 with the Lian Po, he will have a much better performance here, but same treatment here going into Guxing's head. Banning out the Musashi and also the floorboard tanker, that might default Guxing towards the likes of a all-ground pick here.
It makes sense too, right? And then it kind of adds to what the team wants to do. And yeah, you have the Guan Yu, you got to worry about that. And your jungle might be invaded by the Pei, but I think in the end, I think that they would be comfortable and it kind of fills that role. But another thing is that R8, if they're going a lot of frontliners, beefy dudes with the Lian Po and Byron, isn't that too much? and it looks like they're going to pivot. They're going to go with the Nuwa instead to just kind of have that long-range artillery.
I like the Nuwa as well because it secures the late game coming in for Center RA Esports because you cannot put all your eggs in one basket. If you rely a singular carry being Yoichi on the early only, if something happens very early or she gets caught out by a Razor Cavalry or the Celtia Ultimate, you lose out all your damage and all you can do is just run back to your base, right? So having a Nuwa, a secondary late game potential coming here from Xenon, it is pretty decent here. And another Sunbin gets locked in for mid in that Roamer.
Well, if they're going to go for, it's the perfect thing with the Guan Yu, right? You have that Razor Cavalry pushing them away right into a potential time lapse. That silence, that's like a team fight you're guaranteed to win almost, right? So it's just adding to this wombo combo. Plus, once they're all together, you have the Marco Polo to just get on cleanup. But R8s are like, no objectives, nothing for you. We're going to go with the Fade for Gushing last.
Double tank here for R8 to play around with. So Fade goes in for the hands of Gushing here. So you have a tri-core sort of style here coming from R8 Esports. So that makes a lot of sense coming into this draft here. They want to fight Assassin with Assassin in that jungle role. It is about ego. It is about that 1v1 matchup between Gushing and CMS Wei.
Actually, going into the draft and just checking them out, I kind of like both sides. I don't really give a straight up edge to any of the teams. The R8 side, there's a lot of potential, but this Fade, it's all about that one, right? How much is he able to control? Is he going to have a good early game? Is he able to kind of, because once those objectives and the Tempest Dragons and those likes, it's going to be tough to take anything from him.
Only time would tell, right? Because we need to see the setup here coming in for Psychonoia and also wait in the early game. And also whether Gushing can find those key moments along with Micho here, because these players will be the pivotal ones in finding the tempo for their team. Because if you were to look at all these carries, all these laning phases, it matters until that Tyrant spawns.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for that one. So let's see. I mean, this is going to be Game 3, R8 Esports going up against CMF Esports. We're in Group A now to see exactly who's going to make it and take on one of the Titans from Group S. This is going to be an interesting game.
It will be an interesting game. It is regarding the playoffs hopes and dreams here as we going in for that early game invade on towards Gushing here. But I think he didn't really get that steal, so it goes still in favor of Gushing towards the jungle.
Yeah, I think Gushing had to use the smite though, something to take note of. Wei did not want to use his just for boars, but he's back in his own jungle, taking his own boars, so he'll be able to catch up in that regard. I mean, Wei has a lot of mobility as well, so something to take note of. He's going to definitely keep on pace with Gushing. If not, he's going to be a slight edge in favor of Wei.
Still slight edge in favor of Wei, right? But that is in terms of the jungle clear tempo that will fall in favor of R8 Esports, because right now, you see on your screen, Gushing is already level 3 here. He's already working his way towards the Azure Golem here. So he will exit the jungle level 4 much faster compared to Wei.
And he will try to just kind of... I mean, do you want to just keep on pace, Gushing, as this Fade, or do you want to be like aggressive? Do you want to be looking to just like, take the team fights? Like, what are you looking to do as Fade to kind of counter this Fade?
Assassination, finding the key engages here. Look at this 4-man stack here. If Wei doesn't tread this carefully, he might just be caught out here. But you see his discipline here. He is smelling danger because he sees no one on the map. So he plays the reactive side. Good stuff coming in from Wei.
It's because R8 are very smelly and they're easily smelt out, I would say, right? Huh?
Okay.
It's getting to that stage.
Yeah, it's getting to the stage. He's throwing to me at that dad jokes already. I can feel his age creeping up to me, guys. I'm sorry, but yeah, it does seem to me that Wei is playing really well in this series so far. All of these plays are being dodged very well thanks to his prowess in the jungle. Imagine if you were Pei and you get caught at that moment, that could have been disastrous.
It could have been, but I think also R8 could have been a little bit more patient too. They were like, oh, we didn't see anything. Let's just go. I mean, they had 4 members, right? If they're not getting anything, they're wasting time for every single one of them. So they were kind of like gone out. If they waited like another 2 or 3 seconds, they definitely would have gotten Wei. But it was just more like Wei was lucky more than anything else.
Well, it depends, right? Because if you stay too long and Wei's like, I'm baiting you, I'm just backing off, then they waste a lot of time. So they clear the mid and they just go back to their lanes to pick up the waves, right? Because eventually it forces R8 to appear on towards the map because they still need to tend to the waves that's crashing towards the tower.
Yeah. And I mean, most of it is going to be going into Wei's pockets. Gushing is looking to do the same thing as well. But now they're kind of just spotting things around. Mind you, it's 3 minutes in, about 50 seconds or so for that Tyrant to be there. And now CMF, I think they want to be putting the pressure on as they're falling about 300 gold behind. Not a great spot for CMF right now.
It's still decent, right? Not as worse as game number 1 where we see CMF explode towards the early game, but still, the concern is still there. What if they lose that Tyrant? What if they lose control all towards the jungle here? That is not what you want to see, especially where CMF, they always play around Wei's tempo here. If Wei were to fall behind, that may spell doom for CMF.
Yeah, and they find him. Look, they get the knock up and they find Majo just prancing through the river. He's going to pay with his life, and first blood goes the way of Ashir.
Very good catcher coming in from CMF Esports. That is what they need to supplement CMF's early lead with the pick here. More of these catches will definitely allow them to have that lead that they really need in that early game tempo.
And now CMF looking to turn their attention on this Tyrant. Quickly bursts this down. Majo's is not going to get there in time, and there's really nothing RA can do. First Tyrant goes the way of CMF.
Very good early game coming from CMF. Punishing Majo for mispositioning, getting that Tyrant away with that contention. That is what you want to do. Avoid these fights. Get more scaling for Ashir, because eventually Ashir on the Xiao Xiao will start to counter Yoichi here as more poke goes in towards Majo's face.
Yeah, the Honey Sweet Breeze eaten up by Majo is taking a lot, but Ashir taking it as well, and the Annihilation, and he just gets smashed out from the mid lane.
Beautiful Annihilation to snipe down Ashir here, not even making time for that flash to react to that play here. So good stuff for R8, punishing the over-aggressiveness here, but Doma might be next to fall.
Yeah, force field suppression, keeping him alive. He doesn't have that flash, and it looks like the rotation from Psychonoia. They almost caught him out. Wei was waiting as well, but Doma just too tanky, especially with that force field suppression.
That is a good thing about Byron, right? The force field suppression in that early game provides so much shield value here, but look at Gushing here. Might be catching up to mid.
Oh, he's looking to die for this one. Tom is so low though, but Gushing is actually going to be the first to fall. The Fever Barrage is on point, doing a decent amount. He sacrifices his own life for that one, but they get with Joe's as well. Roichi is low, and the rest of R8 are going to just tuck tail and run.
But look at the mid lane, though. Wei also gets a return kill on towards Doma under tower here. Things are going extremely well for CMF. For that R8, however, they are starting to lose control once again, just like game number 2.
Yeah, they're forcing it. They're just really trying to force the action. Gushing just thought he had an advantage. I think it would have been better if he were just kind of constantly farming. Tom so low on that one, eating an Annihilation, but the bottom T1 being taken away. CMF, another good start for them.
And you can see CMF will start to come online when Wei is in control. He's currently 1.3k up against Gushing in that jungle department, exactly where you want him to be.
Where you definitely want to be. I mean, R8 doing a great job of just trying to slow the game down more than anything else. CMF have that lead, right? And they're just going to continue to just play with their food, but Ashir gets taken out in the mid lane.
This mid lane has a lot of things going on, right? One moment you see Doma getting caught out, the next moment you see Ashir getting blown apart here, so definitely a point of contention here coming in from both of these two teams, as mid lane is the essence of every MOBA game.
Yeah, and it looks like R8 right now. I mean, this is a moment. Ashir is down, and now Roichi in the top lane with that top T1. Doesn't want to lose that blue buff. That would have been close, but Wei smites it.
Good smite coming in from Wei. If not, it will go over to the side of Xenon here. However, Roichi might be caught out here.
Oh, the silence, the time lapse, and now the emergence. They're trying to go and turn this around. Xenon is now going to be joining. They have the creation blocks. They find Tame, so they got the return one, but Roichi's already been killed. Triple kill going the way of Gushing, and it looks like he wants to potentially go for more, but no minions. They have to stop.
Backline for backline, but that is a big kill here going in towards the side of Gushing here. You do not want Gushing to be getting kills on top of Wei and traversing the gorge and getting all these farms here. This is a much better team fight that we need to see in that replay of what exactly happened to Anthem, to Ashir.
Yeah, and checking out the replay here. I mean, looking to go in. It looked bad for R8, and Roichi did get killed on this one, but with that nice little burst ram, the tremor smash as well, and now Gushing just on the back line doing some serious work, and Gushing gets picked off. You show a highlight reel of him, and he gets killed.
It's just a battle between Gushing and also Wei here. Kills trading back and forth between these two members, and this is the concentrated matchup that we keep talking about. It is not about the other members. It is about who is playing better towards that jungle tempo. And so far, CMF is playing it so well, following Wei in all these attempts.
They're definitely feeling it. I mean, getting Gushing and Majoj absolutely huge for them. Now they're turning this into a bottom T2. CMF just invading the enemy jungle as well. They are looking to take the fight.
The fight is so far so well for CMF here. Getting the towers, getting the jungle, getting the Tyrant as well. The second one going into their favor here. The control for our Esports is starting to slowly slip away into CMF's favor.
Yeah, it's starting to. I mean, but the net worth, I mean, 1K up. It's not the most. R8 definitely have avenues of attack in terms of getting back in this one. But Roichi needs to stay alive. He's been pushed back with that heroic charge. The light step back, time lapse onto him. But now it looks like CMF on the retreat.
Forced to retreat here, but allows Gushing in towards the mid lane to put some structural damage on that mid-tier 1 here. So mid-tier 1, exceptionally important here. Are a forced to rotate to really protect this tower here. And you're starting to see Ashir on that Xiao Qiao doing so much damage towards Doma here. This is also one of the late game carries here coming in for the side of CMF Esports.
Oh, the rogue charge pushing him back. The nice little knock up on a Doma. The force field suppression. He's tanky, but now Wei comes in, gets the pick off and finds Doma.
Wei just doing a drive-by, picking a kill onto Doma here. Only half the flash and pure striker, but doesn't get to use it until the very last moment here. So a good pick off here once again from Ashir using that knockup.
And now with the numbers advantage, CMF looking to just kind of put pressure on the outer lanes at this point. That mid T1 is still standing, so R8 right now doing a great job. But now Xenon, he's finding he's in a bad spot. Psychonoia looking to just run it down, not able to chase him. Gets it, gets the silence, and gets the heroic charge, finding Xenon.
That's 10 minutes before the objective here. Losing Xenon, your mid lane primary damage dealers, not what you want to happen here. Losing tier 1 tower towards the mid lane. Potentially losing out this Tyrant as well. Things are going so bad for RA right now. CMF in total control.
Total control, and it's all because of the, the shot calling, dare I say, from Wei. When he's going, the rest of CMF are there to help support, and the Tyrant taken out, the Overlord about to be bursted. The Heart of Jade Sail will ensure that they do get that one. So Xenon is going to have to do the walk of shame back into the mid lane to group up with the team.
Oh, wow. Where did this CMF miss out from? They were not this dominant coming into week number 1, week number 2. All these teams are starting to evolve and adapt to their teams and players here so far.
Blue team
R8 was dominant against Scars yesterday, and today CMF's trying to pick up games against that dominant of a force. What is going on here?
Well, this is kind of why they're all in Group A, right? There were definitely some inconsistencies. They were making mistakes. And, both of these teams have been able to kind of expose those. CMF doing a great job, though, of exposing R8. They need to defend this Crimson. Tomid still going up in front. The time lapse is going to be used. It looks like Psychonoia has to get the pushback, but pushes him into the Tyra. And now the Razor Cavalry's on point with that Fever Barrage, doing some work, gets the double kill, and he's somehow still alive and gets the pick off on him. 5 members, that's a team ace going the way of CMF.
Team Ace goes over to CMF with a clean 5-4-0. 1 is left to kill for R8 here. CMF clean with it, and I think for sure got taken down by one of the Vanguards here by accident.
Yeah, look, the Vanguard, sometimes they hit hard, you get caught out. You don't need to dive up. Not to say that I've done this, so I don't want you to put me in that boat, but now CMF looking to just put the pressure on. They've taken the mid T2, looking to at least fix the outer lanes. Those Vanguards had provided a lot of space for R8, and fortunately for them, they didn't lose too much because of it.
And Ansem actually found a very beautiful Fever Barrage in towards the backline of the likes of Xenon and also Doma. Just shredding their health bars. Very good timing here coming in from the Marco Polo. And I gotta say, so far, Ryoichi on this early hasn't been finding the angles here. He went in for the aggressive poke, but get shot down by Ashir on this Xiao Qiao. This is why it's such a strong counter pick against the early.
Yeah, it's super annoying to do. I mean, that stun just locks everything down, and you're so squishy, you never really want to be in that situation. But R8 have been grouping up a bit too much for my liking. Yes, they want a team fight, but being able to take that perfect Fever Barrage by Anthem and getting that triple and just ensuring that all the damage is being done, it's just, you got to worry about your positioning more than anything else, especially in these team fights.
But I think R8 right now, right, they're actually in such a commanding position. They just need to play according to their tempo, control the next Shadow Tyrant, and then force that tier 3, rinse and repeat, get that Shadow Vanguard, force the game end, and that is just the game 3 storyline for CMF. It depends whether R8 can find that comeback angle or CMF just close out the game with superior execution.
I don't think R8 should be looking to team fight at all, right? If anything, they should be looking to split, but now they're looking to turn. The passive is going to be used by Ashir, who gets burst rammed, and he gets picked off. Roichi with that one, and Ashir down for about 35 seconds. That's going to be a big opening for R8.
Definitely a caster's curse coming for us. We just say that, oh, CMF just... And then Ashir just goes in, blows himself up with the Splendor and Flash, and then right now we see a 4v5 scenario with Tyrant spawning in just 15 seconds before Ashir spawns.
No, those are the kinds of mistakes you can't make, right? And I think that, you know, Ashir will definitely be, you know, upset about what he did on that one. That was self-inflicted, not a great situation, and now you're giving R8 an opportunity to get back in. Yes, the lanes are kind of okay, the equilibrium is there, but you've lost the Shadow Tyrant because of that play.
Not what you want to see exactly here, but a big annihilation to annihilate HP bots here as we see Vijoj going for an engage.
Yeah, the Tremor Smash is going to be a little off the mark. Wei had taken that one out and is going to be back off. The Vanguards have done a great job of providing that space. Now, R8 need to figure out a way to just, you know, stem the bleeding from those outside lanes with those Vanguards, but get some sort of pick-off, potentially a juicy one in Ashir here.
Well, Ashir doesn't have the Flash, doesn't have the Splendor here. Maybe finding this target on this fragile mage will be something that CMF wants to be looking at, because they have the Shadow Tyrant, so in terms of fighting prowess, they are still equal to be able to cover that 4,000 gold lead on the hands of CMF.
Yeah, this is an opportunity, though, for CMF, though. That Vanguard in the bottom lane. Xenon, yes, you have that wave clear, which is great, but you need to figure out a way, and now it looks like Majoj gets the Tremor Smash only onto one, though. It's not really the right target, and Wei has to back off the emergence. They want to go forward, and they find the pickoff, and they find, it looks like Ashir and Anthem both are down for the count. Wei's going to be killed as well. They're looking to run it down, and Majoj is on the chase. Roichi trying to get that revenge, doing some serious work. He's been pushed back with that heroic charge. Psychonoia does keep him alive.
Once again, the reason why they won that team fight was due to the fact Ashir died at that Azure Golem, wasting the Flash, wasting the Splendor, allowing them to pick up that Shadow Tyrant here. But good news on the side of CMF. The Vanguards are doing work and almost taking down the second tier 3 coming in from the side of R8 Esports. But the game is back to an even state.
Yeah, the bottom lane is completely wide open, and I mean, this is a potential opportunity. They need to just defend jungle more than anything else, and this is not a great situation to be in if you happen to be, you know, part of the R8 lineup here.
That seems to be the case here, but we have to think, right? The next upcoming fight will be going down back to an equal footing for both of these two teams, and then that's where we see who comes out on top in these exchanges, because before this, we were thinking, oh, Ashir was so dominant, limiting the R lead, but gets blown apart in that team fight, and then you start seeing the members of the side of CMF start to scatter without the likes of the mage of the Xiao Xiao.
Has an opportunity. I mean, getting Ashir was huge, right? That control, he wants to stay alive. He needs to stay alive more than anything else. And CMF right now, yes, they're in the driver's seat. Yes, there are definitely some openings, but you can't throw any more of those kills or deaths, you know, into the hands of R8 to let them come back into this one.
Yeah, the game went back to an equal footing just now due to this micro misplays here, but Doma might be on to something here as Gushing might be caught out here. Psychonoia finding a big catch here.
Yeah, big catch, but they're not able to get Gushing, the heroic charge, pushing him back, but Ashir has already been killed, and that's another mistake, and now CMF cannot continue this assault. They have to retreat yet again.
No, deaths after deaths after deaths on this Xiao Qiao on the hands of Ashir. Not what you want to be happening right now. Control is slipping away from CMF right now. Things are looking really tough for CMF as of this point.
But R8 haven't gotten any towers out of this. Yes, they've got the kills. Gushing is actually fighting Wei, who's taking a decent amount. Gushing trying to run away, and it looks like they've got the hardened shield. They do get the pick up on the Wei, and Psychonoia as well. And I'm not even sure why CMF are looking to fight this 4 versus 5, and they pay with their lives.
They pay with their lives, they pay with their jungle, they pay with the Shadow Tyrant. Right now, everything just went again towards R8's favor here. It was CMF's game to take until the inevitable throw that they did.
The throwing was actually real on this one. I mean, Ashir dying, but then CMF, why are you continuing to fight? There's no reason to. Maybe you go for the wave clear, but there's no reason to take any sort of fight. You're down a member, and now R8 looking to siege, trying to at least take the mid T3. They're not able to do so. So if there's any, silver lining, CMF will at least take those alive.
And right now it gives them the focus to also do double objective that allows them to really push on the lead that they got back from the hands of CMF. They were, losing like 5k gold until that very point whereby Ashir got blown apart 4 times in a row. And right now, you start to see control is no longer in CMF's hand. It's back to R8's favor here, so you cannot afford 4 of these misplays here coming in from CMF.
Yeah, cannot afford to make any sort of mistake. The next big one, it could be just game losing in that regard. So both of these teams understand that the game is on a knife's edge. They need to ensure that, hey, if they're going in together. It's a call that everyone seems to be making, because it seems right now they're kind of scattered and not doing what everyone should be doing as a team, but they find Psychonoia, they do a decent amount, who actually gallops away. No, he gets picked off, and Xenon makes him pay. The top T3 is somehow still standing, and now Roichi playing with fire. He has to back off, but there's no minions here. In the bottom lane, Gushing trying to fight this 1 versus 3. That's Sage's Sanctuary. Here come the reinforcements. R8 looking to just solidify and just kind of fortify around Gushing. They're continuing to push on this bottom T3. They take that one down. They're looking to die. They get the Tremor Smash. They find Way, and they get the pick off, but that's Sage's Sanctuary. He comes back in, wants to continue fighting, and Gushing is so low. Doma is as well. They're going to turn their attention on the mid T3. Through that all, Way is still alive. They get the pick off, and now R8 on the run with 2 members still standing. Excuse me, just 1, and that's Doma.
But still a very good trade here coming from CMF here. Can they look for the potential end? Because that's a 30-second death timer. So they can potentially look for that top lane pusher because they have 1 minion against the world. If that's the case, if they do not, there is still a Tempest Dragon up for grabs right now. If they do get a Tempest Dragon, they get back the full control that they lost. But it's still such a good play coming in for Ashir, finding the 2-man knockup, securing this lead for them in this final moment.
That was a huge opportunity, being able to just kind of salvage that team, but R8 got a little bit greedy. They stuck around a bit too much, and now the first Tempest Dragon of the game, of the series, will be taken by CMF here.
Good stuff here coming from CMF. Yeah, once again, back in the driver's seat. It's just down to the fact how they want to end this game here, and there is also a concern.
Yeah, I have a lot of
waves. Minion waves will be a key factor here. We've seen cases before where minions just act as the 6th man of the team, ending the game in 1 go here. So minion waves has to be clear for both teams.
Yeah, the game awareness right now, it's like one thing to get those kills, understand where the enemy teams are, but you gotta understand where the lanes are. Yes, it will crash in the bottom lane. That is a potential avenue of an opportunity for CMF to win. They're looking to just kind of wrap around, but right now they've taken the top T3. They're chipping away at the mid T3. This is going to be a tough hold for R8.
Tough hold for R8 as they are forced back to their base here. No Tempest for the next few minutes here. 35 seconds is until the finish of this Tempest here. If you're CMF, definitely looking for that final push with these team parts, with the potential final fight that they have in their grasp.
But the Tempest Vanguards, they've kind of gone to baby size in that sense. Yes, they will continue to push, but R8 have a decent wave clear. Yes, they're looking to go in all 3 lanes, and they will crash now.
They will crash now. Let's see the final moment that's going to be happening so far.
The Gushing still on the side. He's going to be using that ledge, using his map packs. The Razor Cavalry is going to be expended. He tries to push him back into the fountain, not where you really want to be. The Storm Strike is on point. The Heroic Charge is keeping him alive. Psychonoia is so low. CMF right now has to be careful. Ashir has to go golden, stays alive. Sage's Sanctuary, that's going to be used for him. Doma getting low himself, turns this around, gets on the Psychonoia, who tried to go for the heroic save. Ashir has been picked off, and now Way is on the run. 3 members are still standing from CMF, and they got nothing from R8.
They managed to survive with that Tempest Dragon push coming in from CMF. Baron base coming in for the side of R8 here. Good news for CMF at the very least. Top is still up and available in that Clash Day. The final tier 3 of this game. Wow, what a game so far from both of these teams.
Yeah, the top T3, that tower is hung on like it's like put together with scotch tape at this point. But that is a little bit of a difference in terms of push, right? The top lane will push for CMF, so they have a little bit of an opportunity. This is going to be a tougher hold for R8. Now they're looking to turn this attention and put the pressure on as 40 more seconds for that next Tempest.
they definitely need to get that top tier 3 to equalize this tower disadvantage, because that's double minions worth of like value that CMF has in their favor. So bottom side, you will see when they dance for this Tempest, it won't be a point of contention here coming from these two teams, especially when it comes to backdoor, but Doma might be caught out.
Oh, he might be caught out. He's actually used the flat already, and Psychonoia looking for that heroic charge, pushing him back, and that's going to be pretty much all she wrote for Doma. No chance. Sage's Sanctuary, you're going to be dying twice. You're just a Gemini, but here comes the emergence. Oh, the cavalry comes in, and Ashir gets picked off. Doma is still alive, but Psychonoia, now he's getting run down. Gushin gets the knock up onto him, but now they're continuing on. Roichi gets Sage's Sanctuary onto Anthem, so they did get that pick off. That's going to be huge for them. Now Roichi uses his own. Now they're continuing to push, but they don't have the minion waves. Somehow Doma and Psychonoia still alive.
But RA, they found the cavalry, they found the reverse play, and they have control of this Tempest Dragon. The second Tempest might go in favor of RA Esports. They do secure it with the Hardened Jade Seal. Game is back into their favor once again. This is such an insane game so far.
Insane game. Trading Tempest Dragon for Tempest Dragon. Now the push is going to be onto CMF. Somehow being able to hold on. We were talking about Gushing, and on this fade to take those Jade Seals and to take all those late game objectives. They take this one, the most key one, dare I say, at the 24-minute mark.
Doma really played a key factor that he stayed alive for so long for the members of R8 to traverse from top side all the way to bot side to assist him in taking out Ashir in that exchanger. So this puts them in the situation where 4v5, giving them the Tempest Dragon and giving them all 3 turrets here. Both teams are with a Baron base, but Tempest Dragons are marching right now.
Yeah, minions on minions. I did not expect that going into this game 3, but now CMF have to somehow hold. The Tempest Vanguards are looking to push. They've been slowed down, but R8 with this last one, very weak one, mind you, but here's the heroic charge, tries to do some damage. The crystal, again, is exposed. They need to be careful, and now it looks like R8 are looking to dive in the Sage's Sanctuary. They get the pick off, and Gushing slicing and dicing it off of his teammates. R8 will take game number 3.
What a crazy way to end the game. Gushing quadra kill, crucifying 4 members with his ultimate there. What a dive coming in from R8's Gushing. 2-1 goes in favor of R8 Esports. Double Tempest Dragon leading towards this end game push.
As R8 Esports, you're in the chats and you're just saying, GG easy, right? This is the time, right? This is where you flex and you just like let them have it, because I mean, look, this is nothing but easy. This was a barn burner on both sides, a really back and forth tennis match of a game, if you will, because there were so many different opportunities of these volleys, like Tempest Dragon for Tempest Dragon. What a crazy game in the end.
Wow, that was such a roller coaster. You will never know who would win until the end of the game, but that is where things start to matter, right? You need to have the APM in changing items from your Sage Sanctuary to your Destiny or to your items such as Splendor, Moon Goddess. That is the basics of what you need to do as a pro player here, but things really started to shift when that one deciding death of Ashir started to snowball, started to give objectives over control to the side of our esports. That is the start of something new for the side of R8.
Yeah, that was pretty much, I hate to just point him out or to arrow it on anyone. It's still the team. They did lose. They did make some mistakes, but that is sheer, you know, those deaths that he had was just too many. That got the snowball going. It let R8 really come back in this one.
Oh man, that's got to sting towards the later stages of the game, because he has 9 deaths on top of his shoulders here. He's definitely not going to be feeling good after this one, because it was such a good game going for CMF, only for them to lose at those final few moments here. That's why HOK is such a punishing game. You cannot have a single player fall in terms of tempo. It will really result into comebacks for the enemies, giving them room to breathe, giving them room to make comebacks like in these few moments.
That one's going to be tough. That one's going to be a tough one, right? I mean, watching that game, that replay, and just the opportunities that they had. And yes, he had 109,000 damage. I mean, third on the team, excuse me. But like, he needs to stay alive more than anything else. They needed that stun come those team fights. And he was never really able to kind of do that, because R8 Gushing and, you know, Xenon constantly focus fired him whenever they could.
And Xenon having a super good game on towards Nua, 200k damage dealt and only 48 damage taken. He was hitting Annihilation cross map, getting those snipes over the heads of Ashir, over the heads of a person like Second Oya. He was doing so much, but this is the crazy gold curve that we're seeing. It was all in blue for CMF Esports until that fateful moment whereby R8 just got back everything in control.
This was like my blood pressure for this entire game. Right? Just all over the place. I don't know what's going on, but the MVP, Xenon, he was an absolute sniper with those annihilations, but he was 7, 4, and 16. Wow, stayed alive, did all that damage, 35%. This is exactly what you wanted from the mid lane.
Only 9% damage taken out of a 24 to 25 minute game. Do you know how crazy that sounds? It means that he only died in the early game, and towards the late game, he was basically untouched and positioned perfectly in those team fights. But let's check out the replay here to break down things for everyone in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely crazy game. I mean, just like the early game, I feel like it was really back and forth even to kind of start. You were thinking that, you know, Gushing was kind of getting going, but then they were kind of pushed back. CMF definitely had the lead, and there were like moments where you're like, CMF are going to close this game out. They're going to figure things out. But then just too many mistakes, right? You cannot let your team get back in this game.
You cannot, and things really went south when Ashir died multiple times. You can see towards the end of the replay, it was just Ashir and him having the countdown off the screen here, and then it was just the comeback making for the side of R8 here. Yes, Ashir still had those big moments, but it wasn't enough to cover back all these misplays here. This was the one I feel that he really played well. Check out this team fight, right? So it went in favor for the side of R8 here. All the members were going down for the side of CMF, and then we saw the pivot towards this team fight, the final Baron-based defense that made it so important for R8 to keep their tournament of this BO5 alive.
Yeah, but like even then, Ashir was in a bad spot. He used the Sage's Sanctuary just to stay alive, and that was the amazing play by Gushing, right? Oh, just on the back line, absolutely perfect here. And that could have been, that game could not have been better in terms of just like a back and forth barn burner. What do we want to see, especially in the KME? I mean, this is the way the games are, right? You want to watch some great games? Tune into the KME. You want to see some terrible games? Check out the KMW.
Well, KMW is just OG and 6 other teams, so snore. But okay, that's game number 2 between these two teams. Let's go a bit of a breather before we come back to the next series.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Ooh, short break for a 25-minute game that we had between R8 Esports and also CMF. Things were looking like a roller coaster so far between the teams, but in the end, it fell in favor of R8, where they found the final push and found the game-winning seal. My name is Sagi, alongside Miss Holler. Any comments so far for that game?
I mean, I think we're all kind of recovering, right? I don't know how the players are supposed to recover from that, especially CMF after that, like, dare I say, thrown game where they had an opportunity to close it out. But that was a tough one if you're a CMF Esports fan. But R8 just finding ways to claw back into this game, in this series, just a really back and forth game.
And that really stings the side of CMF, knowing for the fact that they went through the distance just to be met short in those final few moments. So they really need to fix up their mental, come into game number 4 with the global ban pick has started to kick into shape. 15 heroes on both teams are automatically banned away.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this one, now global ban pick, I think that this is going to be interesting, right? To see exactly how these teams respond. More than anything else, like CMF, when you have a game lost like that, like, how do you recover? Like, what do you do? Because that's got to hit the mental psyche, right?
Gotta hit the mental psyche, because when you go through such a long series, when you know you have to lead from the start to finish, maybe not the finish, but, you know, 80% of the game, just to fall short in those final few moments, you gotta feel bad, especially Ashir. He was the one who found plays on Mijoj in those early moments. He was the one who set up his team for success, just to be met with, you know, those lacking moments in the end. He's got to be feeling kind of bad here. So if you're his teammate, you got to make sure his mental is in check for this game number 4, because this may lead to tournament elimination.
Are you looking at, dare I say, kind of telling him now, be like, hey, Ashir, step up? Or is it more of just like, just forget about it? Like let's continue moving? Like, what is your thought process there?
I think the main moment is also, okay, it works like this, right? Because you need to tell him, like, okay, it's fine, we understand you just want to make plays, it's fine, it's cool, just play your best for the game number 4, we got your back, just go with it like how you used to, because you cannot tell him, like, bro, don't feed, don't do this, don't do that. It will definitely kind of sting him, right? So you just gotta say, we trust you. Anything else, you do your review back at your base or at your house where you are set up and everything, you know, for that review session.
Yeah, that makes the most sense, right? Just be positive about it, especially in the situation, right? You guys are like in the trenches together. Right now is not the time to be finger pointing more than anything else. But now we're in the Game 4 draft here. Fatih, Musashi, and Yuhan, all meta picks, I would say, looking very strong already for R8.
I'm loving R8's Esports draft. They are drafting a very low counter heavy composition that makes it very difficult for Anthem to play in that farm lane. So we have to see how CMF really formulates their draft in that 4th to 5 pick here, because we know out of 3 games, 15 heroes has been automatically banned, 3 junglers are defaulted out. So for Wei in the second stage, 2 junglers are banned out already here. Maybe more will be targeted towards him.
Who is the, I mean, the Lady Jean, the moats kind of deal with Musashi if he's looking to dive you, but as a jungle pick, who are you looking for Wei in this second phase of the draft here?
Wei for the second phase of the draft here. Monkey, one of the counters has been removed from the draft here. Wei has spent the Ogren, Wei has spent the pay. He's also used the Floorborn tank here, and I believe R8 will also invest in one more ban against him, so his option seems to be quite limited. So I'm still thinking here, potentially the Yao.
Okay. I'm just very underwhelmed by Yao at the end of the day. I just, like, I know it has potential. Theory crafting is great for him, and he has that, but, like, I just feel like whenever you see him on the big stage, he really doesn't shine. He doesn't really kind of showcase his skills or, you know, really take over the game.
I think it still remains like a undiscovered or experimented pick to the fullest, right? Because we've seen the strong regions like KPL and MKL, they bring it out, they fight the Long or the Yuan using it. So you can go in for the poke and prod, back out with the return to dust, so it baits out their ultimate, right? So maybe that's something that the KME region is still experimenting for those big BO7 lineups.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, like, being able to pull it off, yeah, great. But, you know, when Musashi is duel to the death right on top of you, and then, yeah, I mean, you try to get yourself back in this one, but it looks like they're going to go a different direction. They're going to go, okay, they're pump faking. I'm not going to say anything until they lock it in, right? We don't know. We don't know what's going on right now.
We don't know what's going on. They are just baiting us. They're just making a fool out of us. We're just like, okay, is this? But no, last minute swap. That's just CMF playing with us.
Okay, the Dian Wei. All right. So you got a little bit of a bruiser who can kind of survive, dare I say, the duel to death. He's going to be able to just kind of consistently farm. This will be interesting. I don't think we've seen a Dian Wei in the KME fall thus far. I do need to check that. So this could be, this could be an interesting pick here.
It could be interesting because he is one of those junglers in towards the pole that can remove CC from casting spells, right? So if you do to the death him, you can just CC removal, so he walks away safely from Guxing's Musashi here. So that's something for them to find out here. But R8, I think they just locked in the Hoi and Gan MO here. So Dian Wei will play a pivotal role in blocking all these Burning Sun arrows from Gorichi because he has that innate CC removal.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for him to just kind of set things up. He's going to be that frontliner. He will be scary. So now R8 need to find ways. I mean, they're going to use like the Musashi Fati to potentially jump the backline, avoid the Dian Wei as much as possible, and get to the backline. Won't be an easy task ahead of them.
It won't be an easy task. It will boil down to execution, but so far CMF in last game and game number 2, they have shown signs of improvement in their early to mid game. We just need to see whether they can repeat that success coming into this game number 4 because it is so pivotal for them to find that footing to make the series to a 2-2 for both teams.
And this is, I mean, the R8s were probably thinking that they would just roll over, CMF, and CMF right now have answered the call. They've definitely been, tested. They've tried them, that game 3 was not an easy one. They had to dig deep, but going into game 4 now, we see this draft. Who are you giving the edge to?
The same thing I told you 3 games ago. I gotta say, it's still a 50-50, and I'm loving the Dian Wei pick so far coming in from Wei. I think this pick will make wonders happen for the side of CMF here. But in the end of the day, it is still a battle between junglers. Whoever gets control will have a smoother game for their team. This is game 4, R8 against CMF Esports.
Yeah, Guxing, Wei, those are the main 2, the targets if we're looking at. But if we had to look at some other matchup, like who else needs to step up on both teams?
Maybe the roamers here. We keep talking about all these roamers here. Whoever gets the advantage will find the opening for their team. But let's check out the fun fact real quick. Did you know that the mid laner and roamer dude, Xenon and Mijot, are actually twin brothers? Wow.
Yeah. So yes, yeah. So I mean, they're twin brothers. They have that's why they have that chemistry. They're always on points. They're always like going in together. They're like one hive mind in that sense. They've always been great, and they've been playing together for quite some time. It's been an interesting ride for these two.
That explains why they have these like naming things, right? It's like Xenon is like NON, and then Ninja is like JOJ. So it's like, you see the naming pattern I'm trying to tell you?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna have to see exactly what they were thinking. Like, to be like, it'd be awesome to have a twin brother to just play, Honor of Kings Esports like as like a pro player together. Like, that's amazing to have that. I just wish I had a brother in general, man. Sad face.
Am I not your brother? Like, you don't consider me as a brother line in this caster field? I feel so betrayed right now.
We're friends. We're acquaintances.
Friend zone. God damn it.
I'll call you. Don't call me. All right.
Oh man, I'm just someone you find when you're feeling low. I get.
And not even when I'm lonely.
Glad at the start of the stream.
Yeah, this is why, right? I hope you still miss him.
Not so much anymore. Meanwhile, Kin at the end of the corner here already banished the KMW. But this is RA versus CMF. Let's not talk about those two.
Yeah. Actually, from what I know, he wasn't banned. He chose that life.
Oh,
right?
He sacrificed us instead? Oh, man.
Yeah. So, he's dead to me at this point, right? But here's the Burning Sun arrow. It's gonna connect with those blades, and the reforged blades make quick work of his shear.
Ryochi with that precise control 6k. That is how far the arrow traveled, and it landed right towards Ashir's face. What a beautiful combo so far. That explains one thing. Only Wei can tank the Burning Sun arrow from the side of CMF.
Yeah, no one else wants to do that, right? But I think to CMF's playstyle, they need to ensure that Tomit is up front always providing vision and seeing where Roichi is at all points, right? Because if he throws out that Burning Sun arrow, you got to make that call. You got to be like, hey, watch out. So it's coming in mid lane, whatever, right? And so somebody needs to be there to provide that, and Tamin needs to be that guy.
Yeah, Tamin needs to be that guy, spotting out all these arrows, going for those aggressive cannon blasts to set up his team for success, because this round, Wei is not on an enabler like the Pei, like the Augur, like the Floorborn tank. He's on this tempo-heavy jungler that needs a lot of resources to keep himself relevant in these games here. So the purpose of these engages fall towards Tamin and Saiken Oji's shoulder instead.
And I think CMF are going to do a great job of just ensuring that the... Oh, the Burning Sun arrow. Okay, all right. It actually hit somebody else who was just walking right by. It happens to be Saiken Oya, who was just like taking a leisurely stroll, but apparently, you know, you got to watch out for the arrows as you cross the street.
Man, these arrows just traversing towards the gorge like some random pigeon, and then you get hit by one. It's like, ah, my eyes. There's bird poop in my eyes.
Actually, in some cultures, getting pooped on by a bird is actually a form of good luck. So it might be, but here we go. Gets the kill, the return one onto Xenon for those blades.
Yeah, not a bit of a good luck here coming from Xenon, but that gives CMF control over this Tyrant that they need, because losing out your mid lane right before the objective, not what you want to happen as Wick go in.
Yeah, look at Wei, just bloodthirsty as ever. I mean, he probably should have just started the Tyrant here, and now with everybody up from R8, it doesn't look like they're going to go for that steal. Majo's just scouting it out, but Gushing, no smite, he's going to be backing off.
He's got it backing off, but it does go over to the side of CMF here, even though that they lose out the early game here. But look at the ultimate here coming in!
Yeah, the Burning Sun arrow yet again leads to another kill for R8. Roichi's like a sniper. He's hit like 3 of 3 arrows.
3 to 3 arrows so far, 2 of them led to a kill here, but Gushing going for the 1v1.
Yeah, he's trying to just invade, right? You want to contest. You want to make Wei a little uncomfortable, especially since you have the numbers advantage. And now that Crimson Gold and Gold in the way of Gushing, just a little bit more farm. That buff is going to be huge for R8 though.
It won't be huge, but look at the position coming in from Wei though. He's looking to converge on towards his farm power to Ryoichi. Might be in trouble.
Might be in trouble here, but they get the slam dunk. Wei is going to be here. The set sail does connect. The Burning Sun arrow will not. 2 members down from R8, and they happen to be the twins.
Happen to be the twins, but look at this. They are trying to once again attack on towards his bottom side here. Getting 2 kills, getting 1 tower. They bail out, and they call it a worthy day for Harbors.
It's almost like Demon Slayer, where you have to kill the demons at the same time, right? And that's how Xenon and Majosa have been killed. But no, that's not how it works in this game. But CMF doing a great job. I mean, those 2 kills are going to be huge in terms of just getting themselves back in this game. They've kind of fallen behind a bit. Wei needs a little bit more space and time.
He does need a bit more space and time here, but they found those 2 kills on towards the twins, so that makes it a lot more easy for him to come back towards that early game, right? Because he was losing buffs, he was losing control towards the jungle here, getting those 2 kills, great. It really relieves some pressure back towards his pocket, because right now, he's up about 200 gold against the jungle opponent, which is Gushing in that jungle.
Huge, huge. I mean, he's got 2 kills as well, so any sort of space. Wei needs to get going. He is, dare I say, your win condition. Anthem will definitely be there to help support that and ensuring that you can kind of close out games late game, but Wei is the guy that's going to set up the tone. And now R8 putting that pressure on. The arrow does connect, and that looks like it's going to be a dead Tamin. He did his job by scouting out that arrow as he used his head to block it.
4 out of 3 arrows so far. 3 out of 4 arrows so far, and it all led to a kill here. Ryoichi, he's not missing anytime soon.
He's like an absolute sniper. He's been taking them all out. But R8, I mean, the towers are the big thing. They're looking to go for this Wei, looking to just die, gets the slam dunk, decides to go for this one. And yeah, I think that they're trying to continue on.
They are trying to continue on, and then we are looking at much of a disengage coming in from both of these 2 teams here. It is something to note out of, as Wei does limp away with just a bit of a health for safety here, as we see this arrow landing on towards the side of R8 Esports, and the Moses gets to lead away from the map.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, we're going to see exactly what happens on this one, but a little bit of an issue for that one. Tried to go for the play and not able to get any sort of kills in that one.
Yeah, it will be tough, right? Because imagine there's always an arrow, and then Xenon is like, okay, brother, I'm coming in with those snipes here immediately. Boom. If your name doesn't start with a W and ends with an EI, you just die towards the arrow and the Ganemo combo.
Yeah, unfortunately for the rest of everyone else is definitely targetable and just able to be picked off here.
Oh, that's painful. My goodness. Like, no, yeah, he's like a savvy tank here.
Has destroyed
Taking
a tower.
So far, I gotta say, Caller, mid lane is off limits here coming in for the side of CMF. Every time you just casually walk by, oh, a bird flies over. Oh, it's not a bird, it's actually just a birdie's on arrow.
It's just taking you down left and right. And now Wei, I mean, his jungle is starting to get invaded, so a little bit less space for him to kind of get going. This is a little bit worrying if you're a CMF fan, right? Because you obviously need to get Wei going. He has not been able to kind of get that space.
Yeah, space is not created. Space is allowing you to do things like this, and Wei is going in.
He's looking to go in for this one. He decides to get the slam dunk. Wei's been turned around, and it looks like Gushing with that duel of death had that control. Anthem has to go use his infinite fastest. He's going to be back, but now R8, all they've traded away was Doma for 3 members of CMF.
That was 4v5, and R8 still came out on top. That shows how far ahead they are in the net worth curve. Imagine your marksman is not even in the fight, just casually throwing out bursts and arrows, missing it completely, and you still came on top.
Yeah, still came out on top. I mean, he had a 2-level advantage. Anthem just hit another one, but the arrow, I think, will miss on that one. That is going to be one of the first misses of Roichi, but Gushing taking the bottom T2.
He definitely has to make sure that he gets away. He re-engages onto his
Ashir, he has to go golden, but now Gushing is fighting him versus the world, and it looks like Majoj wanted none of that action as he was looking to retreat. Gushing will die.
A bit of an over-aggression here coming in from Gushing. He could have just backed off, but he's like, nope, you're coming in for me. I'm going to be jumping onto you. It's called due to the death, not due to escape. So for Ashir, he baited it perfectly with that Splendor.
It was actually, he hit the button duel to my death, right? And Gushing went in for that one. In the end, it lived up to its name.
11 to this name is due to the death, but the death goes over to Gushing's side, not towards the enemy he expected to be, but the jungle control needs to be consistent because, ooh, that does go over to Xenon.
Actually, that was huge, being able to steal that one away. That's got to be frustrating for Wei. He just wants his jungle to be untouched, let the man farm in peace, and he needs a little bit more time before he comes online.
It will take some time for the side of Wei to ask another warning shot, oozes through the river here, forcing CMF to back off away from that Shadow Vanguard here. This leaves the Shadow Tyrant completely uncontested from the side of R8, as currently you're sitting really comfortably with that 4K goal lead.
Yeah, they're sitting definitely comfortable, but they're putting pressure on, right? And they're looking to go. Psycho decides to back off. He thought about going in for Xenon, who actually uses Guard of Grave to ensure that he stays alive. But now Roichi will look to chip away this bottom P3.
And
just staying alive. Those blades are doing some work, but there's no minions to continue on. CMF will go back to the fountain and heal up, but R8 haven't even taken the mid T2.
That was very close there, and I was gotta say, I thought Raccoon could have just one-shotted Xenon in towards that approach, and that could bought so much time for CMF to get that scaling that they desperately need here. And right now, we see Raccoon going in.
He's thinking about it. It was one pump making, but the reforged blades, that's going to do some work, and they do some serious damage. Xenon is slicing and dicing, gets the double kill, taking them out, and now R8 taking the top T3, and they might just end it here.
And that is probably game here. Ladies and gentlemen, go type in YouTube Xenon tutorial and he will teach you that nasty GAN ammo that he just did. Because my goodness, so much damage that is being delivered.
Roichi with the setup with those Burning Sun arrows, and then Xenon just taking him down with those blades. That 1-2 combination, just too much for CMF Esports. They go down 1-3.
Well, good performance still from the side of CMF. Not what we expected comparing R8's performance yesterday against Scars, because R8 was like, what? 3-0 against Scars, and all the games was under 10 minutes. So coming into this series, everyone thought like, oh, it's just gonna be a walk in the park for R8 Esports 3-0. But CMF definitely showing signs of improvement, pushing games towards enemies' limits.
Yeah, they definitely played a much better series here. That was probably the most competitive that we've seen CMF Esports on stream, going even back to the ranking week. That was a good bounce back game, but being down, what, 0-2 now in both of the series that you played CMF, is this the end? Or, I mean, they still have a chance, but it's going to be tough.
It will be tough because think about the remaining games that they have. As a double round robin, they have 3 other opponents, so that is about 6 total games here, and 4 side of R8. They're already 2-0 on the leaderboard here. They definitely need to force something like a 4-2 finish for them to be actually relevant in those standings here. But this is 3-1 R8 Esports, currently 2 series wins so far in Group A, making them the first team on Group A.
They're going to be definitely on top right here. I mean, off of the play of R8, Xenon just really stepping up. Those blades have been on point. But Roichi, Majoj, all of those guys just setting it up for Xenon. Guching, yeah, he had a decent game, but I mean, he died that one time trying to go aggressive. But it was really everyone else that really stepped up, Xenon especially in this one.
Are you sure that Majoj and Xenon are twins? I'm seeing the combo come more often from Yoruichi and Xenon, because these two, one arrow into one sword, one arrow into one sword, they have so much chemistry in that combination.
All right, Roichi was adopted. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's Xenon and Majoj, of course. Those two, they've been on point. But yes, to your point, Roichi's been like really gelled well with the twins in that sense. He's been really next level and taken this team to the next level.
Yeah, you can see from the damage chart, right? It was always just Ryoichi landing those arrows. He doesn't need to be physically in those fights. As long as the arrow hits, then you see the swords come in on top of the enemy's face, which led to the Gan.M just continuously stacking that passive, getting more magical power damage, and then the rest is just history. Look at this goal chart. Smooth sailing in the hands of R8 towards the endgame victory.
And it was just like slow increase, right? And just throughout. But okay, they're going to go with the Roichi, setting it up with those Burning Sun arrows. I mean, if you're hitting them left and right and you're setting up the kills for Xenon to just, again, get those couple blades to take them down, obviously your team's going to do well. And clearly his impact was there, an MVP for Roichi here.
He definitely deserves it because so many of these early game plays to set up the likes of Xenon in that mid lane was coming in for this player known as Ryoichi. He was sending down all those arrows down towards mid lane, hitting a few of them, hitting them on top of characters like Ashir or Tamid, really allowing the Gan.M to play towards that full potential. And this is the first one that we've seen so far. On towards Ashir, immediately, poof, you're gone.
Yeah, first of many. Like, look at this. This is like the Roichi highlight reel. Like, if you need to do a show reel of just like how well you play, watch these arrows. Boom, another one. So like, this is like literally the same game, and they're like 5 minutes from one another. And this is the moment where Gushing, I think he tried to turn this around. It gets the kill on the way. I mean, this was an all R8 game.
It's an all R8 game. You can see that Ryoichi is not even physically present. He was just like, what, chilling. And as of this point, Xenon is so fed. Look at his damage, right? Spear into another one, silencing Tamid, flashing in because he knows he's such a boss at it, and then he just takes everyone down with him. And oh my god, Anthem taking a full load in front of his face.
Yeah, just taking everyone down and just bursting them. I mean, R8 Esports, all of the guys that were like doing so much damage, but they're able to kind of, you know, stack on top of one another. Like the spells, like the Wombo combo was real. R8 Esports finding their groove. I mean, they won the series 3-1 against KME Esports, but of course, that will be the end for those two. We're going to go to Nongshim and Gen.G coming up.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the
I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
And we go back to the last series of the day. It's going to be Nongshim RedForce going up against crazy Raccoons. Nongshim already beat Gen.G earlier today. My name is Holler, with me is Sagi. How are we feeling about this series?
Wow, I still haven't really digested the last series, but if you were to ask me, seems like Nongshim has found back their groove coming into fall. We were talking about, okay, spring is like kings for Gen.G. No, sorry, kings for Nongshim. They were, okay, undefeated, chill with it, really just battling out through. But then coming into summer, they really seem to be kind of shaky here coming to the season.
Yeah, and I mean, look, what's coming into a new season, a new version arrives on September 24th. Unleash your spirit, enter the game, and enjoy new heroes and a new game mode. So that's going to be an interesting one to kind of play throughout. But the last one, again, is going to be Ultimate Awakening. Super thrilling mobile combat. 15 Awakened Heroes, Ultimate Awakening of all skills. September 27th, that one will be coming out. That's going to be an interesting game mode.
I do think it's going to be interesting because when you talk about like playing normal HOK in Heroes Court, you'll be like, oh, I know the thing. But you go into Ultimate Awakening, it's like, whoa, what just blasted me away from my full health bar? Because that's not normal. And if you're not looking for something not normal, you can always check out Ultimate Awakening. That's just going to be coming in about next week.
I'm excited to see it. I want to see how it is, especially give me a little bit of a break from the rank game as well to kind of just change things up in terms of just like tempo and like, just, casual play, I would say. But if we're going into this one, nothing is casual about this game or this series with either of these teams. Nongshim RedForce going up against Crazy Raccoon, who surprised us and jumped into Group S here.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons did pull off some miracle plays, especially they were one of the few teams to push Nongshim RedForce in that ranking week to a best of 3, almost taking the entire series away from them. But we're talking about a different form of Nongshim that's not the same compared to that ranking week. Currently, Nongshim, they just breezed through Gen.G. We thought it was going to be 5 games, but 3-1 Siri, Haku, Illusion, Kyung9, and also Faye super duper on form in the survival week.
They were very clean, right? I think that was the biggest thing. I mean, they played last night as well. So this is, two teams that have been kind of getting very familiar with one another. And you're kind of seeing Nongshim just stepping up a bit, understanding that the competition has gotten much better. So they need to improve as well. And they really stepped up today, at least in the earlier series today.
Well, they did step up, right? Because we were seeing like, game 1, it was all about the Dharma that's being shown off by the side of Gen.G's Wawa. But then game 2, game 3, and game 4, we're starting to see Siri take control of the game. We're starting to see Siri make all these crazy farm over the side of Monto. That's what makes Gen.G so strong. But also that's why Nongshim is able to topple the fact that they make Clue and Wawa look like irrelevant in that series. So can they replace or repeat that same success against the likes of the Raccoons? Will be an interesting factor, because the Raccoons, the person you need to shut down will be Kong. They did shut them down once. Will it be second? We'll find out in a short moment.
Yeah, and that was actually the biggest thing. They came in with a strategy, Nongshim against Gen.G, and they were trying to, limit what some of those, players were bringing. Wawa, Clue, and Monto had stepped up to certain degrees, but they kind of shut them all down, right? And they were very focused with specifically, in terms of like the laning, of just kind of limiting what they were bringing. This is a tougher battle in the sense that Crazy Raccoon, you have a guy that had 8 MVPs in the ranking week. The guy has been an all-star, basically shining because of him. Dare I say his name? His name is Kong, and King Kong is here, and he wants to take down Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, King Kong is definitely here, but will he get limited once again by the crazy boys in red, or will the Crazy Raccoons really fumble the dumpster and then put that dumpster right on top of the greatest red here? So it will be interesting, because the last time they faced was just yesterday in that first series. It was what, 3-0, and every game was so dominant coming in from Nongshim. But coming to today, I believe in storyline changes. I believe in terms of different teams being once again up and available. So for the Raccoons, maybe they found a different win condition aside from Kong.
Yeah, I think that the rest of the team needs to step up. I mean, there's been a lot of pressure on Kong's shoulder to perform, but you become like a very one-dimensional team. Nongshim can kind of eye that, and they can definitely ensure that they kind of get onto that. But let's find out who the first team will be playing in this series now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red. They're going to be made up of Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and of course, Faye. This is a team that's starting to gel with one another. They've had definitely some success from the KME spring, carried over, dare I say, into the KME fall. This is a team that has high expectations going into this series here.
I think it definitely has repeated success coming in from spring all the way to HOK S3, but going to KWC, going into the KME fall, they are starting to show signs of being able to be cracked and bleeding. But on their opposing is a crazy team known as the CR Nation.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it.
This is the Crazy Raccoons, the CR Nation, represented by Kai in the flash lane, Kong in that jungle role, Cliche in towards that mid lane, Nano Hana being their farm lane, and Nia comprising of the roamer role here. So for this team, they have shown success by playing towards Kong tempo, and Kong so far, I think he has the most MVP of 8 so far in this tournament.
Definitely. He's been the guy. But I mean, it's been largely set up by, dare I say, Nya, who has the 3rd highest assists per game. He averages about 7.2. That's across all teams in the ranking week. He really sets it up. And a lot of the, the team, when they're playing well together, it's Kai, Cliche, and Nanohana really stepping up and doing that damage. And Nya is, again, with those stuns, providing that control for Kong to just take him down.
Yeah, that's the special thing about the side of Crazy Raccoons, right? A lot of teams want to repeat their success, but they always find tough ways to do so because Kong is such a niche player where he always have so many of these crazy picks here. But this is the head-to-head between Nongshim Haku and also Kong in towards the jungle here. You can see the biggest discrepancy between these two will be that damage department and the average gold per minute.
Look at the kills, right? In this head-to-head, the jungle matchup is going to be key. Haku versus Kong in this one, 86 to 82. I mean, it's very neck and neck between them. I mean, going into this one, I think Haku was 2nd most in terms of all kills across. And then the most kills was actually by Kong in the ranking week. He did very well. So there's a reason why Crazy Raccoons are top 3 here.
They are top 3, but can they continue their dominance from the likes of the Falls ranking week? Because so far, their ways of playing has been challenged by the side of the Nongshim RedForce, and they're starting to see cracks as well. We are talking like, oh, Nongshim doesn't seem to be on the best of the forms here coming into fall due to that KW 2025, but look at Crazy Raccoons here. They're being investigated, they're being researched, and the first ban does fall onto Kong's signature fate.
You said investigated, and I was like, wait, what are they doing? Like, oh, no, in the game, yeah. Okay, in the research. Okay, I thought there was some impropriety, but okay, we're in the game now. This is, of course, going to be game number 1, the 3rd match of the day, but going into the ban is going to be key. Nongshim are going to be on the blue side. They want to pick first, and they're going to go with Illusion's Mai.
This is the benefit of being able to have a strong team that plays all these premier picks, right? You can always have Arlie being locked in for Siri, you can always have Maestro locked in for Illusion, you always have Dharma being locked in for Kyung-Nai, right? That is what you need to formulate drafts in this tough environment, especially under the influence of global ban pick.
And it looks like the Ogren Dharma in return. It's a little bit of a counter, just the sustain, the control, and dealing with this. And Nongshim, they're going to go with their tried and true. Whenever they see an Ogren, they usually will go to the Agudo.
Yeah, the Agudo makes a lot of sense, right? Because you're limiting the Ogren's like zap of the laser. You're making sure that he stays in place and has to get rid of all the critters here. But you know who can get rid of the critters? It will be the Halo that being covered by Cliche in towards that mid lane.
What's wrong with that?
It's a good pickup potential here. I think that because the Ogre, you're going to have a long sustaining fight anyways, and then if you've got the Hano to kind of continue on with that, now it's going to be a little bit tougher. Nongshim, they have that burst from Mai, but if you just fate rewind it, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, but that is if he gets that moment to fate rewind, right? So potentially we might see Hano picking up that Purify towards the mid lane, but we're starting to see more of these lanes being banned away from Siri. Already the Arlie, already the Gen.G, and also the Long being locked away from Siri in that farm lane.
A lot of different potential like farm laners being pushed away from Siri. Gonna be tougher. He's gonna have to be digging deep, so to speak. I mean, look at Crazy Raccoon with like 3 bans of the farm laner, very targeted, but at the same time, they don't have a farm laner themselves, so they're kind of like, oh, we've banned our own potential picks too.
Knowing if Nanohana is probably going for the global movement and series for that Shouyue to match with that Mozi and probably dodge around the Dharma CC. They'll be flying towards this place there. And you know, Nongshim does their over there like, okay, you're playing that game, I know what you want to play. Nanohana wants to go on that global marksman. Not gonna be happening. It's gonna be bad. So he's defaulted to that channel. So channel is special pick here, right? Because he's always served as the counter towards Long and Arlie here. So picking it in game number 1 result in this counter pick to be removed from the pool in the following games of the best of 5.
Yeah. Also, oh, it looks like, okay, they're pump faking quite a bit. But, I mean, yeah, to your point, though, they've also banned out the Lung and Arlie. So you know that at some point, those heroes will potentially be opened up. They've gone with the Chano Hin, as you rightly said. It is a great counter, but now they're like, hey, actually, we're kind of out of farm laners ourselves. We're going to have to pick the Chano now.
I think that's why Nongshim's final ban on towards the Global Marksman puts CR's Nanohana in that position, because Nanohana has this tendency of only playing 3 marksmen, which is the Lung, the Global Marksman, and also the... Let me brain a bit. Lung, Global Marksman, also the Chano here. So being forced into that situation, you're kind of in a tough pickle here. But once again, Nerza being hovered for the side of Kyung Knight. He has found success with this pick in yesterday's first game of the series against Crazy Raccoon.
This could be a potential. I mean, you get the jump in. I mean, you see the Fate Rewind, he gets them back, so the Neza can kind of just get that potential jump. Also, just saving your own backline if you need to go. But this is going to be an interesting pick with the Cayenne. Going to be last? No. Secure. We should not even be talking about heroes until they're locked.
like you mentioned, they're just pump faking us. They're just like, you know, jigging us with all these picks. They're like, haha, they're caught again. I win. But it will be slightly harder towards the Secure here by we know so far Nia loves to play the Zhangfei and the Lian Po here. So game 1 coming in with such a different approach. Maybe this is Crazy Raccoons waking up from their slumber from day number 1 here. So it will be interesting because this is a Raccoon that the style has yet to be seen before in the ranking week.
I think it's more about just getting that stun locked in. Crazy Raccoons, like this is like you have your favorites. You definitely want to ensure that you put your best foot forward, but this is a long series, right? Losing game 1 is not the end of the world. So it might be that they're comfortable with just like this hero type. Yes, it has a stun. It has that Mulberry power, that AoE stun in that sense. So you have opportunities, but you don't need to pick your best heroes, especially now.
Yeah, it's a best of 5. It's a long stretch, like we mentioned. If you do put all your cards onto this table in game number 1, you will be putting yourself in a tough situation if you lose out that game with expensive picks. So it's the same story for both these two teams. For Raccoon specifically, their picks are not so expensive per se compared to the Nongshim lineup.
Definitely not as expensive, which kind of, you know, it's an interesting way to play this one, especially in the global ban. You want to win games, but you don't want to give up your best heroes. You need to find that balance, especially when it's there. But you might just lose 3 games in a row. That's another problem that you might have as well.
Well, this is a world in esports where the strong takes over the weak here, so it'll be one of these situations, but it won't be Nongshim RedForce go head-to-head once against Crazy Raccoon in the second round robin of the series here. But all this wouldn't be possible without our prize sponsor. Realme is the official gaming phone. The Realme 15 Pro, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Definitely will feel the difference. Haku here starting to feel the difference, looking to go for that invade to start things off, getting a little cheeky. Saw some of the rotations. This is what research and investigating the other teams, like you were talking about earlier, this can add to a huge advantage for them.
It could be a huge advantage. Like Colin was like, haha, I got your wipe. But Haku was like, sure, take him. I will just take your Crimson buff and I'll be back towards my jungle. So you're 1 buff down in an early game where Kong needs to be strong and relevant. And right now, he's already at a disadvantage at just what, 1 minute into the game?
Yeah, it's not great to be starting off like that. I mean, it's a little bit of risk. I mean, Nongshim sometimes, like, when you're looking to go for those jungle invades, you sometimes do pay with your lives, like they did against Gen.G. But in this case, they get away scot-free. Crazy Raccoons, I think they need to just kind of add a little bit more CCTV to their own jungle.
Yeah, CCTV, some surveillance cameras in the form of Nia or potentially Cliche to really spot out the pesky Haku running into a jungle and taking it as a favor for himself.
Yeah, he shouldn't be just free farming in that regard, but Kong has to level up in that sense, so he's continuing to farm without the buffs. Not as, you know, easy to do, so to speak. But okay, let's talk a little bit about this bottom lane. Siri, we've talked about, but with Nanohana going up on this one, I mean, we've seen Nanohana, there are moments of brilliance, but there's some lowlights as well. He's been, dare I say, a little inconsistent at times.
I think inconsistency falls on some of these KME farm lanes where they do not find resources as well compared to the likes of Siri. This happens with players like Monto, Nanohana, or even the likes of ASD from Scar. So this seems to be a repeated thing that they have to fix going on against stronger teams, even from the KMW, MKL, IKL, even PKL.
Okay. It's interesting that you say that, because you're just like, I mean, they're kind of similar in that sense, right? I think that even in the different leagues, you'll see definitely, play styles and just the way that they kind of play, especially in the farm lane, right? There's only so much you can do in that regard. But it will be interesting seeing how Nanohana just like levels up. We've seen the rest of the team kind of level up. I want to see more out of Nanohana.
Same. I want to see more out of Nanohana. I want to see him share the burden away from Kong's heavy shoulders here.
Oh, the push back.
Cliche.
Oh, the favor wind. Oh, he gets on out of there. He goes 88 miles an hour, just fast enough.
That was so close. Almost getting a speeding ticket was Cliche, and he were ready to pay the price there, but Kai almost getting the punch. But that's the movement you want.
Oh, he gets the nice little mulberry power. The Conductor of Souls and Haku gets sear stated. He's going to be executed, and Kong, King Kong, remember the name because he's going to get a double.
He gets a double, but then he falls short towards Kill 9 as well. Finding that return kill, but that beautiful engage coming in from Nia. The two-man flash mulberry power was the deciding play to steal Haku and Kill 9 towards that grave.
Yeah, and he got the 2 kills, but this bottom T1 is under siege, and they're going to take a lot of damage as they teleport. Wow.
But still, it's a Secure. Secure's healing in the early game is so darn it's full thanks to that Bush ultimate coming in from Nia.
Yeah, a lot of damage. I mean, the healing, it can be super annoying from Nia. He needs to ensure that he just keeps Nanohana topped up at all costs. The Spike Tail is looking to be taken away from by Crazy Raccoon here. He's going to just work around it. It's been leashed, and it's going to play with our souls in that sense of just kind of, taking up a lot more time than it should.
Yep, and we see Blink Health Bars coming in for the side of Nia here. So he have to back up just slightly here, charge up the path to really heal himself up here. As we see Haku taking control of this tyrant here for this moment.
Yeah, but Kong is nearby. And this is a 50-50. This is awkward, but it looks like they're going to give it up. Nongshim just takes that out. They want the Azure Golem more than anything else by Crazy Raccoon.
Well, you have the first happening of Kong losing out that Crimson Golem, so the Zero Golem does go into favor of the side of the Raccoon as a consolation prize to at least secure Kong's farming tempo in towards this early game that he desperately needs.
Yeah, he definitely needs that, right? I mean, Ogren is the guy, especially when Kong is piloting him. You got to ensure that he gets everything. So right now, Nia is looking to just babysit, ensure that Kong gets all the space and time in the world. Cliche will just push the wave here, but might be a little bit at risk here by Illusion potentially jumping in. No, they're not going to continue.
Now they're not going to continue. There's no members here coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But Nia looking for an assistant here on towards Kai here. Is incredibly low in this class lane.
They have 4 members of Crazy Raccoon. This is a pretty big commitment, but they're going to look to take this top T1. They will take this down, and they're going to chip that away, but the bottom T2 under siege.
It is under siege, and we're seeing Cliche quickly teleport towards that bottom lane to salvage whatever he can off this tower here. And it's still in full health. It's still a 1-to-1 exchange so far in towards the jungle.
Oh, Furball, the Ruinjin. They're looking to go for the truth, but the Illusion actually has to flash away. Kai's a little bit low. Kong is as low as well. He's going to get picked off, and Illusion gets the Kachusen and slices him down.
That fast slap towards Kong's face, and he is eliminated from that river here. Good exchanges so far coming in for RedForce. You see Illusion sacrificing the burst damage, going in for that venomous stuff to limit the healing coming in from the likes of Cliche, Nia, or even Kong on these pictures. So it's a very good itemization in for this Maestro Nui.
Really smart here. I mean, you get that chip off, you do any sort of damage, you're going to limit that healing. And with, again, the Hano and the, Ogren, this is a tough spot for them. But now Nongshim looking to invade, doesn't actually find Cliche, isn't able to get the pullback. The Cannon Blast will connect. They're going to hide under the tower. They will be fine.
But Illusion's so aggressive with this Maestro Nui, always looking for these aggressive plays, forcing the enemies to react to him, or not, they will get punished in the form of jungle exchange. So far, Haku has already counted 2 bucks away from Kong in this short time span.
Yeah, taking things away, and this is what you want to see. This is why Illusion is so deadly on the Mai. Kong is potentially just going over the wall with that path of passing. Siri's going to eat that. He's going to hide at this moment. But again, Illusion patiently waiting in the wings.
Patiently waiting in the wings. He's just scouting out vision, allowing Haku to further take these forces without any worry. If you need vision on the enemy team, for these side lanes to really push up the front.
Going up in front, but Crazy Raccoon securing their own red buff at this point. And now it's all about Kong and just how he just gets all this farm. Let the man just, devour everything. Let him be your carry.
Yeah, let him be your carry. Let Nano Hannah, let Kong soak up all the experience and gold. That is what you need to do. And this is why we prize Series so much in that farm lane. You can see every little game we see him play in the KME, always leading in gold about 1.5k to almost 2,000 over his opponent.
Actually, that's a huge number at this stage, right? I mean, it's 7 minutes in and being off about almost 2k. That's that speaks volumes about his play and his ability to find, farm, and extract it across the map.
Exactly, right? You need farm as a farm laner to hit that item breakpoint, especially the Daybreaker at 10 to 11 minutes. That's where you start dealing extremely high damage against the likes of tank like Kong, against the likes of Q9, for example. If let's say you're Nano Hannah, you don't have Daybreaker until like 12 to 13 minutes, you're starting to feel a bit of the low damage with Nano Hannah. Ooh, that's dangerous.
Oh, Illusion missed the Kachusen. That could have started some serious work onto him. But now they find Cliché. He's going to just have to leap of faith back onto his tower. This Hano is going to be kind of annoying. His wave clear is good in that regard. Nongshim needs to kind of... They can't put too much pressure on the mid lane because, again, the waves have just been cleared.
Waves have just been cleared. And you can see, you start starting to see, like, when you have gold on the marksman, Kai is just like, oh, the rolling rates are so annoying. I'm getting pulled down extremely hard. I gotta burn a flash to avoid dying here. So, gold per minute is so important for marksman. That's something you need to learn as a farm lane player.
Yeah, and it's not always about the kills, right? It's being able to do damage. Now he feels a little like at risk. Faye, speaking of which, Siri needs to back away. He rolling raids gets back to safety at this point, and Crazy Raccoon will hold, but again, just space created elsewhere, and it looks like the top T wanted to take it down.
And this comes from the side of Illusion and Faye, just throwing Cannon Blast, Kachusen, and then Millie is like, oh man, so much spells on towards my face, I can't hate it. If I rotate, this mid tower is gonna go down.
And this is why Crazy Raccoon need to figure out a way to kind of close that gap. It's going to be tougher for them. Kai, I mean, yeah, you have the flash truth, but kind of, assuming that he's not just hiding in a bush, being able to ambush, it's going to be very linear in terms of where they want to strike from. So, Nongshim, as long as you kind of keep everything at bay and at arm's reach, dare I say, and keep things in front of you, I think that they're going to see everything coming.
They will see everything coming, and that is what makes them so dominant as a team, right? They always play calculative Honor of Kings. They don't go for these aggressive trades if they do not have vision. That's what makes Nongshim so darn well. Right now, they see 4 members in the mid lane.
Oh, they're pushed back. They find Kai, and it's just way too much. Q9 and Illusion, the mobility plus the damage, way too much for Kai in the top lane.
Yeah, way too much, and you see towards the middle side, even though that they're winning in terms of items, they're just playing slow, playing chill, making sure that they have enough space to really counteract against this play here. And right now, is a 4-5 for the side of the Raccoons here. What is the call here coming from Nongshim?
Yeah, Siri, the Conductor of Souls on to 3, but Kong taking most of the damage, and here comes Illusion with the nice little Ruenjin, finds Nya, and it looks like they want to go for more. They want to at least go for Kong. They're not able to find it. Q9 going all in for this one. He's going to be traded away.
The Scepters of Fate are starting to stack coming in from Cliché here. Damage is racking for this Hano here. So that is still a 1-to-1 exchange so far coming in for the Raccoon. So good news for the Raccoons. At the very least, they can trade for the Shadow Vanguard. It's not just a 1-for-0.
Yeah, the Shadow Tyrants are going to be taken away. Nongshim has just been in prime position for that. They will take that for themselves, and they'll continue on. Gets the Ruenjin, tries to go for Cliché in that mid lane, but with the Shadow Vanguard, that's going to stop that potential push.
But this is the beauty of the Hano pick, right? If you want to siege against a Hano, against that mid tower, you best believe it's a difficult task. You have to Fate Rewind, it heals the turret, it heals yourself. As long as it doesn't die, the mid tower will probably never go down until the moment where he really, truly falls in these team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, unless Nongshim are able to burst him down, find a way to kind of stop him before he gets off that Fate Rewinds, but it's easier said than done. And these Scepters, they add up. Yes, you have that wild growth. Yes, you have a lot of potential push, but if he's got those Scepters, it just makes short work of all of them.
Yeah, short work of all of them, making sure that they really stacking Scepters of Fate here. Siri and Faye here, looking for Kai. No flash onto Kai.
Yeah, Kai, he's already used it in the Skyfall coming from downtown, and they ensure that they get that kill. Kai's been cut down yet again. Siri finds him.
Siri does find him, and that is a key kill, especially in moments like this where you are looking at a 4v5 up front, and this tower may not be for long.
Yeah, it won't be for long. I mean, yeah, you have the Fate Rewind, it comes back, but at very little life, and Siri will take that down yet again. I'm actually not even sure how the gold works on that double kill on the tower.
I think you don't get double gold, right?
I don't
you
think
just
so
get a single gold, and then it just funnels over your team, and then you take it down a second time. I'll probably do some research after this when I go back, and we can probably fact check on that, so let me know on the next stream. So for now, Nongshim is currently up ahead about 2,000 gold, but still manageable for the Raccoons. It's not the end of the...
It's not the end of the world until Kong dies. That's the biggest thing, right? As long as he's fine, Kai can die. I mean, it's not great, and you definitely don't want to be dying. But, speaking of which, Nanohana gets picked off. Siri gets killed as well, and that's the shutdown. You do not want to funnel gold into Kong, but he takes that one, and he's going to continue to chase, and he wants to protect his own jungle, but he actually has to get rid of all of these members of Nongshim. Kyung9 has been pushed away.
And this is the key problem coming in from Nongshim's draft, right? Once they lose Siri, they lose out such a big chunk of DPS coming out from their team composition here. That is why, if Siri plays overly aggressive, even if it's to trade against Nanohana, it's not worth it because Siri holds so much of the gold coming in from Nongshim that if he dies, it automatically puts them in a bad position.
Interesting, right? Because of the fact that, like, you know, it's a farm lane for farm lane, you're thinking, we're equal. Plus, Nanohana died earlier, but to your point, Siri is way more farmed, right? And plus, you're giving that gold into Kong, which is not where you want to be if you're a Nongshim fan.
Yeah, if you're a Nongshim fan, you gotta be worried because this game, even though Nongshim was in control, it's still a 2,000 even here. One good truth mantra coming in from Kai, that could just change the game almost immediately.
Could change everything. The truth mantra, then you've got that mulberry power from Nya. Like the wombo combo potential is definitely there, but they haven't been able to kind of find Nongshim in that like death ball where they're able to kind of get that wombo combo off.
Yeah, the wombo combo really will set the tone of the game here so far. But Kyung9, he's this secret farmer in for the Nongshim RedForce that is secretly farming for success. He's currently having a purifier and probably has a secret as well, but Cliche might be called out.
Oh, the Fate Rewind, and they don't have enough damage. Nongshim, though, just barely pushing him away. But that is a key ult that's being used now. And now with this Shadow Tyrant that has just spawned, Crazy Raccoons might have a tougher time in securing this.
That won't be the case here, especially not having a phase rewind means that this Kano isn't able to play aggressively, and Nanohana just only finished his Daybreaker at 14 minutes. This will be tough coming in for Side Raccoon.
Faye has to just flash just to get out of the tether of Kong, but they find Kai on the top side, and now Crazy Raccoons, yes, they've grouped up in 4, but with Kai down, that was a huge one with Truth, and Kyung9 just barely limping away.
He limps away, but he can join the fight with his Skyfall once it's off cooldown here. So it's still in favor of Nongshim. If you lose Kai's flash and also the Dharma, who is going to catch Siri on this lady soon? Because she is so mobile in team fights.
It's not going to be easy. And again, it's to my point earlier, just being very linear. And Conductor of Souls, Kong just decides to fight. He wants to go for this one. And now Nanohana and Nya, both of them are killed. Kong is still alive, but he's going to be picked off as well. And Cliche is the only man standing. Faye, Cannon Blast to the face. They've taken the Shadow Tyrant, and Nongshim don't lose any time, and they go directly to the mid T2.
And there's a 3v1 towards the mid lane here against Kai without Flasher. As long as Siri plays towards the arm's reach, this might just be a game coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
25 seconds before Kong is back. That is an eternity at the stage. Nongshim looking to go in. They find Kai. They want the pickoff. He gets to the fountain. He's barely there, but the crystal, and it looks like Nongshim with the box just pushing him away. They will take game 1.
Good game coming in from Nongshim in this game number 1 as they extend their good form coming in from that first series against Gen.G Esports. So far, they're 1 up against Crazy Raccoons in this series.
A lot of momentum that's carried over. You're seeing that, just how Nongshim are just hitting their stride. They're able to kind of take the fight to Crazy Raccoon, who again, I mean, Kong was the guy, but when Kai had been picked off and you had that numbers advantage and they continued, they were like, hey, we need to take this Shadow Tyrant regardless of the numbers. 4 versus 5, not a winning condition.
Not a winning condition, especially going in 4v5 with gold, not having the primary engaged assassin, which is the Dharma. You kind of wonder, who will be able to limit Siri in those exchanges? And there you have it. You don't have an answer towards Siri.
Yeah, you don't have an answer, right? I mean, that was the biggest thing. There's no jump. There's no, way to get a kind of into that. And that's kind of why the Nongshim draft just really played well. Like, understanding that, hey, if they don't have a jump and we're able to keep Siri safe in the back, they have no answers for us.
Yeah, they have no answers for us. And this revisits back to the question you asked me just now. What does it take to win against Nongshim? Check out the goal discrepancy from Nano Hannah and also Siri. That's 5,000, almost 4,000 gold away from these two players. That just make a lot of changes, right? Because when we talk about marksman, you always think about the Daybreaker. If you have no Daybreaker, you cannot fight against tanks in this game. And you don't have Daybreaker, which leads to Nano Hannah not doing enough damage, take down the likes of Haku, even Kyung-9 in these team fights.
Just too much. I mean, he was definitely behind. 5K is like huge, right? Absolutely huge. Right, to kind of come back from that. And to your point, without those items, you really don't do any damage. So the rest of the team really needed to have picked it up. Kai was kind of getting caught out. He was split pushing. I understand that as a clash laner. You definitely want to create a little bit of space. But, when you got paid, you just kind of died. And then you're putting your team in a bad situation. This is what happens in the gold graph, completely in favor of Nongshim.
But still, it's still an acceptable gold graph in towards the late stages of the game. It was always at the 2,000, 3,000. The game is still shakeable between these two teams, but in the end, it is what the final fight looks like. And the MVP goes over to Illusion. He was setting up so much of these plays, especially on towards the Gorge, like the members of Nano Hannah, Cliche, and especially on the Kai.
Yeah, and Illusion just kind of with that early game, like spike, the presence, the pressure in the different lanes, just always kind of sticking around, right? Making things uncomfortable, and why Illusion is very scary on a Mai, and you'll see a lot of that in the highlights here.
But the highlights are exceptionally well coming in from Nia, finding these early catches here, setting up the tempo for Kyung in this early game here. Kong does die here, but the kills and the damage has been made. That's what made Nia such a good player. And coming into this fight here, this was the game-deciding fight where Kai is already down, which led Illusion finding these key plays here, even though that you are looking at trades left and right. But fighting a 4v5 is not what you want here. And this is what I'm talking about, right? So Siri falls, Nano Hannah falls, but 4,000 gold into the drain here. Not what you want, right?
Definitely don't want that. But taking a fight without Kai, which is like all of the control, that flash truth is just so good, right? You can win team games around it. This is a moment where you're like, hey, we should not have fought. There's no reason to fight anything 4 versus 5, and especially when we're behind, right? That's a very difficult fight to get into. Everything needs to work out perfectly, and Nongshim were able to out-tank it and just out-survive it because you didn't really have any control.
You have no control and you don't have any flanks coming in from Kai, the Dharma that you put first pick on, but that's game number 1 between Nongshim and also the... Let's go to a break before it comes to game number 2.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember to. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Nongshim RedForce, that was a clinical game against Crazy Raccoons. Being able to close out the game made it tough for them to get anything going. And plus, there were some questionable calls by Crazy Raccoon. Saki, your thoughts on that one?
My thoughts is that they didn't really respect the overall 5v5. They really needed the likes of Kong and also Kai to find those crazy engages, especially when Kong is on the front line. It puts a lot of these responsibilities on players like Nano Hannah and also Kai in finding those crucial engages. But so far, with the priority of putting Dharma as the first pick, we're not seeing the value of this player on Dharma finding those successful angles, especially on members like Siri.
I don't mean to point out onto Kai. I do like him as a player, but it just seems like he hasn't been the Kai of old. It's been very weird because he actually had the second most deaths in the ranking week with 36. That's a lot, especially when you're a top 3 team. I understand that he's been split pushing quite a bit, but even in that last game, he got caught out too many times. And then now your team is fighting 4 versus 5. You're not putting your team in a position to win.
That is something that we need to fix, especially right now they're in Group S. They always have games against Gen.G and also the likes of Nongshim RedForce. So even if they lose out all of their games, they still qualify to that playoffs here. So the best they can do is to fix their current issues, allowing them to really win out more of these games here. Because you have this issue whereby if Arlie is open and you're unable to first pick it, that's already something to be taken note of.
Yeah. And actually going into that last game's draft, they were trying to attack Siri, but in the end, I think they hurt Nano Hana more than anything else, as they took away a lot of the farm laners, like the Loong, the Arlie, like a lot of good choices, right? So it's going to be an interesting one going into this draft to see how they, decide to go.
I think this falls into the one thing whereby they wanted to ban all the farm lanes that Siri are comfortable in, but in the end, they shot themselves in the foot and they led to Nongshim be like, oh, you're that guy that likes to play Concert View, Loong, and also the 4 marksman. So let's just ban it away. And it just caused within that trouble that forced Nano Hannah to play that channel here. And right now, without a channel, you're defaulted to the Gen.G against the Loong matchup, which is still decently fine.
It's decent, but it's not like a best case scenario, right? I think that you'll have to just kind of fall back, to whatever you want. But Nongshim here, going with their tried and true. We kind of saw this same style of team makeup with this Yixing, with those boards, and the Guan Yu with those Razor Cavalries. This is a tough one because it pushes everybody around, and if you get isolated, you get caught out, you're going to have a bad time.
This is what we call the bounce house, right? Especially you're against the likes of Gen.G and Byron. You're not the best in terms of the mobility department, so you won't be much more required to be careful against the likes of a Yixing board or Guan Yu pushing you around like a ping pong ball.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? Nobody wants to be like sent around like a pinball, right? That's the biggest thing, and you want to just stay alive more than anything else. But Crazy Raccoons, they need to find some way to kind of initiate. They need to do it so that, again, they do it safely. Not easy to do, especially when Kyung9 is just, on the flanks looking for that perfect Razor Cavalry.
I think that's the case, right? So you need Kai on this Byron to always be on the lookout for Kyung9. So the Clash Lane's job is either to flank the enemy or to mark the enemy Clash Lane to prevent flanks from happening, right? So that will be a pivotal job here coming into this second game of the series, because losing out this game puts you into a position whereby you one step again to lose out that BO5. You don't want it to happen.
You definitely don't want that to happen. You got to stay alive. You need that vision. And I think that they've provided that vision by this Fei Leon Po. The guy's been an all-star in terms of just being that frontliner, being that forward scout. And he's generally speaking stays alive because Leon Po is just so tanky. But vision is key in this game. Being able to understand where you need to jump in, when to jump in, is going to be key in this one.
Like how we always mention, vision, intel is wintel, and wintel leads you towards the game-winning gameplay. But oh my goodness, are we seeing a Bai Chi towards the jungle here? Because this technology is originally introduced in the KPL region where you have the Yuhuan, Sun Bin, and the Bai Chi, whereby you form this indomitable, indestructible frontline tank coming in as Bai Chi and also the Byron here. Very interesting draft coming in.
When in doubt, I mean, this is the time, right? And it looks like the Flowborn may... Hang on, wait, what? How are they doing? Okay, no, they're not doing that. Okay, I was going to say, how does this work? They already have a mid laner, but now they're going to go with the Menki, which makes a little bit more sense to potentially counter out this Bai Chi that you're talking about from that jungle. But adding that in with the Sun Bin, right? You see that the potential team fight, where are they going to happen? The pushback from the Razor Cavalry from the Guan Yu. Now you have the time lapse on top of that. That can make for some a serious counter initiation by Crazy Raccoon here.
And the Raccoons actually drafted into a very interesting draft that forced Nongshim to change that monkey last pick into a Nakoruru, because if you rely all those damage output from alone, you will find that this Sun Bin, Bai Chi, and also Byron and Yuhuan combination will lead to a point where the Long isn't able to hit all these front lines and take them down. So drafting a Nakoruru to replenish the damage department is a smart move here coming in from Nongshim RedForce. Very good drafting here coming in from both teams.
I like it. I like it. I mean, there are definitely counters to it. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this Kong Bai Chi really plays out. If he gets the nice little, you know, the pullback, the death sight, and you know, just putting them in a bad spot where they're able to kind of burst down the Haku Nakoruru, you have some options here.
You have some options here, so we have to see how they formulate this draft, right? Because Bai Chi, although he's a tank jungler, he only starts to get going with the Sun Bin and Yuhuan combination in towards the mid game at about 8 minutes when they start to ramp up these items. Give them the lead, you will find an indestructible monster of a tank in that front line.
I'm not looking forward to that. I think it's going to be very scary, nightmare-inducing, but I think that we need to see the rise of Kong in this series. Game 2, this is going to be key. Being down 0-2 in a world of hurt for Crazy Raccoon. They do not want to be there. Dare I say, this is a must-win for them.
This is a must-win for them, but it still really lowers down the pressure that they have, because fortunately, their efforts coming in from week 1 was a real darn well job. So right now in Group S, they don't have to worry for dropping out like in the Group A. They can still play, they can still learn, and still take some games away from these top tier teams while trying compositions like the Bai Chi and Swimming combination here. So it's the props of them for being able to land that spot in Group S.
I think that there's definitely two agendas going into this one. I think it makes a lot of sense for what you were saying with Crazy Raccoon and just testing things out. You do have a little bit of time. You're not knocked out of this thing, right? So you might be playing the 4th place team or whatever, but at least you're still here. But at the same time, Nongshim on the other end, they kind of want to close things out. I think they don't want to give out too much data of what sort of heroes they like. There's already a plethora of that data out there already from like Season 3 on, but I think especially now with the new meta, they want to ensure that they want to hide things as much as possible.
Yeah, hiding things as much as possible will be something that Nongshim wants to do, but especially, you're Nongshim, you are a fundamentally strong team. Just like that Clash Lane exchange that Kai almost got slammed away here. Not something you see on a normal basis here, but coming in from Nongshim, you are the KME champs. You want to make sure that you continue that legacy.
Yeah, definitely want to complete that legacy, right? And Kyung9 there with his own legacy in that top lane against Kai, against the Byron? Like, what? Like, that's a lane matchup in favor of him in that regard. But I guess he got caught out a couple too many times, too many heroic charges. And he actually had to go back. So he's going to be back in, but he's definitely behind, as you know, it's showing in the levels.
Yeah, not the best approacher coming in from the side of Crazy Raccoon's Kai. Something for them to figure out in some of these games, right? So one thing that you need to learn as a Clash laner or farm laner is to freeze the wave, which really limits your opponent to overextend in lanes, really walk out for these minion waves. Because imagine, Kai has to walk into the tower to take that minion. That's kind of crazily overextending that allows players like Haku to really punish the enemy team.
Yeah, very smart there by Kyung9. I mean, the freezing the waves, if he doesn't get those 2 minions, he's missing out as well. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing. But, you know, Nongshim understanding these are the small advantages that really kind of snowball in the game. And they already have like a 600 gold lead.
The 600 gold lead just solely by winning lanes, solely by sharing resources. That's what makes Nongshim RedForce such a fundamentally strong team to be feared about. So right now, if you are Nongshim, just continuing this dominance, this laning phase, it will secure you a very comfortable mid game that you need on this roam.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help out, and I think that that's the biggest thing. We've seen just Siri doing very well today. He's the farm laner that's going to be consistent, that's going to be able to carry you to those victories. So giving him sort of space, going to be a great time. Illusion here trying to do so, but he's not going to really find anything.
You're not going to find anything here, so he is forced to back away or just to act as a living ward. So it gives you more of the opportunity for Siri on this lane to play much more aggressive, and then the mid farm funnels over to Haku's pocket here. So these are the two carries that you as a mid lane needs to be focusing on. But Kai gets pushed in, and that might be first blood.
Yeah, he's going to give up first blood, but he's just going to run it down. I mean, as a hit and run, do we need to call 911?
Well, do we need to call 911? No, we need to call the ambulance because they need help here.
Well, I was going to say call the police first because Kyung9, I think we just saw, a hit and run by onto this one. But Kai just getting run down under the tower of all things and letting the tower do it. But Kyung9 pays with his life. They get the revenge tour in that top lane.
Yeah, top lane is done, and right now more focus comes towards the bottom lane where I see so much pressure coming in from Nongshim. Just a blink of an eye, but towards the top side, Kyung9 does get exchanged back in the 1-to-1 exchange as we see the replay on what exactly happened. Razor Calvin pushed Kai, and Kai does not have the flash to the level 1 exchange. As of this point, you're like, first bounce, get bounced, get bounced, and he gets sent towards the grave.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kai, that's a feels bad man, like in that top lane. But now the Tyrants, this is going to be the key one, right? Nongshim are like moving around. They're not going to give this up for free to Kong. It actually gets tethered back into its lair though.
It does get turned back to the lair hill, but both of these two crash lanes has arrived for this objective. But once again, back to the question: you are an assassin jungler. Prioritize your buffs first, so giving away this camp towards the side of Crazy Raccoons is reasonable side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be okay with that. I mean, Haku was nowhere nearby. You were talking about that red buff being picked up. Probably more key for him. Haku needs to just get his farm. I think on the other end, Kong, yeah, he's going to get his farm, but he's definitely more about that control setup for like the Kai, Nanohana to really just kind of pounce on the potential death side pull.
That's what you're looking for, right? Because if you are the Nongshim RedForce, you don't want to fight the enemy team when they are in their priority, right? You want to make sure that, okay, Haku, get your Starbreaker, you get your items like the Siegebreaker, then we're looking for these fights. But right now, don't seem to be in a comfortable position to fight, and look at the mid lane.
No, they're looking to go. The board has been set up. The mid T1 hasn't just been barely taken out the Tremor Smack, but now Crazy Raccoon on the run. Kyung9 is joined, but not able to get any sort of catch. Haku's not able to find anything as well. Crazy Raccoons take the mid T1, and they get out safely.
But look at Siri's position here. He might be looking for a potential gank on towards the likes of Nanohana, but he does back off and he does get more structural damage on towards the bottom side here. But that is the potential coming in from Nia and also Kong on these picks. You see how much healing that's provided by these two? That's just crazy. But Illusion finishing up that item, Venom Staff, does provide the healing reduction that Nongshim RedForce needs to really limit the enemy's approach here, especially on the Raccoon.
A lot to go through, right? A lot of sustain from Crazy Raccoon, and they're going to give up the top T1. I mean, essentially, they traded away the mid T1 for that, but Faye, he's going to be walked on. The time flux right on this one. Finding Faye, and they're taking liberties. They find Kong. He's stuck inside the board. The Tremor Smash is on to 2, but now Kong solo. Here comes Haku with a heroic save. Gets the kill.
Gets the kill, and that is the setup coming in from Illusion and also Faker. If you get locked in and not able to wait for the next rotation coming in from Nia or Cliche, you are in a very difficult position even though you are such a big monster tanker. And right now, jungle is a buffet for Haku to take in more gold funnels over to Haku. That's more damage to be dealt on such a strong tank.
Yeah, Haku taking everything from that. I mean, he's been just like largely off the map. He's been quiet because he's just farming. He's 5.3, highest in the game right now because of that. And Kong, yeah, you're on the Bai Chi, which is interesting. Yeah, you have a lot of control as a tank-style jungler, but you're going to fall off. You're not as able to farm as quickly as Haku is on this Nakoruru.
Well, we'll have to see, right? Because I am so interested in how they play these late game team fights. Time Flux, this thing, is a miracle worker. If you time it correctly, Siri, Haku won't be a big problem here. So the hidden carry in this team composition is actually the Sunbin in the late game.
It's going to be huge if they're able to get some sort of catch. And plus, when they all have time flux and they're running at you, that's scary, man. That's like zombies
scary,
coming at you, right? So I think that, Nongshim are going to be a little bit wary on that one. But right now, Nongshim, with this small lead, it's about 1K or so, but this is the time to put a little bit of pressure on the map.
A little bit of pressure needs to be put on the map, especially against the likes of these teams here, because we're starting to see time flux, time bombs being trolled randomly in towards the bush as they are desperately looking for vision as the engage goes through.
Oh, the nice little burst ram. He's looking to turn this, and now the Razor Cavalry, and Faye is still alive. Haku is doing some damage, finds Nyan Nanahana as well as Kai, and they've turned this around. And now Crazy Raccoon, they have 2 members that are still standing, but Nongshim looking on the prowl, not looking to give up at this stage.
What a beautiful team fight coming through for Sam Nongshim. Set up, the gameplay, Faye just playing is so darn well to a perfection, allowing Illusion, allowing Kyung9 to make that follow up with ease. Nanohana was to fall and he gets annihilated through that exchange.
And Faye, it looked like he was bait, right? And he was all the way up in front. Crazy Raccoon was like, all right, we got 5 members. We should be able to take him down. And he was just literally there just to waste their time, get the nice little tremor smash, and that forward was flawless. And Nongshim on the cleanup with Haku just doing some serious damage. That was a great team fight for Nongshim.
That was insane team fighting coming from Nongshim. They played it to a perfection. They knew the task here. And Haku here, this is the first thing you need to do as a pro player. When nobody's on the map, don't reveal your position. Wait for them to reveal. Only you go for that secondary clear.
Yeah, and plus he saw them, right? When they were going for that minion wave, so he knew that there were about 3 members there. Faye, though, is going to probably face check this one. I don't think he survives it. The burst ram, at least for now, and now Haku, he's looking for the heroic approach, but not able to get anything else.
Well, good vision score can come in from Faye. That's how you spot the enemy. That's how you the vision game for your teammate. Imagine that was Haku. Even Siri walking into that court, that could have been huge for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Faye doing a great job, and this is why he's great on the Lian Po. It's all about that vision, being that tanky frontliner, and it provides so much. Kai fighting 1 versus 1, but here come the reinforcements. Haku in not a great spot, the time lapse, and it looks like Haku is dove way too deep. There's no way that they get help out. Nongshim now on the retreat. They have only 4 members.
Good catch here coming in for Crazy Raccoons, punishing Haku, being overly aggressive, going in for that 1v1 under tower against Kai here. Not the best target you want to be facing because we know for a fact Kai on this Byron, so tanky, so much shielding, so that really makes sense to me that why Kai can stall until the members of Crazy Raccoons to come in for that Razor Cavalry save.
Yeah, and diving the bottom T2, that was very, very, ambitious more than anything else. Haku trying to get that pick off, but they're looking to go. The Razor Cavalry with that Tremor Smash on to 2 with the Infinite Fastness right on top. They have the pick off. They find Nanohana as well as Nyan. They'll turn this, and they'll continue on, but Siri trades his life away. They've gotten Cliche. Nongshim not able to get anything else.
3-for-1 exchange in favor of the Nongshim RedForce right now. They sacrifice Siri. They do get 3 kills in favor as a return, and right now they set their sights on towards the Shadow Tyrant. Right now they are once again in control here. This is thanks to Kyung9 and also Faye finding that perfect initiation, allowing them to get control of this objective.
These 2 players are very scary, right? Kyung9 with that Razor Cavalry, Faye with that Tremor Smash. But Siri, I don't like it when I see Lungs go aggressive with the Infinite Vastness. I think that you need to use it as a get out of jail free, very defensively, just to stay alive more than anything else. He was still in position to do the damage, and that AoE is kind of mitigating, especially when you have skills that you can still cycle.
I think this comes to a point whereby how we want to use it. Right? It can always be used aggressively, but check out the replay here. Razor Cavalry into the stun, into the bounce hunt coming in from Faye. After this point, Siri's in a decent position until Kong landed that ultimate on towards him. And right now, back towards life, Kai is really pushed into Oblivion as well.
Yeah, he's going to be in the afterlife. Again, split pushing, and this is why Kai kind of dies a lot. He tries to force it, create a little bit of space, but now they're down a member in 25 seconds. Kind of a long time at this stage.
Yeah, kind of long time, right, for Kai here. So definitely something to look out for. Ooh, nice dodge here coming in from Kong. I mean, on the side of Haku, dodging away from Kong's ultimate here, so that's going to be a cooldown down for the next few upcoming moments. We are seeing more of these plays here coming in for South Nongshim as they are trying to break these tier trees alive.
Will not be easy. The wave clear is real from Crazy Raccoon, and yes, they're crashing in the mid and the bottom, but I mean, unless they completely get out of position, they're gonna try to go on to Kong, but not the greatest of targets. They turn this around, they get the death side, they pull him back, but he's gonna go to the skies and the tremor smash before he dies, and now they're continuing on Siri, trying to do the damage onto Kong, who's out taking this, but Siri's actually already been picked off, and Haku is now looking to join, and they'll flash away, and he stays alive, and now they've turned this. They've got 4 members for only Kong.
That is a big win here coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons, and this is the potential of the Baichi in towards the jungle here. If you do not take him down, combination, the break-in potential of that Sunbin comes into effect, and right now you're starting to see damage is the inconsistency factor for the side of Nongshim. This tanky boy off the side of Baichi is so solid.
So solid, so difficult and annoying to deal with, right? But it seemed like at multiple times there were moments where they're like, okay, he's in a bad spot. Actually, Siri was fine. They don't need to keep going for this one, but they continue to fight. They tried to go for this one, and Kong is just taking so much damage that, like, literally bought the rest of the team. Nanohana is just free firing on the back line, and now this Overlord gonna be picked up by Crazy Raccoon.
That was a big misposition mistake here coming in from Siri. He landed into 4 people in towards that lane, which really caused him to have this bad position that led into the demise of Nongshim, because we keep talking about, okay, Haku needs to stay alive. If not, no one can take down Kong on this objective. He's such a big raid boss here. He's like a Shadow Vanguard. So you need Siri to keep alive at all times.
He needs to stay on the back line. He needs to stay safe. He went to the skies, and I thought, okay, that was a good disengage. Everybody needs to get out. Nobody had died, but they continue to fight. They were over-aggressive. Infinite Fastness, he's probably going to look to go aggressive. He's going to go in reverse. Oh, no, he's going to go all the way deep. He wants to go. He gets the pick off, but he only gets it on the... Yeah, he's traded his life away for a roamer.
That is not the same thing, but the fight does break. Oh, as we have the horse coming in. Big push is coming in for the side of Kyoma, as he is the savior that Nongshim RedForce needs. 5-man ace only for Siri.
Yeah, picking it off, and then you're like, hey, actually, we don't need Siri, but we need the top T3 to do the damage. And they were able to pick them up because the Razor Cavalry was so good by Kyung9 putting them under the tower.
Ooh, that was nuts coming in from these teams. That is something that you don't see on a regular day here. Kyung9 coming in as savior here. Siri's positioning, not the cleanest in this game number 2 here, but so far has been working out. But let's check out the replay here as he's wants to break over. Kong's ultimate has been done fantastically by Siri. He goes in for the redive here, but the perfectly timed stun coming in from Cliche seals the fate of Siri. Have a look at Kill 9. Finding that backline push into the 4-man Razor Cavalry. That is such a beautiful play here coming in from Kill 9.
If Kyung9 does that first, and then Siri was still alive, just hiding on that top T3, right? He stays alive, they get even more. I mean, they got the team ace, but Siri, he needs to stay alive more than anything else. I hate to constantly just arrow in on him, but these Infinite Vastness are killing me, man. And they're killing him because they're going into the heart of the enemy team.
It will be very difficult coming in from Siri because he needs to play carefully on his positioning here. One more death like that could spell doom here, because the next time that happens and Kong doesn't die, we will be unlocking a lot of damage in taking down this big tank.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that this is the thing where it's like, okay, how many mistakes can you make, right? If Nongshim survive that, if they get the team ace, but all 5 members are alive, they might have turned that into some sort of objective in some fashion. But without him, they're lacking quite a bit, right? And now they need to kind of group up. It's back to a 5-on-5. Not a great spot, especially since you had that bit of an edge.
That edge will be something that have to be treading the needle properly. Siri goes in for that bit of a poke here on middle tower. A few of those will probably see the demise of this mid turret here, but definitely a much more closer game compared to game number 1 so far here, Holler.
Yeah, definitely. And you're seeing kind of how the Baichi has kind of thrown a spanner in the works. I mean, it's been annoying. He's been very tanky, and he's been able to reposition people. So this is a situation. It's like, yeah, you have the Razor Cavalry. Yeah, you have the Tremor Smash. But if I'm able to pull Siri away and use that Infinite Vastness early, I have a huge window of opportunity in this team fight.
Yeah, that's very well said here. So Siri making it out alive will be a key factor here coming from Nongshim RedForce. He is the sole DPS unit here that Nongshim has for their team. If he goes for those crazy backline flanks, even though if Nanohana does fall, I don't think that's still worth in for the side of crazy.
Oh, they're looking to go.
Yeah.
Nice little burst ram. And here comes the Razor Cavalry on the back. They've got the board. They've got him locked in. And now Siri looking to stay alive. He's going to go aggressive as he always does, but they've already got Nanohana. That's a lot of the damage. Siri, though, is at about half-life. Haku is going to be going down. Sage's Sanctuary. The heroic charge right on top, and Haku is not scared. He's continuing to fight. Gets the pick off, but he trades his life away. They have the Flaming Palm, and now Kong on the run. Cliché is alive as well. He's being chased by Faye.
But right now, look at the cavalry coming in from side Nongshim RedForce here. They do not want Cliché to come out of alive here. 3 members chasing on towards this low mid here. Cliché has the ultimate here. Can he output his 1-3?
I mean, this is a 1 versus 3. This is an impossible ask, I would say. They have just so much damage, and they're going to kite him away. Taking liberties, Illusion snipes him out.
But still, Cliché bought a lot of time coming in for the side of the Crazy Raccoon squad, so it doesn't end with one push coming in from Nongshim RedForce. You saw how difficult those fights were. It is not the easiest of the task. Kong is still, what, 4 HP after the entire fight? You can see how icy is once it scales over to the late game.
And this could go to that late game of a Tempest Dragon, potentially there for about 2 more minutes. I mean, Kong has been that nuisance. He's level 15. You know, at this stage, he's been very tanky, and they don't really have any answers. I mean, they need Siri to do that damage, but he needs to stay alive. He needs to have that focus, but there's a lot of the other members of Crazy Raccoons that have made Siri's life very difficult.
Oh yeah, very difficult, especially Siri always has to use the Infinite Vast to get out safely, find those re-engages. So far, both of these two teams, they are in a very 50-50 spot.
Have the taunt.
Look at Faye!
Oh, he's looking to just back off. Faye is just going to barely limp away on that one. He was very aggressive, but you saw how Kyung9 was looking to go for the wraparound, but instead they're just going to take the Shadow Tyrant instead, but they're going to take their time.
They're going to take their time because all these Shadow Vanguards are currently crashing in towards the Raccoon's base here, so on the Primal Bond, it may not be the easiest of the tasks to do so, but look at the position. They're looking for something to be smelling out these smelly Raccoons.
Oh, okay, all right. I mean, that seemed very pointed right there, calling them smelly and all, but
raccoons.
Okay, maybe they're nice-smelling raccoons. I don't know. Okay, we were calling them crazy, and I already feel bad. But I mean, that is their team name. But smelly, that's a whole nother level.
Fine. I apologize for my rudeness. Sorry in advance. But Tyrant does go over to side Nongshim RedForce. We're 30 seconds away from another Tempest Dragon game here, Hauler. So it's just, I think it's a Nongshim special.
Yeah, I think it is. I think they just want to see, hey, if we extend this game, we go to another Tempest Dragon. That would be fun to watch, right?
That would be fun to watch because not every day you will be looking for such a long game, right? To the Tempest, every little mistake that you make will be amplified to the max because that may cost you the game-losing push. And right now we see Nongshim RedForce all camping around this Tempest Dragon, just chilling in the river.
Chilling in the bushes more than anything else, right? Nobody's been spotted out. Faye all the way to the forefront. He's like giving intel. He spots it out because obviously the minion waves give that vision, but they're deciding to go. Nice little first frame on the 3, and here comes the Razor Cavalry. The board has been set up. They've got him locked in, and he's stuck inside. Haku is doing some serious work, but the Unending Sorrow keeping him alive. Nanohana is going to be right back up. The Infinite Fastness has to be used. He uses that defensively, but Nanohana is not left for long. He's going to be killed. Haku is on the run. He's trying to stay alive, and Crazy Raccoons with 4 members, though, it looks like they will at least try to take this Azure Golem.
But you see how difficult it is to even fight Crazy Raccoons in this stage. Scaling that Sunbin in towards that late game is what seems to be so special about this team composition. That time flux allows that 15% rewind, making Nongshim suffer in these games. So far, I gotta say, Sunbin playing a pivotal role, and Kai may be caught up.
Might be caught out. So they're taking liberties with that pushback, but they're not going to get anything more. The Tempest Dragon is going to be potentially started here, but again, look where Kyung9 is. Nanohana is just up.
Nanohana is just up. It will be a long walk of shame to reach towards Tempest Dragon. It is a 4-4.
They find Kong. They're deciding to go for this one. And nice little knock-up again. They've got the tiny little board. They do have him locked in. They're taking liberties. They have the Sage's Sanctuary on the Cliché. That could be huge for him. He's trying to get away, but they've taken out Siri. Haku has been picked off at least one time, and that's the second. Kyung9 has been killed as well. And Crazy Raccoon somehow coming back from this one, and now they want to go down for Illusion. And Kong has been this menace. The flash away, trying to push him, trying to slow him down, but I think it's going to be the end for Illusion. He has that passive, and he will die, but Nya gets picked up by the tower.
30 seconds before Siri and Haku come back alive. Can Faye buy enough time to stall for the double carries come alive because he desperately needs to, but Faye does fall down. 10 seconds. Timer currently for Nongshim kill for Haku and Siri. What is it? Will it be the game-winning push?
It looks like it's going to be the game-winning push. Yes, Siri is up, but the minion waves is so slow. It's been slow. The infinite fastness. One last time to go aggressive, but it's not going to be enough. And Crazy Raccoons will take game 2.
They are crazy with it, and they get the comeback win. That Bai Chi and the Sunbin combination pay dividends in countering this low extremely hard.
Yeah, extremely hard. That was just a really well played. I mean, the Bai Chi, again, it was just not enough damage. No real way to chink into that armor. It was just way too tough at that point, and Crazy Raccoon made them pay, right? That team fight of just, yeah, things did not look good, but they were like, actually, late game, we're going to be fine.
Yeah, late game we're gonna be fine, and that was the thing we discussed about during the pre-game draft. When you have the Sunbin, it's never about the early game. It's about the late game potential where using the time flux, getting back the HP that you lost from burst damage, especially the flaming palms coming in from the long, will be a bit of a not big factor, especially these heroes does not have enough DPS to realistically take down giants like Kong on the Bai Chi, like Kai on the Byron.
Siri needed to have stayed alive. Again, those infinite masters were killing me, man. Going aggressive like that. Like the AoE damage from that dragon is not a whole lot, right? You're not going to be able to do that. You do more damage if you just kite them, stay from afar, right? But I ain't no pro player. I don't know what's going on, right, in that sense, but he's 4-4-9. Died the most, I mean, tied with Haku, who is literally trying to carry this one with 11-4-3 on his side. But the Crazy Raccoons, yes, like their KDA's not great, but it's all about the victory and getting those objectives.
It is about the victory, and the perseverance that they saw in that game was really crucial in the game-winning push against Nongshim RedForce, because you see in that damage tank department how much Kong and Kai really put in focus. 200,000 damage tank and also 163,000 damage tank from Kong and Kai.
Yeah, they had that opportunity. I mean, the damage just is on point, right? Damage taken by Kong, 211,000, absolutely just a beast. And wow, look at this gold graph all over the place. You think that it's there, but that tiny little blue in the end is the only thing that matters. That was just enough for Crazy Raccoons to pull out this one.
It's enough. It's not about how much gold you have. It's about being able to end games. And not being able to end games was the demise of the side of Nongshim RedForce. And of course, MVP goes over to Kong with a 339 KDA on Bai Chi with a 32% damage taken. What a monster of a stat.
Monster of a stat, just tanking so much. But the control, the death sight, right? Always pulling them away and just kind of controlling them. Yeah, you have your board. Yeah, you have a Rage of Cavalry. But if I pull everyone to me and to us, we have all the damage that we need. So this is why you're seeing the true power of this Bai Chi here.
Yeah, true power of the Bai Chi here. So this still is the mid game where team fights go in favor of Kyung9, goes in favor of Faye, finding the perfect wombo combo. But this is the start of Siri finding these not so great engages in and sacrificing himself, and this was the turning point for the Raccoons. Siri gets engaged on, forced the infinite fastest away, but look at his landing here. He landed right into the hearts, forced the flash to go back, but lands into the warm embrace of Cliche Yuan.
Yeah, I mean, if he flashed over that wall, it might have been better. This is the situation where you're like, oh, okay, now Crazy Raccoons are throwing a bit. I mean, look at how Siri going diving deep. It gets that pick off onto not great considering he died there. But here comes the heroic, charge, so to speak, by Kyung9 all the way from the back end with that Razor Cavalry, putting them in under the tower. And that's pretty much a tough situation for Crazy Raccoon as they lost that team fight.
Yeah, they lost that team fight, and these are one of those moments that Siri actually played towards his hero strength, even though he got engaged by Kong. Infinite Fastest towards Sky, goes down for the reposition, still gets to play the game very safely, right? So these are the moments where we actually needs to be that DPS that we keep talking about. But we'll check back later on what exactly happened in that last team fight, because I believe Kai single-handedly removed Siri from the game because he did not have infinite fastest at the good point. Look at this. So Siri goes in, trades with Kai, but gets singled out by Kai in this exchange. No flash, no infinite vastness. This long is no different from a minion.
Yeah, nothing, right? I mean, Kai was just able to just clean him up, and I mean, with that amazing skin and just taking him down, like no real chance on that one, and that's why pretty much Series struggled in this one. Let me be very honest, and allowed Crazy Raccoon to kind of bounce back into this one. It is a team game. Obviously, everyone else could have kind of had a better shot, but we're gonna have to see exactly how they bounce back. But it's gonna be a little bit of a break right now.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Crazy Raccoon with another victory and another MVP going the way of Kong on that Bai Chi. Really showed up on Nongshim. Sagi, again, we're a best of three essentially at this stage. Your thoughts on this one here?
The late game Sunbin so far has been showing dividends with all these picks coming in from KME. We've seen Clue bring it out, we've seen Nongshim copying the success, and right now we're seeing Crazy Raccoons bring out something that they are familiar with in this series here. So it's really down to team compositions and draft against these. Even if we've seen Nongshim RedForce control that early to mid game, but if you don't find those key winning team fights, it will be really hard to end games for both teams.
Yeah, it's about, I mean, like we kind of, I don't want to beat a dead horse at this point, but with that, the series play there, but I think that, had he played a little bit cleaner, stayed alive, they might have been able to close that one out, but they just gave too many opportunities. It was all him to just do that damage, not able to do it, but if anything, maybe they need a better draft, right? I think the Bai Chi completely caught him off guard. They did not have enough damage to deal with him.
But still, it is still a global ban pick. Yes, Raccoons got a game against Nongshim RedForce, but it still boils down to the same question here. Do they have enough of these drafts to really formulate a gown around Nongshim RedForce weaknesses, because that was one game, sure, but this is a best of 5, not a best of 3 that the Raccoons are so dominant in. So what is the take in Raccoons? Is it to whip out more crazy picks, whip out more of these random or like unorthodox team compositions? What is it that you are cooking right now? Because you are 1-1 in the series here. You can potentially bring down Nongshim.
I think that, like, even that last draft, if you're looking at it, I mean, the only thing that really stuck out was the Bai Chi, which is kind of different, right? I do think that it was more standard, but that was kind of like a trump card. It, again, caught everyone off guard. It was like a last pick, like, haha, trap card, right? And then Nongshim really didn't have enough answers, especially with that draft. I don't think it was like a gimmicky game, right? They still played standard, they played defensive, they understood what they needed to do. They understood the assignment, so to speak.
Yeah, they did understand the assignment, and so far we're looking at a long slate game. Not to be the best against these mega tanks, especially you have 2 of them paired up with a time flux coming in from the Sun Bin. So you will realize that, oh, not the best, not the easiest of the tasks here, but what do we have here? Fade being locked in for Kong here. His signature is up and alive.
Okay, so I just want to be like, hey, okay, Crazy Raccoon wins this game, right? Because Kong on the fade, like, he's so good on the fade. Are you kidding me? Like, this guy has been so stylish. He's been able to just kind of outfarm. Haku is definitely a monster in his own right here, but it looks like they're going to go with the Byron, Zhang Fei, Arlie, very stock standard meta for sure, but this is more traditional. Is this enough to kind of deal with that fade potentially?
Potentially, because usually when we see Kong on the fade, it's usually paired up with the Dharma on towards the hands of the Kai to really limit this Arlie that's being showcased by Nongshim so far, especially on towards Siri here. But that's the thing. Fade is it will do well against the Arlie, but will Siri put on a different performance that we've seen so far compared to game number 2?
Actually, I think Kai played the Dharma game 1, so it's going to be a little bit harder to deal with the Arlie in terms of that clash lane. But, I mean, there are definitely other choices available. I mean, you have the Lian Po, which I think that is going to be piloted by Nia, so I think that they'll be fine in that regard. But, you know, Siri right now needs to stay alive on that Arlie. It's going to be a duel pretty much with that Lung Nanohana.
We will have to see, right? Because Long or Nanohana is one of his signature picks that he always falls back onto. So we have to see how he really performs. But I'm loving the ban coming in from both of these 2 teams. Nongshim banning away the Fatih and also the Liu Bang. Both these 2 picks will put a bit more pressure against the Arlie in towards the backline. Or the Raccoons, they ban away the lone counters, the Musashi, the Ganemo. All these long range or projectile based spells will be removed from the pick and bans.
Interesting. And plus, like, banning out the Musashi, a lot of respect to Haku, right? Going into this one. But it looks like they're going to go with the Pei. So the Pei Byron one, in the end, they're going to go high tempo to start this game.
High tempo to start the game. Pei does lurk into that 4th pick of the series here so far. Right towards the right side here. It seems to me that Nongshim is trying to draft their best team composition in this game number 3, because this is something that they are so good with.
Yeah, this is definitely something that they're good with, right? And I mean, you need to go with game 3. If you're down 1-2, that's a bad spot, right? You do not want to be there. You're going to be truly tested with the backs on the wall. So you want to be kind of taking that pressure and putting it on the other team. And starting with a Pei Byron, this could be very good for them, especially early.
Oh, this could be very good for them. But we're starting to see more of these comfort from the side of Raccoons. Both Raccoons and Nongshim are drafting comfort, something that they perform so well on. For Raccoons on towards the left side, this is the exact same combination that they actually found success with against the likes of Nongshim RedForce, against the likes of Gen.G, Nongshim as well. All these picks are their stock standard, their go-to picks. So I'm really, really curious who comes out on top with their comfort.
Yeah, actually, all of these heroes from Nongshim side, top 3 heroes for them, right? This is they're going guns blazing. They want this one. Oh, but they're not going to take the Nua. They're going to go the Yuan, add a little bit of sustain. Still very strong by illusion if they want to go with this one.
Well, it's very strong by illusion here. Still, some of these prior picks do go into the favor of Nongshim RedForce, but as we mentioned here, as long as the Raccoon get their comfort, they don't care what you play. As long as they're playing comfortably in their own environment, the Raccoons want to thrive in this game here. But for Nongshim, after that second game loss, you kind of feel like they're a bit salty in for this one.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, who wouldn't be salty, right? Going into this game. Definitely want to set the tone here, but it looks like both of these teams are loaded for bear. They want to go. I mean, both of these, again, all of them are like signature heroes that they like to play. They're very comfortable on all of them. Going in, I don't really see a huge edge to either team. I like Kong's fade, but he needs some space, and it's going to be tough to find with Haku prowling in your jungle with that pay.
It will be a very interesting matchup from these two teams here. We are starting to surface the thing where, compared to day number 1, whereby the Raccoons didn't really have a good series against Nongshim. It was just Nongshim running them over. Coming to day number 2, however, they're starting to show signs of vitality, and then they're starting to show more aggressive plays and more decisive team fights in the late game here. So can they repeat the same success of the story they had in game number 2? It will be their task to repeat it, to find that consistency that they lack so much in Hero's Gorge.
Yeah, going with that same thought process. I mean, they've played 5 games, these guys, from yesterday and today going into this one. And Crazy Raccoons were able to take only that one with that buy cheat, right? So if they're going to play a little bit stock standard, Nongshim have gotten the best of Crazy Raccoon. But this is going to be an interesting one because we're going to find out exactly how good this Kong fade is.
Kong fade Kong, that is his stock standard, and we see both of these two junglers and also the farm lane go for these unorthodox start here. So Kong goes for the top side start here, so that leaves jungle wide open for Nongshim as a buffet.
Yeah, and Kyung9 actually had to use his flash early. Finding Kai gets the Storm Strike on him. He's going to do some damage, but not enough to really kill. And now Kyung9 is going to go for that Spike Tail. It's going to be aggressive. The Ocean of Tears finding Haku. He's going to actually have to use that Smite Kong, that is. And it looks like he will be taking that. But Nongshim looking to be aggressive, trying to take away the farm from Kong.
But still, 2 camps denied away from Kong. I call it work if you are a Nongshim RedForce fan, because they stole with the Wild Boars, the Monkeys, and also Spike Tail Beast. They're up and ahead in this early game already.
Huge for them, right? And again, when you have a Byron and a Pei, this is how you want to be. You want to be aggressive. You want to be invading the enemy jungle as much as possible. But now Crazy Raccoon need to find farm elsewhere. They need to contest, not give this up. If they were to take the Spike Tail, that'd be gravy.
Well, the smite does come through coming in from Faye here, so it does go easily towards series full gold here. So more farm for the early, 500 gold lead in favor of Nongshim RedForce. You can see Kong not even level 4 yet after the full clear.
Yeah, and he's actually falling behind, but nice little Ocean of Tears onto 2 though. He's setting it up with the burst ramp back. Nia will be fine. Kong using that wall to just kind of, go from barrier to barrier, but he'll take the boars.
He will take the boars. He's forced to smite it away because Haku and Faye is just limping in towards those bushes like, okay, don't smite it. I'm coming in if you don't smite it. Like, please smite it. Okay, no smite. So having the information of no smite from Kong, it just gives me the wonder. Oh, top lane.
Yeah, they find him out. He's gonna go Jade Seal, and he gets the pick off. Kong, that is, on to Kyung9. Nice little rotation, makes him pay.
You can start to feel that Nongshim is slowly shaking off some of their concentration compared to game number 1 and also series number 1 against Gen.G. Not something you want to be seeing from the Nongshim RedForce lineup, so they need to find ways of coming back into this early game. So far, they're doing a decent job in denying camps, but Kyung9 getting punished there is not the best situation you want to see, especially when the kill is going over to Kong.
So I kind of look at this as like, when you're playing your ranked games and you lose a game, right? The mentality that you have, a little bit of shake-up, right? It's kind of not a great feeling. And obviously these guys are professionals and they understand how to lose and things like that and learn, but it's still going to kind of affect you, right? You're human at the end of the day. And I think that for Nongshim, the biggest thing, especially that I learned from KWC from this team, is that they don't know how to lose well, like to bounce back from a loss. In a best of 3, when it's just like you got to forget and just move on as quickly as possible, it didn't seem like Nongshim were really able to do that adjustment on the fly.
Well, you have to really dig back deep on why this is a recurring issue, because look back to the HOKS3 run where they only lost back to KME Spring where they didn't lose a single game at all. That's why going into that KWC, you start seeing signs of this team having issues in that BO3 against stronger teams, the KMW region, from the NKL region, and that is what really affects them as a whole, because they are not losing coming in from such a dominating KME Spring and also HOKS3.
And as weird as it sounds, this is why you need to lose, right? Yes. Because you need to be able to just like, oh, okay, how do you shrug that off? How do you kind of, react to a situation like that? But now with this Tyrants, they don't want to lose this one. Nia's at half-life phase, still up in front, has the Unbridled Outburst if they want to go, but space was already created. Haku taking that one down.
Ooh, Infinite Vast is being forced out by the hands of Siri here. So Siri, good count onto Nanohana, forcing him to drop low to almost a 40% as of this point.
And Fei with another smite steal, just being a nuisance on this Zhang with those smites. And now they're going to put the pressure on this bottom T1. Nongshim have been making some moves and have a bit of a lead to start this game.
Oh, what a good lead so far. Securing Tyrant, securing also the bottom tower here without any form of trade so far. Gotta say, Siri still consistent with this RDC engage.
Oh, Haku looking to go in the Umbrella Outburst, but pushing them the wrong way. Haku, though, has to pounce away. He's got the Leaping Savior. Jade Seal is going to be picking off Illusion. Not going to be enough, but Kong gets killed as well. Haku needs to be careful. He is very low.
But hey, Kong for Illusion, if you're a Nongshim RedForce, we take that any day, especially Illusion also added to the injury of stealing away the Crimson Golem here. And right now, mid is under getting flanked by this angry Kyo9.
Oh, okay, so angry. Storm Strike. And he's so good with this. Just being able to just walk around, like you think that the fight is in front of you, but no, it's coming from behind. He's like the boogeyman in that sense.
Yeah, he's like the boogeyman, hunting for you, giving you a scare for your money, and so far, things are looking extra crispy and good for South Nongshim RedForce. This is the tempo they want to play in. Allow Siri to be this second jungler from the jungle, from the minion, hunting the likes of Kong, start hunting the likes of Kai in that side lane.
Yeah, being able to just kind of continue on, get that farm as well. Him and Haku have been the main damage dealers on this one. But now it looks like Kai tried to go for the get serious play onto him, but Fei is not able to find out, and Kai gets killed. The burst ram onto 2, but now Nongshim just chasing them down. Yes, he's on the barrier, but Kong has to get off, and Haku wants to go for the play, doesn't have the damage, and Kong limps away.
But hey, that's worth it, right? You get one kill, you force Kong back to base, rinse and repeat, get your jungle tap again, and guess what? Crimson buff is spawning right towards the bottom side. You best believe Haku is traveling there right now.
Yeah, he wants this one. I mean, the Crimson Golem doesn't want to give up anything for free, and Illusion has to just flash back, but now Kong's just trying to do his damage. The Umbrella Outburst nice onto 3, finding Kong. He's been stuck into the barrier. He's going to be killed. The Infinite Fastness. He's going to go aggressive. He wants to turn this around. He decides to go. He wants to go for the back line, and now he's going to get stamped on. 3 members down, but traded away for 2 from Nongshim.
But that's a 4v5 still in favor for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Siri was not there at all, and they are coming in on top in these exchanges.
Oh gosh, Kai gets barely away. He dashes and he gets to the fountain. He will heal himself, but Siri had been picked off elsewhere.
Well, so a win for Nongshim RedForce, even though they did not get the kill on towards Kai, is still a much needed play here. Check out this 4v5 being displayed from the side of Nongshim RedForce here. Yes, Kai is late to the fight. Good Unbridled Outburst catches on the tree here. Haku, not afraid at all, goes in for a deep dive, executes on the 2 members, and right now, you see on your map, even though Nanohana gets the recurring kill onto Illusion, they still lose a 2-3 exchange while Siri is just free farming onto a cross map.
Yeah, he'll take that one. And again, Nanohana going aggressive, just wants that kill onto Illusion, but then he was just like in a bad spot. The rest of the Crazy Raccoons not able to kind of help support him. And this is kind of way, even from the remnants of the last game where you kind of saw Siri doing the same thing, being aggressive. Nah, he needs to stay defensive more than anything else. But the Jade Seal will secure that one for Kong.
And so far, we thought this was like a 10-minute game already, going to the Shadow Barriers. It's just 8 minutes and 4,000 gold lead already. The immense by Nongshim RedForce. So dominant in this game.
Yeah, definitely dominant in this one. I mean, up about 3K. Now they're putting the pressure on this mid T1. They have to be backed off because Fei looking for that flank, and they do take the mid T1.
They do take the mid T1. They go for the Tyrant, and then rinse and repeat. What is spawning? It will be that Crimson Golem.
Yeah, and now the Tyrant is going to be picked up here. And looks like they're going to take that one away essentially for free, but the Crimson Golem is going to be the big target. And they do have the stun. Nya has to just try to get back to safety. Kai is going to be there as well. The Crimson Golem getting a little bit low, and Fei will smite that one, keeping that one alive, at least for their team.
Still a win is a win. As long as it doesn't go towards Crazy Raccoon, whoever gets it will be great for the side of Nongshim RedForce. More resource denied from the hands of Kong means more win for the side of Nongshim RedForce. You can also see Haku going for that tank build on this pay. It just shows how much respect he has against Kong on that phase.
Yeah, he needs to be able to fight in 1 versus 1. He can't be a glass cannon. He needs to understand his role on the team. He will be focused quite a bit by Kong, which again, you know, has that damage, has that potential burst. He needs to stay alive more than anything else.
But good tempo so far, right? We're starting to see more of these plays coming from Nongshim RedForce that really puts them in the driver's seat right now. Not even 10 minutes, already amassing 5,000 gold lead and moving super strong towards that Shadow Tyrant take here. And the jungle is still under fire coming in for Kong.
Oh, the Jade Seal ensures he gets it because Faye had that smite if they wanted to go for that, as well as Haku, who's kind of in the mid lane at that point. But this is you're constantly being contested. Kong not able to just freely farm. Yes, he's 1k behind, but he needs to find ways to catch back up in this game.
And a very interesting build coming in for the side of Nanohana. He went for Doomsday alone, not something you would really build on a normal day basis here, so maybe that's something he has theory on. But Haku
Haku trying to run, but the Umbrella Outburst not enough to keep him alive. Kong gets the kill and he gets himself on out of there, but it looks like it's going to be a trade with 2 members from Crazy Raccoon. Yes, Kong lives, but at what cost?
But at what cost? The cost will be Haku, Kai, and Cliche here. Do they get a control over this Tyrant? Do they go for the steal? But no. Kong says, let's dip and let's go over to the Shadow Vanguard where we will be trading for this 50-50 exchange.
Yeah, Kong had just used the Jade Seal as well earlier, but I mean, going into this one, it would be risky. I mean, Haku was down, so they had a potential smite if they wanted to go, but they decide they're going to go for the Overlord instead. And Kong9, again, another Jade Seal. These are going to be so tough to take, but Kong9 is so low. He is being chased. Nongshim are trying to draw him out, trying to get to him, but they're just too slow, not enough speed to catch him.
Bye-bye, I am out of there. Kong with that Jade Seal, running through those walls, escaping towards safety here. But that leads to the question, top lane, that wave will set in for that success story.
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst is going to be used. They've taken the top T3, which is going to be huge for them. They have the freeze on him. And now the Infinite Fast is Nanohana looking, circling for his prey, but Cliche has already been killed. He's going to U-turn, realizing that he's a very low, but now the mid T3 about to be taken down by Nongshim.
Ooh, top tier 3, mid tier 3, that is a price to pay, and it is a big one. 8,000 gold in favor of Nongshim RedForce. They just need to clear out that bottom Vanguard. They can continue this reign of terror.
Yeah, but I mean, the Shadow Vanguard is there. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Nongshim, I mean, have to just deal with that. The bottom T2 taking a decent amount, but Nongshim with that, essentially those kills and opening up of the map into the sense of this mid T3 in the top one, it's going to be huge for them. That's a lot of push coming forward.
Oh, that will be a lot of push and a lot of waves that you have to handle as a Crazy Raccoon lineup here. And Faye, once again, stealing away another Crimson buff here from the hands of Nanohana here. I think if you're Nanohana, you're like, man, where will I get my Crimson buff this game?
Well, you need to like aggressively go for Faye. I mean, he was just kind of sticking around and finding him, and it looks like Kai, he wants to fight, but he gets serious, but he's gonna get picked off. The Umbrella Outburst finding Kong, the stampede on him, and that might have been a disaster, and Kai had opened it up, and the Tremor Smash used in return, just covering the retreat. Nyaza on the run, but now Nongshim on the prowl, wants to go. They don't have the minions, so that's a bit of a problem, but they find Nya. That's going to be a big one for them. Now they have the mid lane that's going to be pushing. Can Cliche and Nanohana somehow hold? The Flaming Palm is going to be used on him. He tries to use his passive. Cliche is going to get under the tower, but the Crystal is going to be under siege, and it's going to go down. Nongshim take game 3.
Easy peasy for Nongshim RedForce in this game number 3 as they show class in all these rotations here. Not sure what Nanohana was trying to do with that Doomsday build, but Tron Arrow coming into this series here very well played by MS to really secure that game-winning lead.
And it comes back to that Kai, that one, like, he should have ran. There was an opportunity where he could have, but then he decided, hey, let's go. Let's go. The team wasn't there. I mean, Kong was behind me, got a little serious, and then Kong was like, oh, crap, are we going? And then he was in a bad spot. Then he got caught out, and that was pretty much all she wrote. It's like literally one team fight, you lose.
Yeah, one team fight, you lose. He wanted to try for that full burst on towards Siri, but Siri still had a Parasol at the back. So going back, fading the likes of Kai into an all-in, which left him to really dry on the ground.
Yeah, no real chance on that one. I mean, there were moments where Crazy Raccoon could have done well. I thought he would be fine with fade. Just like extend the game, just wave clear, don't look for any sort of picks, and then just take all the big objectives. Because how can they Jade Seal, outduel you when you have Jade Seal, right? So you're just able to just take those fights, and then you eventually get back in that game, especially since you have a Loom. But unfortunately, that was not the case, and Nongshim just were able to prevail in this one.
I'm not really a fan of the Nano Hana build on that Long. Doomsday into the Shadow Ripper. It removes the identity of Long being this burst marksman, looking for the targets like Haku and Siri or even Illusion. So maybe it's a trial and error coming from Nano Hana, but probably didn't work out as he expected in this case.
Yeah, and the damage is showing that, right? I mean, 44,000, like, pretty minimal. Kai and Niao are a little bit lower than him, but still, you needed to have helped support, right? If you're looking on the other end, Siri on this Arlie, obviously Arlie's going to do a decent amount of damage, but Siri with 70k, the most in the, on the side of Nongshim there, so, completely carrying at this point.
Yeah, completely carrying, proving to the point that you give him gold, he's gonna deliver in terms of the DPS department, and this is all red, the greatest red in your screen. It's just a smooth sailing curve all the way towards Nongshim's RedForce draft.
Yeah, just completely in control, Nongshim. This is when they're the scariest, so to speak. And it might have been like, hey, they got frustrated, impatient that is, and why they decided to push it, but the MVP in this one, Kyung9, 5-1-5, he was on point with those Storm Strikes.
He was really on point. He was finding those flanks, finding those key engages, and he was always on the front end looking for active plays in when the side of Haku or also Siri are on these carries. And that's why he's such a valuable player in Nongshim's RedForce team lineup.
Yeah, definitely one of the best, right? And you always need to kind of understand where he's going to be. And we're going to check out some of these highlights to see some of them because he was making moves, right? And nice little tremor smash here. Just the Jade Seals were on point. But the disengage and when to go back in, it seemed like Crazy Raccoons, most of the fights were dictated by Nongshim.
It was dictated by Nongshim even in this 4v5 scenario. Siri is just like chilling in Clash lane, not wanting to rotate for this buff. In a 4v5 situation, Nongshim still made it on top and getting those kills that they really need to seal the deal for the game. It could have went south at all costs here, but still, it was Nongshim finding those key moments.
And it was just the tiny ones. That was all you really needed, just to kind of turn this around. And I mean, once one member died, and this is not the end, but Kai, does he get killed? Yeah, he decides to turn around. And then Kong is like, okay, what do we do with the Umbrella Outburst? Perfectly slowing him down with that Stampede, and Kong just got completely caught out because Kai decides to go, right? That was just not the right call there.
Yeah, Kong wanted to jump in to help, but then he got dismounted by the Umbrella Outburst, really sending him a warning signal there to not help Kai in these desperate attempts here. But that is game number 3 between the likes of Nongshim and also Crazy Raccoons, with Nongshim currently leading 2-1 in the series. We'll go for a short break before the final game.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. And I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a time down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, yeah, from how can we go?
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
got nothing to lose.
I gotta shut down. We got no crime. We bound if I miss one. Crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one.
Nongshim up 2-1 game point up against Crazy Raccoon. Do they have enough in the tank, so to speak, to take them down in this game for Sagi?
I think as the series progresses into a game 4, you are starting to see some of these hero pool lacking coming in from some of the CR members, which really puts them in a disadvantage, even though, yes, Kong is splendid, excellent in these games, but who is the other member that's going to pick up the slack that Kong isn't able to cover in all sorts of directions here? There's something that needs to be done in this situation.
Absolutely correct, right? I think that you were kind of talking about it earlier about how Gen.G had the previous rock, 4 protect 1, 4 rock. The strategy is difficult to kind of pull off, right? And I think the same strategy is being used by Crazy Raccoon, with Kong being that one. They need somebody else to step up. They need people that are the cores that don't, get Kong caught out and staying alive while also being able to do that damage. We haven't seen anyone really step up here.
Yep, I have to agree with you. Very well said here. The most consistent player so far, aside from Kong, is probably Cliche and Nia. So maybe putting the focus on these two players compared to Nano, Hannah, or Kai might be a fix for CR coming into this game, but that is just speculations and also just talk on paper. So we have to see, even for Kong to lose on Fate, what else is in their strategy bank?
I mean, we're going to have to see, right? I think that looks like they want to go with pay. They want to dictate the pace. They're like instantly, insta-pick, first pick, we're going for this one. At least they're hovering over it. No, they're going to go for it.
They're going to go for it. So pay being locked in for the side of Crazy Raccoons here, but that leaves the counters of such of the picks like the Elaine and Dolia being picked up. Not something we see on a regular basis here coming in from Nongshim.
Interesting, because it kind of opens it up. Obviously, the Dolia, the Celestial Melody on the Elaine's Death at Sunsets, you just have that nice little play that can be very aggressive and get to that back line. Crazy Raccoon now, understanding that their back line is potentially at risk. And, oh my gosh, these are terrible people. Why am I giving analysis when they're just going to go a different direction?
I had the feeling, I'm thinking like, oh, I don't think we've seen a lot of Fatis today coming in from Nongshim RedForce. There we have it. Of course, they're gonna pick the Fati up. And then for the side of Crazy Raccoons, they're denying the Princess Frost away from the hands of Illusion. So the Princess Frost and Liang, not gonna be a combo available for the side of Nongshim. Do they pick up the Ogrun here and the third pick for Haku in the jungle?
We kind of saw the lackluster performance of the Liang in the last series because it didn't have somebody who can... I mean, you had the lockdown, but you didn't really have the damage burst. And if you're looking at this Nongshim lineup, you got damage burst. Luna and the Fatih, you got that covered.
Yeah, you got that covered. You got Liang, you got Fatih just hitting that front line here. And to be honest, there's no Crazy Raccoon strong front line to really tank the Liang ultimate compared to the Floorborn tank and also the Zhang Fei that CMF has shown us to be finding those successes. And Nongshim RedForce, they know, so they're banning out the Zhang Fei right now.
They're very smart. They understand. I mean, that could be like any sort of way to kind of lock down or to counter initiate once Liang gets that suppression down is going to be key. And Nongshim, that Zhang Fei, that's definitely a target of theirs. Plus, you're limiting what Nya can bring as well. I mean, how deep are these guys' heroes pools? We're going to have to find out as the moats get spanned as well.
Well, Motsu does get banned as well here in this edition here, so that's lesser roamer heroes available for Nya in that pool. Potentially might whip out the idea to really limit this Luna in these super mobility type of like gameplay. So that is still an option to be explored for Nya in that roamer position.
A lot of opportunities, right? I mean, you need to figure out a way. I mean, the Chano is going to be picked up here. I don't know which farm laners are still available for Nanohana, but
Flowbar Marksman.
Flowbar Marksman, yeah. So it looks like they're kind of gearing towards that one, right? I mean, and I think the Chano will be fine against it.
It will be fine against it, and Chano will probably have a decent lead against that Flowbar Marksman, or are they going for the Lady Sun and Ming for this matchup here? It may be a potential pickup here coming in from Crazy Raccoons.
So... okay. Interesting. With the Arlie, this is not a good combination. That tether from Ming is not great on the Arlie because he's constantly light stepping away and it disconnects all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, the Lady Soon makes a little bit more sense for this one, but now that you have this potential combination that are walking it down, this is even juicier for Haku to get those like, you know, the Luna jump-ins with those like searing stabs, right? Because they're going to be grouped up anyways. And that potential burst, Ming is definitely vulnerable here.
Is that a dodgy that he's showing? I have heard players from different regions try out this pick in some of these exchanges here, but they're still toying with us. It's not going to be the case. Xiao Xiao is being harbored for illusion towards that mid lane here. It does make a lot of sense with the Liang for that combination first that you're looking for. So potentially this Xiao Xiao might be the finalized pick here coming in from illusion.
Actually, this Xiao Xiao just makes a lot of sense here, right? I mean, if you have that lockdown and then you have like the Honey Sweet Breeze, Blossoming Fan, like combination right on top, that control could just be very key, and you catch out any of them and they're going to be grouped because you have the Lady Sun Ming. This could be very juicy target for Nongshim to get that snipe down.
Oh yeah, you make a very good point, especially when you have to pay voluntarily jumping in front of you. That's where you know the Xiao Xiao pays dividends in those close combat quarters here, and this will be potentially the final game drop between these two teams if Crazy Raccoon is unable to find their success stories in this game number 4.
Crazy Raccoons need to be aggressive. They need to use this pay to the maximum, invading the jungle, taking everything away from Haku. Because once he gets going on this Luna, his ability to farm is really high. He's always able to kind of get that going. Plus that mobility is going to be annoying. And if you're looking at the rest of the lineup, like the control from Crazy Raccoon to dealing with this Luna, not going to be easy. Frigid Prison, yeah, but it's like a skill set. I mean, being able to kind of get that on the boat, maybe he hits, but it might not be the easiest target. This is going to be a tough one for Crazy Raccoon.
You really make a spot on point, because right now, who's going to be the crowd control factor to limit Kyung Knight in these exchanges? Because we're not seeing it, so the only thing we can do is to use Nanohana to out-damage them in these exchanges.
Assuming that he survives, right? Yep. Because once Haku gets the jump in or illusion with a Honey Sweet Breeze, I mean, he's not very tanky, right? He's very squishy in that regard. And Faye is going to be looking from level 4, he's going to be looking for the jump. And, you know, I was talking about being aggressive and Kong looking to be aggressive. He pounces forward, finds it, and now Kong actually smites it, but he loses it to Haku. But Haku is taking a lot of damage. He needs to get back. He's going to heal. He will be fine. But that was close.
But it's still a win coming in from Nongshim RedForce because they got the buff that was potentially being invaded here. But look at the jungle here. So much pressure coming in from the Lady Sun and Ming. This combination is very strong in towards the early game here. That allows Kong on this deadly pick to invade the jungle, take away 3 of the camps just at the start of the game.
I like what Crazy Raccoon were doing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they didn't get the smite or the Azure Golem, but I mean, they invaded, they did a lot of pressure, and they didn't lose any of the minion waves. That was the biggest thing because they cleared the minion wave as quickly as possible and made their way into the jungle.
So for Haku, the minimal loss that effort was actually just losing out on those mini camps. So if he does store and soak all these extra minion waves coming in from Nongshim RedForce, he does still able to get that level 4 here. So that is exactly the case here. And Kong, he doesn't have the Azure Gold because it goes over to Nano Hana in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to be looking to take that away, but the Sword Signal, and now Siri is in a bad spot. He actually left forward, but now he has to flash away. Haku looking for that kill. He's going to dive under the tower, but he's going to get first blood. He wants more, and he barely stays alive. Almost got Kong, but here come the reinforcements. Nana Hana and Nia is going to be there. They have the shield, and the teleport from Kong looking to turn this around. They're looking to turn this onto Nana Hana, and he gets sliced down by Kyung9.
Punish for over aggressiveness. All the efforts laid by Kong and Nano Hana goes into the drain due to those bad plays being displayed from Crazy Raccoons. That is painful.
Painful. I mean, they had their opportunities. They were trying to go in. They were very close. They were almost, able to find Haku as well as Siri, but just a little late on that rotation. If they were a little bit quicker, and Nano Hana was very aggressive in that positioning, probably should have played a little bit on the safer side.
They really should have to, right? But they really got outplayed by Haku in those teams. But if you can get to replay that, we'll see how much mechanical gameplay that Haku really showed on this Luna Pit, because that was a masterclass of performance.
Just being able to just dodge in and out. I mean, he's aggressive, and the control under the tower with that Honey Sweet Breeze, and he says goodbye.
Goodbye is the name of the game coming in from Illusion. Another drive-by here. He set up Nano Hana, he set up Kai, and right now, 0-3 already in that early game for Nongshim RedForce.
Nongshim started to feel it, doing some great rotations and getting conversions out of that, right? That's the biggest thing, is that when you rotate, sometimes you don't get kills, which is a feels bad, man, but you're getting something, and that's going to be huge for the rise of Nongshim, especially since that member's down. They're not getting XP or any sort of gold.
And this is the key thing that you need to do as Liang, right? We keep talking about like, oh, R8 in got the Liang, but it got countered extremely hard by these multiple tank team compositions. But we come into a moment where CR, they have 0 tanks. That's where you know no one can tank this Liang ultimate.
No tanks, no way. I mean, this is Glass Cannon. It's all in on this one. It's all about that damage. And are they able to outburst them? And Nongshim waiting in the wings. They're deciding to go. They have that tether though, but they've been spotted out.
They've been spotted out, and the Tyrant has spawned for both of these two teams here, but I think the focus here coming in from Nongshim RedForce, they seem to be wanting to contest this.
They are going to stick around. They don't want to give up anything, but Kong, he's going to actually find Kyung9 just waiting in the wings. He's got the slashes, got the nice knockup, but the Tyrant has already been taken. Faye needs to be careful. He's going to be picked, and Kong with that damage, and now they want the return. They find Kong, and Haku is looking to go, finds Nya as well, but he trades his life away, and now Kong with those slashes just barely staying alive. He somehow survives.
Wow, what a play coming in from Kyung9 here, playing towards his limits, collecting kill on towards Kai here. I gotta say, Haku, he was pretty clean. He went in for that deep dive, finding Nia, finding Kong towards that escape here. So, in the end, it still was in favor of the side of Nongshim RedForce because they got Tyrant and they got even more kills on the board.
I mean, 3-2, they'll be happy with that, but the Tyrant was the big one. But checking out this replay, like, there was a moment where, like, look, Kyung9, look, somehow surviving. Yeah, he gets knocked around, but now here come the reinforcements, and Haku with this play all the way, gets a nice little 3-man pull, finding Nya. Yes, he trades his life away, but he got 2 in the process.
Got 2 in the process, and Kyung9 limps away just so happily, saving himself from further danger here. But that Frost does spot out Illusion and Faye camping towards that brush. So right now, game is about a bit even, but just a slight lead towards Nongshim RedForce. But look at the top side though, Kyung9.
Oh, he's going to trade his life away. Haku has showed up, but a little too late. He might get Kai in return, and he does get him. So they've traded Clash Laners.
The Jungle Assassins, this is the matchup we're talking about. Whoever gets going, that is the main gig of this game here. But Siri going aggressive, spotting out Cliche in that exchanger. So that is vision provided for this channel.
Using those traps to kind of provide that vision. But Crazy Raccoons with 4 members, they want to go, and Siri's going to be spotted out, trying to get out, but no, it's too little too late at that point. And the Tiger prowls, catches down, and cuts down the Wolf.
That is a bit of a overextension here coming in from Siri, just casually walking towards the bush and then taking too long over taking too long to clear the wave, right? He's like, okay, I need this ballista. But it caused him to be like, oh, okay, the enemy's here. I'm just gonna die, I'm just gonna die.
Yeah, I think he was okay with that. But now the Searing Stab, he's gonna look to just kind of go in and out. Haku just trying to be aggressive. And yes, you have the Ming that can kind of out-heal this, but it's just like, you don't want to give up anything for free. You want to kind of contest.
You want to kind of contest, but that's like ultimate
control. They find Kong, they get the pick off, and that's a perfect recovery, a kill for Nongshim to get back into this one. Huge, and taking down Kong.
Liang by Fei is really something. He's so decisive with these flash ultimates, and it always pays so well towards the pockets of Nongshim RedForce that really puts Haku in the lead against the likes of CR's Kong.
Yeah, and just being able to do it. Oh, they find him. Oh, the boat. Oh, he tried to intercept the boat. Haku just going aggressive on all fronts, on all pieces of terrain at the end of the day.
If we can see the heart rate of Kai, that's going to be pretty interesting. That's probably like a jump scare. It's like, oh, I'm out of the boat. Like, whoa, why is this one in front of me?
Yeah, what is going on? Why is he jumping in front of a boat? Is he mad? But Kyung9 kind of mad, diving in front of 4. That's like diving in front of a bus there.
So, for viewers who don't know, it's currently 11:18 p.m. in Malaysia, Singapore, where they are playing. So, they're probably a bit sleepy from their stage right there. They just want to be like, I need to end this game so I can go back and take a good night's sleep.
Yeah, but no excuses there, right?
No excuses.
I mean, sacrificing yourself for, trying to fight 1 versus 4 at this stage of the game. I mean, it's not even 8 minutes. I mean, that's very ambitious at best. And yes, they're squishy, but man, you cannot be just trying to make moves like that.
You can't make moves like that because these are the moments that really defer you from all these game-winning gameplay. But look at how that's coming on for Kong.
Oh, he's gonna be completely dead. I mean, Kong. Okay, all right, delivery service. We find him and we just go and we just assassinate him and take him out, like turning that one into a tyrant as well.
Feels like a deja vu, right? We just saw that in towards the mid lane where Fei was like flash ultimate on towards Kong, and then in towards the bottom lane, Carl was like, okay, just beat this minion, then I'm away from my duty. But immediately the cavalry arrived and CC chained him to death.
And this is that focus. This is super smart by Nongshim, right? You limit Kong, you get some kills on him. He's 2 levels behind. Let your, all-star in Haku just style on him, right? Let him get the farm, let him take everything, and just, take the fight to him.
And so far, I gotta say, Nanohana is having a pretty decent game because all these engages are directed towards Kong, allowing Nanohana on this lady soon to get a lot of gold here. So this game, I don't think the focus falls a lot on Kong, but Nanohana will be an interesting player to look out for.
Yeah, he's been the guy, right? He's been largely untouched. Nobody wants to deal with him and Nya, so to speak. So he needs to get that farm. He needs to get going. Somebody has to pick up the slack because Kong is being heavily focused.
Kong is definitely being heavily focused here as we see Kyung9 with the waves pushing out that top tier 2 here. Cliche slowly finding the positions of Fei in this dark jungle.
Very dark, and that map control that you're seeing, but looks like Nanohana and Nya are looking to put pressure on themselves. The bottom lane is a bit open, and they'll take what they can, but now Haku on the prowl, looking for that flank, might jump in, might go into Kong, but they're not able to get any sort of catch.
Okay, the Hall doesn't find any members coming in from Crazy Raccoons. They respect the map and they back off quickly. So right now, we're looking at a miniature goal lead for Nongshim RedForce. It's about 50-50.
Oh, the flash, they've got the control, they've got him with that boom, and they take him down, and it looks like Illusion. He's gonna be picked off. Kyung9 gets the return. Cliche and Nanohana both are down. The slashes are real from Kyung9. He's gonna actually do a decent amount to Nya, who has to run away, but he's gonna survive somehow. 2 members down, but 2 members also from Nongshim.
But in terms of the available members coming in from Nongshim RedForce, this allows them to secure this Shadow Tyrant that's available for their grabs here. Nanohana, the key member, falls from an overextension flash play here. Not what you want on this Lady Sun.
For sure. And Nongshim, if you're looking at that one, Haku and Siri both alive, right? Illusion and Fei, I think that they'll be happy to trade those out, especially when Nanohana is down for the count. That's a huge win for Nongshim. I mean, yes, it was just 2 for 2, but it's all about taking down that farm laner.
All about taking that main damage dealer named Nanohana on that lady. So this is the bread and butter for Crazy Raccoon's team composition in this game number 4. Without her, you lack so much damage in that department here. But right now, we see map in control for the side of Nongshim RedForce. What is the next play here coming in for the boys in red?
I mean, the primal bond is still there, so they have about 45 more seconds before they can really take the Overlord here. Kong is on the prowl as well, looking for some sort of targets, but it's been a largely defensive game for Crazy Raccoon. Haku, though, potentially looking to go. The Searing Stab, not actually able to get any sort of pull. Crazy Raccoons now turn their attention to the Overlord.
But look at Faye, he's looking for an engage.
Oh, he might want to go. This is the time if he's able to get the control onto him, but they're not going to lock in. Haku looking to go for the steal, but Nanohana takes the Overlord. Haku's in a bad spot trying to fight this one. He gets bursted down. KME is down as well. And now they've gotten the other one. They've got the bigger target, which is, of course, Kong. And Nanohana and Cliché is running for his life, and he's going to be killed off a triple kill off of Siri.
I think Cliché died towards the jungle monster again, so not the best showing so far from the side of Crazy Raccoons, even though they managed to get Haku in that exchange, and that might just be game here for the side of Crazy Raccoons because Nongshim RedForce, they have the wave, they have the players, they are looking for that crystal.
Yeah, they have the barrier, but they're looking to just end this game right now. I mean, without an ace, and Nongshim will take game 4 in this series, and they'll win it 3-1.
Look at the side of relief there over to the side of, I think that's Haku. He's like, oh, finally, we got that win. And he's probably thinking like, oh, I missed that out towards that steal. And then, fortunately, they came out on top in those exchanges. When Haku falls, there's still Kyung9, there's still the likes of Siri to put up that damage performance that we are looking for. And they really showed up in this game number 4.
Definitely showed up. I mean, definitely today, right? Like, I think that this is the Nongshim of old. I think that we wanted to see them level up. They really stepped up. Yes, these games were tight. All of the teams really took it to them. It was not easy for them, but they were able to kind of overcome the adversity here. Nongshim really showed up in this series as well.
I have to agree with you. Nongshim definitely, aside from that game 2, it was really down to Crazy Raccoon's game, whereby they outdrafted Nongshim in a very well-fashioned manner there. So these are the team compositions that we want to see going into Game 5, going into Game 7. So props to Crazy Raccoon for showing us a decent performance in this series. But at the end of the day, it's about consistencies instead of those one-game wonders here. That's why Nongshim RedForce is crowned to be one of the better teams in KME region.
Yeah, played very well. I mean, looking at these KDAs, series like sticks out to me. This is 5-1-5, him versus Nanohana in that matchup. A little bit of an edge in that sense, but you know, Nanohana had the boost by Nya, who was trying to keep him in line. But just in the end, they were able to just restrict Kong as much as possible. Faye was an absolute menace on that Liang.
Faye was that absolute menace on that Liang. For any players who want to learn how to play Liang role, Faye is the go-to player for you guys to pick up because he is so decisive and on point with those power controls.
Yeah, you're looking at the damage, you're like, oh, he didn't play very well. That's the damage that I have in my teams. It's like, no. But the controls, the suppressions are on point. That was the biggest turnaround. Being able to lock down Kong, who had 51,000, right? You take him out of the equation, who's like doing the damage.
Yeah, who's doing the damage? Everybody is just splitting across the map. It was Faye and Illusion finding those burst damage, and in the end, Kyung9 finding those slashes that really made the effort work out well for the side of Nongshim RedForce. It is the burst potential of the side of the draft that makes it so well to prepare with that Liang.
Very well played. I mean, the gold graph, it was much closer, right? And you're kind of seeing that throughout. But Haku is going to be the MVP, and he's 5-2-7. Did a decent amount of damage with 21%. He took quite a bit as well, but he was always never afraid to initiate.
That's the thing about Haku, right? Even though he's playing the Luna, he's actively looking for the engage towards the back rank on members like Nanohana and Nya. That's so important for Crazy Raccoon's team composition that makes it so well done. And this is the gameplay we're talking about. Kong jumping on the Siri pulling Ranger, and this is the play that Haku made here. Pulling away, going in for another execution here. By the time that Nanohana arrived, he was stuck in a bad place, gets breezed up by Illusion on that Xiao Qiao.
Oh, just the way that they played it, the mechanically, right? I mean, it was very scary, and Kyung9 barely surviving as well. Faye sacrifices his life for the greater good. Haku tries to make that play, gets the jump in, gets a double, trades away his life. But the biggest thing is that Kong was killed, and that was a huge win, and somehow Kyung9 just limping away from that one.
they're somehow just limping away from that one. You can see in these replays, Haku is just styling onto Kai even though it's in a 1v2 situation. And this was really what made the big difference, right? Ultimate landing onto Cliche. And look at Nanohana going in for that flash engage on towards Illusion. But Illusion's like, sure, trade me. You are a laser mate. Without that combination, you don't really work out in this situation. Even in the 4v5 scenario where Haku missed out the ultimate refresh, as of this point, you don't have enough frontline to really funnel this Lady Sun for that success play you're thinking about.
I wonder if Crazy Raccoon had like a Zhang Fei instead of like a Ming.
It was bad away.
Yeah, no, I know that, I know. But if they had that to just stop the Liang from those controls, because Fei was on point, but you need to keep Kong alive more than anything else. If he had that Zhang Fei to just like, that Umbrella Outburst to kind of save him, they would have had a much better time. This could have been a completely different game, and it really came back to that ban in the draft.
I think it also went down to the draft whereby they had an angle of picking up that Zhang Fei in the third and second pick because it was a 1-2 pick coming in from the side of the Nongshim RedForce draft. So they kind of had a direction where they could have countered it with a Zhang Fei, which they didn't really invest the pick to do so. So it's probably down to drafting or experimenting different picks that they are not so used to in drafts.
Yeah. I think that this is all going to be just like experience, the learnings and everything, and trying to take it to him. I mean, none of the games were like complete blowouts. They definitely had their opportunities. It was just like the minor mistakes here and there where they're like sacrificing themselves or getting out of position. There were definitely some moments that were kind of questionable, but those are the mistakes they need to show up, and they'll be a much stronger team moving forward.
I have to agree with you. I think the limit for Crazy Raccoons is not limited here. I do believe that players like Cliche, Mia, and also Nanohana and Kai, they have much more room to grow to be really paired up with Kong for a much more successful storyline here. This is the same story that we've seen so far from Gen.G Esports with the first edition of Rock, where they always rely on Rock to carry here. So give them more time. Maybe they might evolve into a stronger team.
Yeah, they're not out of this one, right? I mean, that's the biggest takeaway. They still have games against Gen.G. There's plenty of opportunities. Plus, they're Group S. They're not eliminated. They could be trying. I mean, they could understand that, hey, we don't need to be first place now, right? We need to be first place when it matters, which is going to be the very end come playoffs. I think that this team is like taking their licks, and they're going to like learn from these things and be well prepared going into next week, which is going to be huge for them.
And that's a very well said statement, right? Because they are, in the end, in Group S. They don't have to worry about not making it to playoffs. They are guaranteed 4th place in the region of KME. But unfortunately, the Group A teams, the likes of CMF, A-Star, R8, and also the likes of Scars, not so fortunate for them because they failed at the ranking weeks, which will result them in only one team progress to that playoffs here. But today's matches end in a 3-1 fashion all around for these teams.
Yeah, and all of them in favor of Nongshim when they played 3-1 throughout against Gen.G and Crazy Raccoons, and R8 Esports over CMF 3-1. That was also a great series as well. Very close going to the end. It could have gone the distance, but just in the end, R8 were too strong. But going back, one last update in terms of the survival week. Nongshim coming out very strong, 3-0, and yet they still had that one final game against Gen.G. They need to play that. They'll be playing that one off stream tomorrow to see exactly those results. But Gen.G right now, 0-1. They need to play some games against Crazy Raccoon to see how the Group S is going to do.
Oh yeah, they are 2 games away from really finding themselves either above the Crazy Raccoons or below the Crazy Raccoons. So that's something for them to figure out. But for tomorrow's schedule, it will be a KJL Fiesta as we have Scars against CMF, Crazy Raccoons against Gen.G, and lastly, Scars against A-Star. So for KJL fans, you do not want to miss tomorrow.
Yeah, you're going to see every single one of your teams in every one of those games tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. I will be there with Blam. Sagi's going to take a day off, and then he'll be back on Sunday. So he'll be there to kind of finalize the survival week. But we've just had a great time. Thank you so much, Sagi. We had like 12 games today. That was pretty much all she wrote at the end of the day. We had a great one. We will be signing out. My name is Holler. This is with Sagi. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
it, I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse and it's booming, illuminate.